could ever do to deserve you. There's nothing I could ever do to deserve you. It's not that I'm such a bad guy, you're just out of my league. There's nothing I could ever do to deserve you. Get so lucky, I'll never know, but I know what I got and I won't let go. Every chance I get, gonna let you know. I know I'm the lucky one, lucky your heart's mine to hold. Lucky your heart's mine. What could I say to convince you? What could I say, what could I say, what could I say to convince you? Hey, how did I get so lucky? Hey, I'll never know, but I know what I got and I won't let go. Every chance I get, gonna let you know. I know I'm a lucky one, lucky your heart's mine to hold. so long. We've been waiting for this time to begin. We ain't getting any older. I kind of feel a little younger. Run away and embrace the day. The sun is out, won't go away. Feel the clouds on your shoulder. Touch the sky, feeling bolder. Going out, going all the way. Going high, yeah, yeah, high, yeah, yeah. Going out, going all the way. Going high, going all the way. Going up, going all the way. Going up, going all the way. Going higher. Break the mold, then press repeat. Get 'em up on the edge of their seats. Set your aim a little higher. We're gonna go there. Going out, going all the way. Going high, yeah, yeah, high, yeah, yeah. Going out, going all the way. Going high, going all the way. Going up, going all the way. Going up, going all the way. Going high. We've been waiting for so long. We've been waiting for this time to begin. We ain't getting any older. I kind of feel a little younger. Going up, going out, going all the way. Going high, yeah, yeah, high, yeah, yeah. Going up, going out, going all the way. Going high, higher. Going all the way, going up, going all the way. Going up, going all the way. Going high, higher.
Welcome. Congratulations on joining us for the 9th annual Brain-A-Thon. I'm thrilled to be with you. I'm Nurka, your MC for the day. And we have people joining us from all over the world who are ready to change their brain so they can change their income and transform their life. So wherever you are in the world right now, I want to hear from you. Type your name in the chats. Let me know where you are in the world. And as you're typing, consider for a moment, have you ever felt disappointed or frustrated because you know that there is so much more that you could experience and achieve, but for some reason or another, you get stuck or you get behind and you find it hard to make significant progress and achieve the goals and dreams that you have for yourself and your family? And deep down inside, you know you are destined for more than what's been showing up. And you're ready for a major breakthrough right now. If you could relate to this and this resonates, type yes in the chats. Let me know that you're with me. Because coming up, we have our amazing keynote speaker, NeuroGym CEO, John Assaraf, who will reveal the evidence-based science of the 4 things that can hold you back from greater wealth, success, and happiness. It's not 50 things, it's not 10, it's just 4 things. Do you want to know the 4 things? Because he's going to reveal it and what you can do to eliminate them so you achieve your greatest goals and dreams faster and easier than ever before. And this applies even if you've been stuck for weeks or even years. And it absolutely applies if you're ready to rise to your next level. Are you ready? If you want more out of life, more success, more confidence, more focus, more peace of mind, more prosperity, you're in the right place. So before we dive deep, I've got a question for you. Would you be willing to do something that may be a little out of your comfort zone if you knew that it would empower you to take everything that you're going to learn and discover here today and integrate it at a cellular level so that you take immediate, inspired action? Well, there's two things. First, play full out. Bring all of your attention, all of your energy, all of your presence into this moment. No multitasking. I'm going to be asking you questions throughout our time today, and I'm going to inspire you to write the answers in the chats. And this is so important to be engaged in the chats because I want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. And as you write in the chats, this integrates the learning at a cellular level. It crystallizes it in your mind. Now, joining John today, we have 5 of the world's top brain, money, and success experts. Dr. John Demartini will show you how to think and grow rich. Lisa Nichols will reveal why winners never quit and quitters never win. Distinguished professor at Northeastern University, Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett is here with the brain science to build your dream life. Best-selling author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, Jack Canfield is here. Globally recognized hypnotherapist, Marissa Peer, will show you the simple steps to release fear and negative programming through hypnosis. You're also going to meet 6 individuals that watched a previous live Brain-A-Thon, just like you are right now. In the past, these people felt stuck, stressed, unfulfilled with the results that they were producing. But they said yes to themselves, and they discovered a secret that you're about to discover here today by using a process that John is going to reveal to you called inner size. And once they did, it was like, bam! They had one breakthrough after another, and now they're earning more, living more, and giving more. It's people like Carolyn Sanderson, who went from being a heartbroken and broke single mom with a new baby on the way to becoming a millionaire in just 8 months. It's like, high five, Caroline! And Carl Harvey, who was so tired of his 9-to-5 job, but he took action, attended a Brain-A-Thon, and today he makes 7 figures as his own boss, living life on his terms. Are you excited to live life on your terms? Let me ask you, is it possible that these people know something? What they learned and what you're about to learn in just a few moments has been called the discovery of a century. It's the hidden miracle of neuroplasticity. And I'm not going to give away too much just yet. But in a nutshell, scientists have discovered that the human brain has a success switch, a neuroplasticity switch. And when you flip on this switch, it allows you to achieve your financial goals and dreams faster and easier than you ever imagined. Think of it like turning your brain into a superpower. Well, I'm excited to introduce you to our keynote speaker today because he is a master at flipping on your brain's success switch. For the past 10 years, this man has built a following of millions worldwide with his brain unlocking secrets. He sold hundreds of thousands of his New York Times bestselling books, popularized the concept inner size, built 5 multi-million-dollar companies with over $5 billion in sales, grown NeuroGym to $100 million in sales in just a matter of a few years. He's the king of brain training, curator of expert wisdom, world-renowned storyteller, motivator, mindset master, the internet's favorite brain coach. Ladies and gentlemen, bring to the stage with a thunderous Brain-A-Thon welcome, Mr. John Assaraf.
Thank you, Nurka. Hey everyone, congratulations on joining us. I am so excited to be here, and today you are going to discover the science-based secrets to flip on your brain success switch so you can achieve your financial goals and your life dreams faster and easier than ever imagined possible. These are the exact same secrets I used to go from 0 to 14.7 million in a single year, build 5 multi-million-dollar businesses, and coach over 100,000 people to life-changing success. Now, these people aren't special. They didn't go to fancy colleges. They didn't get lucky. They were just simply tired of being stuck and standing on the edge of their potential. So they took action and used these brain unlocking secrets to jump massively ahead. Ordinary people achieving extraordinary results. So let me ask you this. What brought you here today? Right now, We are experiencing one of the greatest wealth transfers in human history, where normal people are becoming millionaires and multimillionaires seemingly overnight. So where do you want to be in the next 6 months? Do you want to be in the same place with the same income and the same level of confidence and success? Do you want to risk falling behind where things get worse for you and your family, where your wealth and success actually goes down? Do you want to risk not having enough to pay off debts or in case of an emergency, or not having enough for retirement? Or do you want to be way ahead with more wealth and more confidence and more success? Do you want to join these people who are becoming millionaires? Do you want financial freedom for your family so you can live life on your terms, not the government's terms or your boss's terms? Where do you want to be in 6 months? So if you want financial success for yourself and your family, type yes in the chat right now. And as you do that, my team's going to put it up on the monitors that I can see. And I also want you to answer this question in the chat right now. What is the one biggest challenge standing in your way right now to achieving these goals and dreams that you have? What is really holding you back from getting the financial security and total life success? Type it in the chat right now, and here's what you're going to notice. Everybody has the same types of challenges, and I'm going to show you exactly, step by step, how to achieve your biggest financial goals, not in the next 6 months, but in the next 100 days or less. So you don't miss out on this incredible opportunity, and you set yourself up to achieve security and freedom for you and your loved ones. By the end of our time here today, here are my big, bold, audacious promises to you. I'm going to show you the exact science-based details on the 4 reasons you are being held back from powerful wealth and success without ever meeting you or hearing your story. And no, this is not magic. This is brain science. You're going to discover why it's actually not your fault that you haven't broken free yet. You're also going to discover how to flip off your brain's failure circuits. And yes, you're going to discover how to flip on your brain's success switch so you can earn more, live more, give more, and be more. Now first, let's talk about why you may be stuck. And this may come as a shock to some of you. But over 40 years of research and experience working with over 100,000 clients, I've found that there are only 4 primary reasons that people are held back. And I can tell you exactly what's holding you back without ever meeting you or hearing about your past. And no, there's not 10 reasons, there's not 50 reasons. According to the latest brain science, there's only 4 key reasons people get stuck and fall short of achieving their goals and potential. Ready? Number 1, your limiting beliefs. I'm too young, I'm too old, I'm unlucky, I don't have the money. Number 2, fear. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of being embarrassed, fear of being ashamed, ridiculed, judged, disappointed, or rejected. Number 3, self-esteem and your self-worth, your hidden self-image are all tied in. And when they are disconnected from your vision and goals, you don't take action. And then number 4, when you lack the knowledge or skill of what to do, you procrastinate and self-sabotage. Now, some of you may be struggling with one of these. Some of you may be struggling with all 4. And here's why this is so important. These internal success blockers will cause you to procrastinate and self-sabotage your own success, even when you know you shouldn't, even when you want to achieve your goals and dreams. You see, when it comes to the science of goal achievement, you know this. You have a conscious brain that chooses the goals you want to achieve. But as you also probably know, you have a subconscious mind that has been conditioned to automatically cause you to repeat the same thoughts and behaviors over and over and over again. So even if you set a new goal, your brain will keep you stuck in the same hamster wheel of unfulfillment. For example, let's say you want to earn $250,000 a year, but your subconscious conditioning says, I'm only worth $50,000 a year or $75,000 a year. What do you think happens? You sabotage yourself by procrastinating. You sabotage yourself by rationalizing, which means you'll tell yourself rational lies. Or let's say you want to start your own business, write a book or change careers, but your subconscious says, I'm not smart enough, or I'm not talented enough, or that's too risky. What do you think is going to happen? You know it. You won't follow through. In essence, you will stay in your comfort zone, right? Let's say you want to invest in yourself and in upgrading your knowledge or skills, but your subconscious says, I can't afford it. What do you think happens? And type it in the chat. You will stay in the same rut or even fall further behind, right? I'm seeing this in the chat and you guys are getting this. So this perfectly explains why you have watched YouTube videos on making more money, and you read blogs about releasing limiting beliefs or fears, and you've purchased other programs, books, or even gone to events. And chances are it has never made a difference. It has never led to a consistent, predictable change in your behaviors and your results. Why? Because none of this matters until you change your brain. None of it matters until you replace the negative thoughts and habits and replace them with powerful new success habits and the mindset, the skill set, and the action set of a millionaire or the person you want to become. And here's the truth. There's no one else out there teaching this. There's no one else who's combining this kind of brain training with 35 years of wealth creation and business success. And you can't get this on YouTube or on social media. Now, how many of you have seen the so-called gurus out there promising you the world in a weekend? They won't help you because they can't help you solve the root cause of your failures or why you stop and start and stop and start all over again and why you are stuck. It's your brain. Your brain is locked. Your brain is locked into repeating your current patterns over and over and over and over again. So, congratulations for taking action to be here today to unlock your brain and to finally get the results you deserve. And now, this brings me to some good news. And this may be hard for you to hear, but it's good news, trust me. Ready? It's not your fault that you haven't achieved the success that you've imagined. Why? Because no one has shown you how to unlock your brain. Because no one has shown you how to flip off the switch that's causing you to fail and be stuck. And no one has shown you how to flip on your brain's success switch. It's not your fault you haven't broken free yet. No one has shown you the science behind your brain success switch or your neuroplasticity switch. And in essence, the science, and this is massive, on how to change your brain so you change your income and your life is paramount. This is the foundation of inner size. The science-based techniques we use to help our clients break free, which you are going to get to experience today. And here's some more good news. Once you discover how to replace these success blockers, you can automatically flip on that success switch to create the dream life you desire and deserve. By now, you're getting this, right? Think of it like this. If you have a computer or a cell phone, but the software is outdated or corrupt, will it work perfectly? Of course not. But once you upgrade the software, it works like magic, right? It's fast and it does things faster and easier than ever before, right? Well, there's nothing wrong with you or your brain or even the operating system, but you just need an upgrade in the software. So how do you do it? Well, before we get to our next expert, let me share a story with you that will show you exactly how these secrets and techniques changed my life. Now, many of you know me from the movie The Secret, or from one of my best-selling books like Inner Size, or from my speaking presentations. But my success was far from a sure thing. For those of you who don't know, I failed English and math, and I left high school after grade 11. Did you ever, by chance, get bored or struggle in school? Well, let me share with you. As a result of how poorly I did in school, I felt I wasn't smart enough to succeed in life, and I struggled with low self-image and low self-worth for quite some time. And at age 17, my first job was working in a factory in the shipping department, making $1.65 an hour. That's right, $1.65 an hour. Now, something within me felt like I was destined for something much bigger, but I didn't know what it was or how to make it happen. As a matter of fact, at the time, I had all 4 of these success blockers holding me back, right? And then my brother introduced me to someone who would change my life forever. His name was Mr. Alan Brown, and he was a very successful real estate broker and developer. So I traveled by train 350 miles from Montreal to Toronto to meet Mr. Brown for lunch. And at lunch, he said, "John, I hear you're stuck in a bit of a rut." And that was an understatement. He asked me, "What do you want to do with your life? What are your biggest goals and dreams?" So I told him my goals and dreams of having a house, a nice car. I wanted to help my parents who struggled with money their whole life, and I wanted to travel the world. And he says, "I can help you achieve all that and more, but first, I have one question for you." And this one question and my one answer changed my life forever. Here's what he asked me. He said, "Are you interested in achieving all of these goals, or are you committed?" And I looked at him and said, "Mr. Brown, what's the difference?" And he said, "If you're interested, you'll do what's easy and convenient. You'll let your past or present circumstances define you and defeat you. And you'll let your excuses destroy any chances of you having the success you want. But," he said, "if you're committed, you will invest in your training and you'll upgrade your mindset, your skill set, and your action set, and your environment to match the goals and dreams you have. If you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes to succeed." He said, "In order to succeed, pay close attention. You must upgrade your identity to match your destiny." So then he said, he looked at me, he said, "Are you interested or are you committed?" And I remember feeling scared and nervous. And then I just said, "I'm committed." And he reached out his hand and said, "Then I will be your mentor." And that one decision, being committed to my success, had led me on a journey for the last 40 years of building 5 multi-million-dollar companies, writing best-selling books, being in 10 movies, and now leading millions of people like you to overcome the inner obstacles that keep you stuck and hold you hostage. So I have one question for you today. Are you interested, or are you committed to achieving your goals and dreams? Are you going to be a victim of your past or present, or are you ready to become victorious for your future? If you're committed, type yes in the chat right now. If you're committed to achieving the goals you have, to get a promotion, to double or triple your income, to get a bigger house, a nicer car, to finally have peace of mind, and to make the charitable contributions you want to make, once and for all, to achieve all the goals you have, type in the chat right now, "I'm committed." And let me see who's committed. And I'd like my team to put it up on the screen right now so I can see right now that Elizabeth is committed, Juan is committed, Terry is committed, Annika is ultra committed. I love that, Annika. Yes, yes, yes. And guess what? I will be your mentor, because I have been where you are and I can get you to where you want to be faster and easier than ever before. Now, let me show you the neuroscience of how my mentor helped me flip on my brain's success switch so you can flip yours on and keep it on. Do you want that? Type in yes if you do. After Mr. Brown agreed to be my mentor, he offered me a job and I said, great, how much do I get paid? And he said, nothing. It's commission only. And I said, commission only? How do I make money? What will I be doing? Selling real estate, he said. And I said, what? How can I sell real estate? I don't know anything about real estate. I don't have a car. I don't have the education for this. There's no way I can do this. And he said something to me that has stuck with me to this day. He said, John, do you think you were born with those negative thoughts and limiting beliefs? Do you think you were born with a negative self-image? Do you think you were born with your fears and your excuses and your stories of why you can't? And I said, I don't think so. And he said, correct. All of your beliefs, your fears, and even your self-image and self-worth and your identity have been programmed into your brain over time by your teachers, your parents, the media, and other authority figures in your life. The truth is, it's not your fault that you were failing. And let me say that again. He said, it's not your fault that you were failing. But now that you are committed, it's your responsibility to take inspired action to change it. And here's the thing. If those disempowering patterns were programmed into your brain, you can reprogram your brain with the most powerful success beliefs and the identity and habits of somebody who is very successful. So after accepting the job, Mr. Brown continued to mentor me and he upgraded my skills. He had me, pay close attention, he had me read my goals and vision every single day. He had me write out a new money story and a new identity with all of the beliefs and habits required to see myself achieving those goals. Now, I didn't know it then, but at the time, he was actually turning on my brain's success switch. He was helping me activate my brain's go circuit and the motivational circuit in my brain. And by getting me not only to read my goals, but to emotionalize them, to feel them, and to visualize them, he was helping me deliberately change my brain so I could change my income and my life. Next, Mr. Brown had me record myself reciting these goals, my vision, with the powerful beliefs and habits that I needed to achieve those goals. Then I listened to these audios every single day while I was driving, while I was getting ready for work, while I was in the office. And do you know what that was? That was the beginning of me inner-sizing. That was the beginning of me training my brain for success. Today we know that the spaced out repetition and practice that I did is what overrides old patterns and creates permanent new brain patterns. We now know that visualization is simulation. And because of the advancements in neuroscience, we also know how to do it faster and easier than ever before. These exercises brought into alignment, into coherence, my mindset, plus my skill set and my action sets in the most powerful and effective way possible. And when you combine these three forces, what do you think happens? You flip off the switch that is causing you to fail and be stuck and not achieve your goals. And you flip on your success switch so you can achieve any goal and dream you have. Now, for anyone who is struggling with fear or self-doubt or wondering if you're smart enough or talented enough or good enough or deserving enough to live a good life, a great life, all it took for me was one yes, one commitment to train my brain, and that changed my life forever. So are you ready for this? Type in yes if you are ready for this, because within 18 months of flipping on that brain switch of mine, I went from making $1.65 an hour to making $150,000 a year. Within 7 years, I was running my own RE/MAX real estate franchising business, earning millions and growing it to $4.5 billion a year in sales. And in a flash, I've written 2 New York Times bestseller, built other companies, and I've been blessed to have helped millions of people with the work that I do today. I'm still the same person. I just had to flip on my brain success switch and unlock my fullest power. It was within me like it's within you right now. And now, because of that, 8 years ago, I started NeuroGym and the Brain-A-Thon to pass on this blueprint for success to you and millions of people around the world. And since then, tens of thousands of our clients from 18 to 80 years young are training their brains daily and achieving the goals that they only dreamed of in the past. So, are you ready to flip on your brain success switch? Say yes to yourself in the chat right now, and I'll bring out our next expert. Together, we're going to show you how to use these latest methods, these techniques and breakthroughs to create unstoppable success.
All right, how awesome was that? So quick recap. Scientists have discovered that your brain has a success switch. And when you're born, it's flipped on. But over time, it gets flipped off, be it through the influence of society or parents or through teachers or the media or whatever it may be. When it's off, you're susceptible to the 4 success blockers. Do you want to know what those blockers are? Limiting beliefs, fears, self-doubts, and lack of knowledge and skills. But right now, after 35 years of research, John and his team have discovered that there's proven evidence-based methods to flip on your brain's success switch. Are you excited to learn this? Because once you do, you could achieve your goals, your dreams, faster and easier than you ever imagined. It's pretty amazing, right? Well, coming up, our next speaker is a model of possibility for flipping on your brain's success switch. And she and John are going to share with you how you too can accomplish precisely that. She is one of the most respected and in-demand mindset experts on the planet. And her journey from being a struggling single mom on public assistance to being a millionaire entrepreneur has been chronicled in the blockbuster movie The Secret. She's been on the Today Show. She's been on Oprah. And she has helped 80 million people all across the world to discover their talents and their infinite potential. So let's show a ton of love in the chats right now. I want to hear it in the chats. Give some energy in the chats. Let's bring it up for the rock star of personal development, Lisa Nichols. Yeah! Woo!
Hey there, Lisa. It is so great to see you again. And the last time you and I were doing any type of filming was the movie The Secret.
The Secret. It's been a long time, brother. It's so wonderful to see you again and to be here with you.
It is so great to see you. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you on this year's Brain-A-Thon is you took your career and went into the stratosphere of success and went through the trials and the tribulations of breaking free. But more importantly, you've helped millions and millions of people shatter, their financial glass ceiling, shatter their idea of what they could achieve or couldn't achieve. And you have been such a beacon of light for so many people. So first and foremost, thank you.
My honor. It's, they say that when you find your light, you want to help others find theirs. And for so long, I didn't have mine. I didn't know how to get to mine. I didn't know there was one for me. And when I found it and discovered how to get to it, which we'll discuss a lot of this and what you do so well, so phenomenal, I just wanted to help as many people as possible find their light, hold on to it, and then share it.
I love it. And my memory is taking me back to you in my home many years ago when you were just like, hey, I'm going to get into this personal development world, and we were just bantering. And you had
I don't know anything. I'm just excited.
But you were green in the personal development world that I played in, but you had a vision. You had this dream, and you had this something inside you that says it has to come out. I have to share what I know with others. And so maybe can you walk us through that journey a little bit of how did you go first from finding your light and not settling for less And then we'll talk about how you've helped millions of people. And we're going to get into maybe helping others change their brain so they can change their income in life.
Yeah. I appreciate that question, brother, because you were there at the beginning, and I was in your house with my then 5-year-old son or something like that. And, at the time that we recorded this, he's in his 20s now. So it's been years, and I had a burning in my belly. I knew that I was a wounded healer, meaning that I had gone through something. And I found some ideas, systems, belief systems, brain hacking, and action steps to do that got me through it. And I knew almost immediately on the other side, if I just went through that and needed some direction to get out, then I'm sure there's some other people that are either in it right now and are asking for some clarity to get out, or they're on their way into it and they're going to need some help getting out. And so I wanted to reach back, reach over, reach across, and systematize what I had done for me. So I'm going to be very clear. I did not come into this, John, with I'm going to help transform the world, one human being at a time. I came into this work saying, oh my God, I'm so glad this worked for me. I'm so grateful that my life is transforming in front of my eyes into something that's barely recognizable. Now let me go get a few million. And I just went out and I began to learn the brain hack first, which is why your work is so incredibly important, because your lifestyle will never go where your brain doesn't live.
That's so good. Your lifestyle will never go where your brain doesn't live. Yeah.
So in order to change your financial zip code, you need to change your mental zip code. In order to change your physical zip code, you need to change your mental zip code, your relationship zip code, your business success zip code. Every single change in your life stems and starts with your brain. When I got that, I became like a geek for brain management and neurolinguistic programming and the management of the brain. And I began to sit at the feet of people like you. I think one of the smartest things that I've ever done was find very brilliant friends, colleagues, and teachers and sit at their feet and then learn how to be in radical action with what I've learned. Because information not implemented is true ignorance.
Yeah.
And I say that to not judge anyone. I say that to, once you get that information, implementation is almost mandatory. Your cells are screaming on it. And so, and you talk about me sitting in your house green, and then we fast forward to us sitting in the limousine on our way to Larry King.
That's right.
and we're on our way to Larry King, and I'm on the phone with Warner Brothers, and you're just like, Lisa, how is life now? And you just were that constant in my life where we didn't always have to be in contact, but I've always wanted to share the harvest that I grew from the seeds that were planted in our friendship.
And talking about that, I remember you and I sitting, in a vehicle, and I shared with you about the harvest. Do you remember that? Where you said, John, is it always this hard?
Do I remember? Okay, so tell it like it happened, John. You're being way too kind. I was crying. We're on our way to John Gray's house. And I'm like, John, is it always going to be this hard? And really what hard was for me was I was in such demand after The Secret. I was working sun up to way past sundown. I was a single mom. My life is transforming in front of my eyes. I almost can't handle the demand on me. I'm trying to figure out the systems. I'm trying to overcome the belief systems that I wasn't good enough to have this life that's coming to me. So I'm working on my personal development, and I'm crying to you going, John, it's so hard. I worked so hard. And you looked at me. I kid you not, John. I don't know if you remember how
I remember.
No judgment. You just kind of had this calm look like, Lisa, and the calmest voice, sweetheart, you can't sow your seeds and reap your harvest in the same season. You're sowing your seeds. And you took all the anxiety, anxiousness, anger, wind out of my balloon immediately. Because all of a sudden I had a visual. Oh, I'm sowing the seeds. This is not the harvest season. And that's why a few years later, we're sitting in the limousine on our way to Larry King.
Right.
And you said, Lisa, so how is the harvest?
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I remember that like it was yesterday. It's amazing when you get on the same path with people who want to transform their lives. They go from, being interested to being committed, which you and I have talked about in the past, and they step up and step forth into really becoming everything that they feel they can become. Not only am I proud of you today, but it was so beautiful to see you going through the evolution to become who you are today, where now you're really able to give that gift to others. And, they say you cannot give what you do not have. And you can't understand, the pains that somebody else is going through unless you've experienced those pains. And you and I have shared, some of the things that hold people back around having limiting beliefs. I'm not good enough, not smart enough, not worthy. Having fears of failure, or fears of disappointment, or fears of not being able to achieve what I want to achieve, and maybe letting people down. How did you manage to overcome any of your life's challenges? And I in the back of my mind, there's a story I know about your grandma that you just have to share it, please.
Yeah. So the summary is, I had to take quitting off the table. That's the summary version. I went to my grandmother's house to quit swimming because I love swimming, but I kept coming in dead last. I mean, if they had 6 lanes, I come in 6th. If they had 10 lanes, I come in 10th. I would come in dead last. And I would always get this honorable mention, which basically meant thank you for showing up. You didn't do anything. Thank you very much. And so I go to my grandmother's house and I say, Grandmother, I've decided to quit. And she said, sweetheart, she said, sit down, because there's some things you might not know at 15. And she sat me down and she shared with me a story that I believe doesn't belong to just me. I believe it belongs to anyone whose ears and hearts that it falls on. She said, your great, great, great ancestors, they wanted to quit and they wanted to stop. And life was really hard for them, but they didn't, because quitters never win and winners never quit. She said, your great-grandparents, they picked cotton for 10, 12 hours a day, and many people died of heat stroke, but yours didn't, because quitters never win and winners never quit. She said, your parents, they haven't had the conveniences of the things that you've had. She said, and oftentimes I know personally that they wanted to stop, but they didn't, because quitters never win and winners never quit. She said, so sweetheart, I know you think you have the option of quitting, but you don't, because quitting isn't even in your blood. The next day I go out to the swim meet that I didn't plan to swim in, and I see my entire family's in the bleachers. I'm like, oh my God, they're all gonna see me lose now. This is horrible. My grandmother called everyone. And my heat had already swam, the 15, 16-year-olds. The only heat that was left was 17, 18-year-olds, and they had 1 lane left. And I just knew I was gonna get mutilated because my coach threw me in that heat just for the experience. I told her I already have experienced how to lose. I'm a master loser. Please do not do this to me. But I did something different that day. Swimmers to your mark, set, knees knocking and teeth chattering, John. Pow, the gun goes off. I begin to chant as soon as I hit the water what my grandmother said. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. I drew my right arm back. There was one girl even with me. I said, oh, today she's coming in dead last. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never, I did the flip turn. I came back. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. I hit the wall. I looked to my left, John. There was no one there. I looked to my right. There was no one there. I looked up at my coach and I said, oh my God, coach, I'm so sorry. I'm getting slower by the day. They're now out of the pool and in the locker room. And I looked up, and to my surprise, my coach is screaming, look behind you. And I looked behind me, and the first person had just hit the halfway mark. My coach runs to me and she said, Lisa, what did you do differently? What did you do differently? I said, I chanted something that my grandmother told me yesterday. She said, what was it? I said, quitters never win and winners never quit. I said, Coach, what happened? Why are these people just getting to the wall? What's going on? Should I have swam 3 laps? What happened? She said, today, at age 15, 16, you just broke the 17, 18-year-old national record for freestyle. And she said, and the only thing you changed is what you were saying while you were swimming? I said, yeah. She goes, well, what do you normally say? I don't want to lose. 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 And so, John, the only variable that changed that day was the conversation going on in my head. And I still got the trophy.
I love it. It's interesting enough. I've heard you share the story before, and as you were sharing it again, I was getting emotional in the pool with you. And what's really interesting is my brain has also gone into like the neuroscience of that, right? Is the self-talk is so important. The emotion behind it is so important. The expectation of going out and giving it your best when you feel like quitting. And I agree with you. Too many people are quitting on themselves because of a trauma, because somebody told them they weren't worthy, or they have evidence of failure, or they have some limiting belief that they're too young or too old, and they don't realize yet, and hopefully they do now. Self-talk is important. Managing your emotion is important. Giving your brain the right instruction of what you want versus what you don't want is important.
Making a bold declaration, like telling your cells, reminding your cells. See, when I first hit the water, I was chanting what my grandmother told me.
Yeah.
By the time I got midway the pool, I became a believer in what my grandmother told me. And by the time I did the flip turn, I was telling the ladies in the lane next to me what my grandmother said. So at a cellular level, as your cells begin to digest it, you begin to move in a sense of certainty where you stop asking for permission to show up, to be powerful. You stop asking for permission. Can you be great? You turn around from the doubt to asking for permission to giving the world notice. But that only happens when you're at a cellular level reminding yourself. And there's so many times I had to sell myself before I could sell the world.
Right.
And once I was sold on my transformation, then all I had to do was give the world notice that I was coming. And that's what this entire journey is about.
I love it. And isn't it amazing that once you made the decisions and you put yourself out there, scared and all, uncertain and all, doubtful and all, then some of your teachers, some of your mentors, some of your opportunities just happen to show up. Wow. Imagine that, right?
You become unstoppable.
Yeah.
Like you become unstoppable. What happens when you confirm and you affirm and you declare and you own it and your brain is saying, I'm in alignment. I'm in agreement with this. I have certainty now. All of a sudden, you no longer wonder, John, and you no longer worry. You're not wondering what's going to happen to stop me. You're not wondering what's around the corner because you're no longer worried about what's around the corner because your conviction is so powerful, brother, that you're giving that thing, by the way, that is around the corner. I mean, there is something around the corner. I'm not saying there's nothing there. There's something around the corner, but you no longer are worried about what's around the corner. You're now giving it notice. Whatever you are, I'm coming for you. Whatever you are, you don't get to stop me in my dream. Whatever you are, whether it's bankruptcy, whether it's a relationship that went south, whether it's an unexpected situation in the world climate, whatever it is, whether it's an unexpected health challenge, whatever it is, you're saying, you don't get to own my dream. You don't get to snatch my joy. You don't get to remove me from my right to abundance. I'm giving you notice. And so all of a sudden you walk with a sense, and not arrogance. It's not arrogance. And it's not a sense of being invincible, but it's a sense of, I'm so clear that there's nothing that's going to stop me. No matter how, I tell people that I don't always spring up, but I will always get up. Because that's my birthright.
I love that. And what I'm also hearing behind that is say yes, right? Say yes to yourself. Say yes to the goals you want to achieve. Say yes to your dreams. Say yes to doing whatever it takes. Say yes to being bigger than the low self-image. Say yes to being bigger than the fear, the obstacle, the circumstance, the person, the people, the country, the government. Say yes to you, and then focus on winners never quit and quitters never win. And since you're a winner, you're going to win.
And say yes. And probably about 8 years ago, I started saying, say yes, yes. And the first yes is to you. And the second yes is to everything you don't even know you need to say yes to. Say yes to the things that you don't even know you have to do yes. Say yes to the extra time that it's going to cost you. Say yes to the extra hours. Say yes. Make a bold yes. Don't say yes just to what's convenient. Say yes to your conviction. And realize that your convenience and your conviction don't live on the same block, right? Say yes to your conviction, and everything that your yes will cost you and require from you. Say yes before you go through it. Oh, when you do that, and then you realize that abundance is your birthright. Abundance has your name on it. Abundance is not what you get in spite of having your history. Abundance is what you have earned because of who you are.
Oh, I love it.
That abundance isn't a hookup. Abundance is a birthright.
I love it. So for everyone who's watching right now, I want you to say yes, yes in the chat right now to your abundance, to your success, to overcoming any trauma, any fear, any limitation you've had or have right now. Say yes, yes to Lisa right now.
Because when you say that, you give yourself notice. Your body feels it. Like I get excited for your yes. Everyone that's typing yes right now, I get excited for your yes, because on the other side of your yes is something unrecognizable. Ooh.
I love that. I'm going to ask you one final question. And do you believe that anybody who says yes to themselves today, right now, to do whatever it takes to upgrade their mindset, upgrade their skill set, and take action can achieve a greater version of their life?
I'm an example of that. I didn't even know where to go, but I kept saying one bold yes or one shaky yes at a time. See, some people think you got to feel everything. Some of you are still waiting to say yes. You're waiting until you have absolute clarity or absolute certainty or that it's no problem. Sometimes your yes comes with knees knocking and teeth chattering. Sometimes your yes isn't necessarily convenient. You have to move a mountain. But on the up, it is only, hear me when I say, it is only on the other side of your yes that something you haven't seen will be made clear. Something you haven't done will be made possible. And a result that you didn't even know was possible is made possible. Only on the other side of a yes. And I don't say that as a teacher. I say that as a mama of a little boy back in 1997, 98, 2000, who wanted to change her life. And all I kept doing was saying, yes, I'll sign up for that. Yes, I'll do it. Yes, I'll show up. Yes, I'm ready. Some of my yeses came with bold clarity and grace and ease. And some of my yeses, I had to move a mountain and I had to make them with shaky knees and chattering teeth. So I say to you, on the other side of your yes, and this brother right here, well, listen, my life should be an example. If he can have a guest on, and I run and I don't say it to brag, I run a multi-million-dollar global business that stood in your living room. I stood in his living room. At that time, struggling to pay my rent in my apartment. By the way, the apartment that said new apartments, bad credit, welcome. And so I needed those two things. I needed a fresh apartment and I needed them to accept bad credit, that I could go from that living room to this reality where I live my dreams in the Bahamas now, across the street from white sand beaches and clear blue waters. Then if that's not evidence that this program, this gentleman, this process works, I'm literally in living color example that the process works. I don't know how many guests you have on that you've had that history with that can show now. I love evidence. I love seeing evidence. I love creating evidence, and I love being reminded of the evidence in my life that I'm on the right path. I'm not perfect in many cases, but I am evidence that it works. And so I believe if there was any question, if there was any wonder, please, and I don't come on anyone's program to be made more popular. I don't come on anyone's program to make more sales. I come on to spread truth. And this process is truth. My son's life is unrecognizable. My son's children's life will be unrecognizable because I took this journey. Let your life become more unrecognizable because you said yes.
Oh, Lisa, I love it. Well, I'm
I
going
love
to end,
you.
I'm going
I
to
love
end by
you.
saying I love you. I love who
love
you are,
you.
who you've become, what you do in the world, and for spreading the love and the light, and for being the evidence of saying yes to yourself, saying yes to the things you didn't even know you were saying yes to, and for being such an example of possibility. And you and I have shared, many, many magical moments, and this is another one. So thank you for gracing our Brain-A-Thon and for spreading your light even more to the people that are watching here. And for every one of you that is committed right now, just say yes to yourself. Type it in the chat and thank Lisa so much. And Lisa, big hugs. I love you. I appreciate you,
I love you, brother.
so much.
Thank you. I love you too. Bye-bye.
How fabulous was that? Lisa and John were on fire. And as you just heard Lisa say, winners never quit and quitters never win. So are you ready to say yes to yourself and become even more unstoppable? Are you ready to be the winner that you are destined to be, no matter what? Because coming up, this story is going to blow your mind. Our next guest had every reason to quit on her goals and dreams. She was a single mom with a third child on the way when things hit rock bottom with her business. She was piling up in debt and feeling terrified about the future, scared that she couldn't provide for her kids. I mean, she was feeling like a total failure. But then she attended a Brain-A-Thon and started inner-sizing. And let's just say that you're going to love how amazing this woman is doing right now. So let's give some energy right now. I want to see you in the chats. I want to hear you in the chats. Let's give some love, some energy to Caroline Sanderson.
Hi there, Caroline. Thank you so much for being on another Brain-A-Thon.
Oh, John, it is a pleasure. Thank you so much for asking me here once again.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Your story is so compelling, and you keep making progress and doing better and better and better that I wanted to bring you back. And I imagine you're in Inverness, Scotland right now?
I am indeed, yes.
Great. That's a small little town of about 70,000 people where you're a hair salon owner now. You shared a story with us on the last Brain-A-Thon around being a hairdresser that opened up her own hair salon so you could do better, and things didn't really work out as you had planned initially. Can you just share your story, a little bit of what happened in your life that caused you to look for a reset, look for something to help you break free?
Yes, I opened a hair salon because I was a good hairdresser and I thought that being a good hairdresser was enough, but I knew nothing about business. So I opened it with all the hopes and dreams of aspirations that I could provide for my children. Unfortunately, the dream rather swiftly turned into a nightmare. And I found myself almost going bankrupt in my salon business. I was a single mother, 2 children with a third on the way. When things really started to hit rock bottom at the business, I mean, I was struggling. I just felt like a complete failure. I was terrified because, I had, like I say, 2 children, 1 on the way. I just felt like a complete failure, John. Like I couldn't provide for my children and I was terrified for the future.
And so I know that, at the time you owed some money to the government for some back taxes. You've got a third child on the way. What happened, with your salon to all of a sudden cause it to almost be bankrupt?
Well, yes, I was in debt. I was in a lot of debt. I'd gone over the VAT threshold without realizing it because I knew absolutely nothing about business. And when I was 8 months pregnant, like I say, with my third baby on the way, my manager went AWOL. She disappeared with the stolen client list and went to rent a chair somewhere else. So we were the two breadwinners that were taking the money into the business, and then suddenly that was gone. So I had nobody else to take money into the business. I just had two young graduate stylists who were not experienced. So you can imagine how terrified I was. I did not know how I was going to survive, and I did not know how the business was going to survive.
And so at that time, were you finding yourself primarily focusing on, on the problem, the debt, possibly going bankrupt? Is that where your mindset was, and you were in this downward spiral is what I recall of the story?
Yes, absolutely. I was focused on all the problems. I was making every problem in the salon owner book, and I was just focused on that. I was living in fear. I was terrified. I kept thinking the worst. So in my mind, I kept thinking of all the worst case scenarios, just problem after problem, John. It was the worst, lowest time of my life.
And I know it's so easy for us, every one of us, I often say we have this Einstein part of the brain that can dream and hope and even come up with plans of how we can achieve the success we want. But when that Frankenstein's monster, as I call it, gets a hold of us, it can be a very, very quick downward spiral of negativity, of destructiveness, of procrastination and self-sabotage. And I remember you saying that is the spiral that you were on. And I want to take you to the Brain-A-Thon that you watched that helped flip on your brain success switch and turned it around. Can you take us back to the Brain-A-Thon that you were watching from Scotland?
Yeah, I can remember it so well, John. Like I say, I'd hit rock bottom, but there was something in me. There was something in me that knew that I was capable of more. There was just something that I knew that I didn't want to throw in the towel. With a third child on the way, I just had to make the decision that I had to turn this around. And then I came across the Brain-A-Thon. And as I was watching and as I was listening, it was like that light bulb moment in my head that I just thought, yes, this is it. This is what I need. And what I did was I just committed to me. There was something in me that I just knew this is the thing for me. This, it was the possibility of it. And I just knew it. And I just thought, yes, this is the thing for me. And I'll tell you one thing that I did do was when I decided to sign up to the Brain-A-Thon, I made that commitment that this is going to work for me. I just knew it. I made that choice. This is going to work for me. And I signed up and I have never looked back, as you know.
I know. And that's why I wanted you back on another Brain-A-Thon. So you signed up. You started to, exercise daily with our brain training program, which people are finding out about today. You started to focus on how you can achieve success. Why don't you share just a little bit of the progress of what happened as soon as you started to exercise, as soon as you started to focus on your success instead of all the challenges?
Yeah, exactly that. I was doing the exercises. I was watching the business videos as well. And what happened was all my attention started to go on my hopes and dreams. And I started to focus on all the things that I wanted rather than the things that I didn't want. And things started to really change fast, John. They started to really change fast. By the time that I'd had my third child and I went back to work, and what I'd done was I'd quickly trained my two young graduate stylists. I had to get them up to shape quickly. And it turned out that at the salon, by the time I came back, we hadn't lost any money.
That's
now, that
great.
was a light bulb moment for me that, I wasn't working in the salon anymore, yet we hadn't lost any money. And that was when I started to put all the processes in place at the salon, and I managed to become the owner, not the operator. And I built the business really, really fast. I mean, it grew so fast, John, tripled. It just kept growing, and it's still growing now, as you know. We're just recently being awarded British Hair Salon of the Year, which is the highest accolade that you can get in my country. I mean, we've won over 120 awards. We just keep going from strength to strength. But it started very quickly when I started doing the inner sizes, and I started to change the inner world. It's just completely changed my life, totally transformed it.
I love it. And I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you had shared with me, prior to talking, for this brand, that you had become a millionaire within 12 months.
It was actually within 10 months.
Oh my God. Good. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, it was within the first 10 months. I'd realized what I did was I did the exercise of the net worth, and it was like, I couldn't believe it, how fast it had grown. I'd become a debt-free business, and, it's just, my life has completely transformed. I told you about, how I drove, I got my Maserati car, and, it's just things that were just in my dreams before were suddenly starting to manifest into my reality. But the key thing for me, John, it wasn't just, the house that I live in now and the car and, the success and, all of that kind of stuff is fantastic. But actually, it's the security of being a single mother and knowing that I could provide for my kids. My kids were my why. They were what drove me, what made me say, yes, this is for me, but made me commit to it. I committed to all the training every single day, and I still do. It's part of my daily rituals, doing the inner sizes and doing your work. I've been like a stalker with you now, John, for all these years, because the thing is, though, I keep growing and keep growing. Why would I leave?
Yeah, you really put yourself in the environment where it fosters success and you have the support you need. I get that. But you've also committed to yourself and your children and your life. And there's another phase to this that I really want to touch upon, because after you found, security and success for yourself, now you're in another stage also where you're helping other hair salon owners and individuals really find the security and the success for themselves. So now you're not only, have a business that works for you, but you started to expand that by doing training now to help other salon owners all over the world do what you did. And so my work is having impact on you, and the work that you did is now having a bigger impact in your industry. Talk to me about that and how that makes you feel now, being able to give it to other people.
Oh, amazing. And again, that happened so quickly. That was just within a year. So the next year after, from that moment where I was like almost hitting rock bottom and bankrupt, a year later, I had created my coaching company, Salon Jedi. We coach salon owners all over the world. I'm a 7 times bestselling author, international speaker. We've spoken. I've even done an event in San Diego for salon owners there. It is just, my dream. It's not, I don't work on the salon floor anymore. Like I say, I'm the owner, not the operator. And that gives me the freedom and the time that I can do what I love to do. And my mission is, what I love to do is to help other salon owners and sometimes small business owners too. I help other salon owners who are stuck and stagnant, and they're feeling like the way I felt, and they can't see a way out. And I know that there is a way out now. So I turned that into my career, and I now coach. So that is phenomenal.
I love it. The joy for me is in seeing you with, a nightmare beginning and a fantasy ending, where you are living your dream life. And all of it is because you learned how to flip on your brain success switch and focus on how you can. And then you upgraded your skills so you knew what to do. And then you've stayed in the environment learning from me and the other experts that we have. And you just keep parlaying that into more and more and more growth. Let me ask you two final questions. One is, how do your children, see you now? And what have you done for them? And what have you been able to give them?
That's just, that's my dream. They have the security, and I'm still a single mom, but it's, we live in a beautiful house. They have everything that they need and want. They just have that security. And, I've been able to take them to, dream holidays, like to Disney and stuff like that. They're safe and secure. And that is the key thing is, we spend, and not only that, John, here's a key thing as well. I've been able to be at every school trip, every sports day, every, whatever it is, because I had that freedom. I had that choice where I could create my life and my path around my children, around my family. I can pick them up from school every day. I can take them to school. I'm not having to be, stuck in a job. I'm doing a job that I love, and I fit it around the lifestyle for my children. Which is it's the dream. That was my big why, and it's just phenomenal.
I love it. I'm so proud of you and so proud for you, because some of the work that I've done is transferred over to you and you're applying it. And that's the greatest gift I can receive, is to see, my students, my, people around me applying the 40 years of work that I have done to create a masterpiece with my life. And I want to help as many people create a masterpiece with their life. And our goal is to help another 100 millionaires or people become millionaires this year. For somebody who's watching the Brain-A-Thon right now and is saying, I wonder if this inner sizing and if this, path is the right path for me. Should I invest in myself and say yes to myself? What would you say to her or to him right now?
Say yes. Yes, this works. This work has changed my life. And actually, like you say, John, I've implemented this. This is now a part of my life. It's a part of who I am. And I believe in it so much that I would say to anybody watching this, do it, say yes, and choose the path of success. But you must commit to it. I made that commitment. I did it every day. I commit to every program. If you commit to it, this stuff works. This definitely works. This is what I teach now as well. This is part of what I teach. This work is making an impact in the salon industry with the people that I'm teaching. So it's not just me, and I am seeing phenomenal results for my students as well. John, your work is spreading far and wide, and I would say to them, say yes and commit to yourself. This works.
I love it. I think that's the key, is commit to yourself. The program is the vehicle to help you, but commit to yourself. Absolutely. Well, Caroline, thank you for being on another Brain-A-Thon. Thank you for bringing your smile and your gentle, warm heart and your brilliant mind and sharing with people your success story. And hopefully you've lit up a little bit of motivation, a motive for their action to step into their greatness and to step into fulfilling their potential. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Heart back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I get so inspired hearing our clients use our program to become unstoppable. Caroline overcomes her fears, gets out of debt, and now she has achieved complete financial freedom for herself and her family. She has won over 120 awards for her business, and she became a millionaire just 10 months after watching the Brain-A-Thon and taking action. That is just mind-blowing, right? So, what was your biggest takeaway from Caroline's story? What excited you the most hearing her share her story? Type it in the chat right now. Let me share something with you. Caroline is the perfect example of what happens when you inner size and flip on your brain's success switch. You can literally unleash your brain's hidden superpowers. So here is the beauty of all of this. You can have it all. You can achieve all your financial and life goals faster and easier than you ever thought possible. And you can gain that freedom. Listen, at the end of the day, money is a tool to give you freedom to live life on your own terms and to impact the lives of those you love. Here is the beauty of all of this. You can have it all. you can achieve your financial and life goals faster and easier than you ever thought possible and gain that freedom. You just need to flip on your brain's success switch, right? You are getting this and I love it. So now you know and have heard how powerful Innercise is and how powerful the Winning the Game of Money program is. And you've discovered it works. It's worked for me to bring in tens of millions of dollars and billions in sales. And more importantly, it's worked for over 100,000 of our members to help them create abundance in every area of their lives and to generate millions and millions of dollars. Now, I'm not saying this program will make you a millionaire, but if it's worked for me and so many of our members, isn't there a chance it can work for you? Of course it can, right? So just for a moment, imagine this. I want you to imagine waking up in 100 days or less with more confidence, more focus, more emotional control, and an extra $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in your bank account. How much would that be worth to you in just 3 short months from now? Well, that is the power of Innercise and the Winning the Game of Money program. And before I reveal what's inside, pay close attention because the first 100 people to jump in on this are going to get over $20,000 in value bonuses and gifts, including something I have never done before on the Brain-A-Thon. Are you ready? Type in "I'm ready" in the chat. You need to see this. The first part of the Winning the Game of Money program is lifetime access to the world-renowned 12-level Innercise brain training audio and video program. And this is our secret sauce and what separates us from every other program out there. Remember the success switch in your brain? Yes? Well, when you start to train your brain and Innercise daily, you'll flip on your success switch so you achieve any financial and life goal you have faster and easier than ever before. And you'll start to automatically develop the habits to earn more money, and you'll automatically create more self-confidence, and you'll also automatically imprint powerful new beliefs and a powerful new identity directly into your subconscious mind. It's so easy, and here's the thing. All you have to do is put on your headphones and our proprietary technology and the proven brain training methods will take care of the rest. In short, Innercise is the little hinge that's going to swing the big door to your success. And it also explains how our members can go from drowning in debt to doubling or tripling their income. Some of them building their dream homes, buying new cars, and starting their own businesses in such short amounts of time. Now with the 12-level Innercise program, you're also going to get, pay close attention, 100 days of live VIP coaching and training with me and our faculty of top brain and success experts in the world. And you can think of them as like the Avengers of brain and success training for you. If you like coaching here with me today, where I'm guiding you, motivating you, and inspiring you to be your best, well, then you will love our live training and coaching sessions because during each 90-minute session, you will get to ask any question that's on your mind, and you're gonna get real-time feedback from me and our experts, along with custom solutions to solve any problem you're facing. What does that mean? It means you're gonna make progress day after day, week after week. And not only that, every session that we have, we record and we mail it directly to you. So you never miss any of the action if you miss it live. And you can always go back and watch your favorite sessions in the membership area. Let's be honest here. You can't get this kind of live, high-level brain training and coaching watching videos on YouTube or reading random blogs. So, if you want to break free and have access to the real secrets of success today, jump on this right now. And With the live VIP coaching, you're also going to get 100 days full access to our NeuroGym membership with our private members platform and some bonus content. And by the way, for those of you that are already in our coaching programs right now, please share in the chat right now how amazing the VIP coaching and support is. And let me share with you the third part of the program. And this is going to save you years of trial and error and a fortune. It's my newest 100 Days to Financial Success Accelerator program. And this video program puts your income and your wealth generating power on steroids. I created 14 on-demand video training sessions for my private clients who pay me $75,000 a day to help them achieve every financial goal they have. You get access to all of that. Let's come back to where we started earlier today. And that is, do you want to finally capitalize on the biggest wealth transfer in human history, where millionaires and multimillionaires are being created overnight again and again? This is the exact training you need. In this program, you're going to get expert guidance on topics like investing in stocks, investing in real estate, wealth management. And we have never offered this accelerator program at the Brain-A-Thon before, and after today, we may not offer it again. And this program alone retails for $1,997. And it's included when you take action today. And just to show you, for every step you take, I will take 10 steps for you. And so I am now seeing the chat light up. And I know that some of you are ready to go all in right now, and I love it. So when you add up the value of the three parts of the program, you're getting $8,994 in real value. But you're not going to pay $8,994. You're not even going to pay $5,000, even though it would be the best investment you've ever made and worth every penny. When you take action right now, you're going to train your brain to achieve every financial goal and life dream you have. For the limited time investment, for today only, for only $1,997. And here's what I'm going to do. My team is probably going to kill me for doing this, but anyone who types in right now, "I'm committed," into the chat, I'll immediately knock off $500 more, making your investment to help you achieve financial freedom and the life of your dreams for $1,497. Plus, for the first 100 people who join right now by clicking on the link, you are going to get an extra 80 days of coaching with me and our experts to not only hit your goals, but to blow them out of the water. Do you want 80 days of free coaching? Awesome, because that's a total of 180 days of live VIP coaching. That is 6 full months to virtually guarantee you shatter your financial glass ceiling and eliminate your obstacles, build the life of your dreams. That's an extra $4,000 in value right now for those who said they're committed, and that's for free, but you have to take action. And it's just for the first 100 people who do it right now. So click on that button and get started. And what I can share with you as well, they don't teach you this type of brain and financial success training at colleges or universities. But when you take what my faculty and I charge to train our private clients by the hour, and you added all the time up that we are going to invest with you over the next 6 months, that would cost you $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000 in tuition at least. But you're not going to invest that. You're getting everything I've shared today for only $1,497. And at the end of the day, my track record for producing millionaires speaks for itself. And in the next 12 months, I have a personal goal to add 100 millionaires to that list. Do you want to be one of those? Because I know that we can do this. If you're committed, which you said you are, then we are making this offer available at the lowest price we have ever offered, and there is so much value in this training. I want you to think about this. Who other than you will benefit from you taking action and implementing what you're about to learn? What kind of money and freedom and certainty could you do and create for your family, for yourself? Be smart, jump on this offer right now and give yourself and your family the financial security and the freedom you know you want, you desire, and you deserve it. And you are going to have my personal support the entire way. And I know you're aware of this. Financial stress can ruin relationships. It can create mental and emotional pain that sometimes feels impossible to break free from, right? And it can actually rob you from your health. This program has everything you need to break this cycle and to start living the life of your dreams. I want you to think about this also. Every decision has a cost, right? What is the cost of you not taking action and breaking free once and for all today? How would it feel to be in the same exact position and place you are in right now, 6 months from now, 12 months from now? Could you be in a worse place? Could you be stuck still? Listen, you know you can take this golden opportunity and make the change starting today. Who other than you will be impacted negatively if you don't change, if you don't break this pattern? Do not risk missing out on this massive transfer of wealth. Don't risk staying stuck another day. Take advantage of this offer before it's too late. Now, my team has just put up a question over here that some of you are asking, how long does it take before I see results? And many of our members, the people who are on the Brain-A-Thon and get started with the Winning the Game of Money brain training program, see results in the first 2 or 3 days. We've actually had clients who've made an extra $50,000 in their business in just 7 days of exercising and applying what we teach them. And if you're wondering, will this really work for me? Will I get amazing results? What if I don't get amazing results? First off, if you commit to the training, yes, it will work for you like it's worked for over 100,000 of our members from all over the world, every age group, and every type of job or business. And second, I'm going to make an absolute irresistible guarantee. Can I make you an irresistible guarantee? People who live in the world of yes live in a world of abundance. People who live in the world of maybe and I don't know tend to live in a world of scarcity because their brain is locked into that pattern. The truth is, maybe and I don't know are the exact reasons people get stuck. So, I created this irresistible offer to make it easier than ever before for you to say yes to yourself and to the world of abundance. Sound good? So here is my irresistible guarantee. When you sign up and join today, if you don't get the results you want in the next 30 days, I will pay you 100% of your money back, no questions asked. That's how confident I am in this brain training and in your success. So let me say that again. If you're not happy, you pay nothing. So you literally have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I'm taking all the risk. So, do you want to live in the world of financial abundance and success? Click on the link to get started right now. It's risk-free with my irresistible 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a congratulations to all the people who have said yes to themselves and are taking action right now, we are hosting a celebration kickoff call on Monday to walk you through the program step by step so we put you on the fast track to your success. And I will see you there. All right, we have 3 minutes until our next expert joins us. So let's have some fun with this. Before we bring on our next expert, I'm going to give you another insane bonus, but you need to act fast. Can my team put up a 3-minute clock up on the screen right now, please? Here goes. When you join within the next 3 minutes, before this timer hits 0, you're gonna get something that I call is a special Take Action Right Now bonus. And let's see the start clock, all right? Here's what it is. Right now, when you take action, our expert training bundle is yours, which is a training from each of our world-renowned experts that we have here today. And this bonus is worth an extra $2,500 to you. And this brings the total value of this Win a Game of Money program to over $15,000 for your training and coaching. And your investment is only $1,497. And since I am certain you're gonna make money with this program, I know what your next question is gonna be. John, how do I upgrade my mindset and skill set and action set to the pro level? And let me share with you how. The bonus bundle has been curated by me to do exactly that with the help of Lisa Nichols, Marissa Peer, and the other experts. But you only get access when you take action in the next 2 minutes. When you click on the button, you will see all the details of each program. And what I love right now is I'm seeing dozens of people taking action and joining Winning the Game of Money right now. And you can achieve financial freedom and abundance in every important area of your life for the unbelievable investment of just $1,497. And yes, most people make back that investment within the first or second month, if not sooner. So this program can literally pay for itself. Listen, what else can you do in the next 30 days with this kind of $1 million upside? That's totally risk-free. And let me put this as simply as I can and really break this down for you again. How much would it be worth to you to wake up in 100 days or less with total confidence and financial freedom? Would it be worth $4.10 a day? $4.10 a day. That's how much this program costs per day over the course of a year. That is less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. To have complete financial freedom and control over your life and destiny, that is peace of mind. When you put it in simple terms, it's a no-brainer, right? Would you rather have a cup of Starbucks a day or financial and choice freedom? All right, so only a few seconds left. For any of you who still don't believe that you deserve this, let me say, I believe in your ability to unlock your brain's hidden powers, but I want you to be very clear on what that power means. Power is your ability to imagine the future you want and then open up your eyes and then take action and make it happen. That's what commitment is. That's what this program does. It takes your vision and goals for the future and gives you the power to actually make it happen. So click on the link, unlock that power, and flip on that success switch right now. Flip off the failure circuits that have kept you stuck and have held you back for so long. Let's get started inner-sizing, and let me help you become wealthy in every important area of your life. If you achieve just 1/10 of what many of our members achieve, the only problem you're going to have is that you didn't start sooner. All right, so the timer is done. That was awesome. We have some huge knowledge bombs coming up. But first, Nirka will show you how you can have your first chance to win $1,000 cash in our big cash giveaway today.
Hey everyone at home, this is Chris Roy and I'm excited to share my story with you today. I used to be a branch manager for a bank, and back then when I was like meeting with clients and looking at their savings account, what the mind was able to accomplish in terms of purpose, in terms of goal, I was thinking to myself, hey, where's my place? How do I can accomplish that? On top of that, I was let go after 10 years of banking, and I was feeling really depressed. I was feeling that I was not fulfilling my family, and with a wife and a couple of kids, that gets to your head, right? All of a sudden, the fears of life, the fears of the world start hitting you. So I was feeling that I needed to go out there and look for something that would give me a real solution, something for me to grasp. I became acquainted with this Brain-A-Thon. Probably it's some of the questions that you have at home today, and I was debating, hey, is this for me? How about if I spend the money and I'm the same person at the end of the program? Or how about if I'm not? And I was just like thinking, hey, like, am I gonna push the button? I did have the money, I could make the investment, but I was thinking, am I gonna do it? Am I gonna do it? Like, am I gonna stick to it? And those type of questions. And I decided to do it because I owe it to myself and I owe it to my family. They needed a brighter future. And thinking today on what I've been able to accomplish, looking back, look at the person that I've become with my family, with my spouse, what I'm able to provide for them today, it's been nothing but a good decision. We set up a quarterly goal that with my wife we accomplished to make $20,000 per month. And in quarter 3, after following the steps, after sticking to a process that we set up, we were there. We're today. The money's right there in the bank, and it feels so awesome thinking that, well, before branch manager belonging to the 8 to 5, right? Everyone can feel familiar with that, and right now have a little bit more time to my family, and having the peace of mind that we are providing. That doesn't matter what happened in life, that we can do it all over again because we have the tools. That's really important. That's something that it's really valuable to have as a person, and that you can pass along to anybody else. I question myself all the time. Am I going to be the one that is going to share my story one day? And I had that question the day that I was watching, like you, the Brain-A-Thon. And today, I'm sharing my story with everyone. It's been amazing, and I love the program. I love the community, and I'm looking forward to the future to double and triple my goal. So if you still have questions in your mind, I would invite you to take this step today, for you to make a commitment, and for you to change your life.
Hey, now before we get to Nurka and our first $1,000 cash prize giveaway, I must congratulate all of our new members for taking action here today. And so, hey team, if you can just do me a favor, put up some of the names of the new members who stepped up and said yes to themselves and have bought the Winning Game of Money program. All right, let me just read off a few of those. Here we go. Congratulations to Andrew in Maine, Camden in Fallbrook, Jono in Australia, Frank in Washington, D.C. Congratulations to Marie in Aruba, beautiful place. Congratulations to Cindy in New York. Congratulations to Peter and Elaine, both in London. Congratulations to Lou in Florida, awesome. And a big congrats to, Michael here in San Diego for joining and also getting that extra 6 months of coaching. And we will see you all, plus everybody else who's already made that smart decision. We will see you on Monday to start the Winning the Game of Money program. So here's Nurka and your first chance to win $1,000 cash. And we're going to be doing this at the end of each segment to a lucky trivia winner. So you have to answer the question correctly. We'll choose a winner and we'll let you know in the chat. And there's also a $5,000 grand prize to a single winner at the end of the show. So stay tuned, be present, and stay active in the chat for your chance to win $5,000. Go ahead, Nurka.
Was that amazing or what? I'm having so much fun. Are you having fun? Give me a big yes in the chats. And congratulations to all who have taken action. We're excited to see you on Monday to begin winning the game of money. And there's something that I want to share with you. I've known John for going on 20 years. I remember the first time I met him, he came and spoke at one of my events. And I'm so thrilled to be here with you now at this event, because one of the things I know about John is his heart his passion, his devotion. He is literally in the community every day, connecting with people, serving them, supporting them, being fully present with them, giving advice, and celebrating their wins, celebrating their successes. He is a one-of-a-kind master coach. So if you're considering taking action, rather than giving yourself reasons to say no because it's not the right time or it may not work or whatever any reason may be, all it takes is one yes to enrich your life. Click the link below and take action. And we have a few fun questions to ask you. Remember I said in the beginning that you want to playful out in the chats and you want to answer these questions, because as you do, it integrates all that you're learning and discovering at a cellular level so that you can take action. So responding to these questions is really important. Ready? I got a question for you. Get ready to respond in the chats. Here's the question. What's the fastest and easiest way to train your brain for success? Get ready, I want to see it in the chats. What's the response? I'm going to give you a little hint. It's a one-word answer, and it's the secret sauce to our success. So playful out, write your answer in the chats right now. I want to see those answers. Let's go, because as John is getting ready right now for our next expert, we have someone here with a special message for you.
Hey, I just wanted to jump back on live and just say, if you're on the fence at all about jumping in to Winning the Game of Money program, then listen. The inner sizes work. Inner sizing is everything. It is the very thing you need. And when you jump in, I want to add something to the equation just to help you win. I want to make sure you got my lessons on abundant thinking and abundance and how that mindset really makes a difference. So don't hesitate. Jump. Why? Because quitters never win and winners never quit. Yes, yes.
Yes, you heard it from Lisa. She has a special bonus training for you, and each of our experts has a bonus for you too when you take action now. Still to come, we've got Marissa Peer, a transformational expert who's going to show you how to release your fears and negative programming. And the winner of the top behavioral science award, Dr. John DeMartini, will reveal how you can think and grow rich in 30 days or less. Joining us right now is the best-selling author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series. He's sold over 50 million copies, published in 40 languages. This man is Guinness Book of World Record holder for the most books simultaneously on the New York Times Bestsellers list. Can you imagine that? A dear friend of ours who is one of the most in-demand speakers and financial success experts on the planet after building a billion-dollar brand and business from scratch. Let's give a huge Brain-A-Thon welcome to Jack Canfield.
Hey Jack, it's so great to have you on the Brain-A-Thon finally.
Oh, I'm so excited to be with you, John. This will be fun.
Yeah, so listen, yours and my history, we go back into the early 90s, and you've been in the personal development, personal transformation industry for over, I think, 50 years. And so I wanted to really pick your brain a little bit about success, what causes people to break free and really achieve the life of their dreams, their income that they're capable of achieving, and what holds them back, and we'll talk about some solutions. So let's start with millions of people have followed you. What are a few of the defining things that you have discovered in 50 years that separates the best from the rest?
Well, I think the first thing is the best have to choose to be the best. In other words, you have to have, as Napoleon Hill says, a burning desire. You have to be really clear about what it is you want to create. And most people never make that decision. And then once you've created a vision for your life, you have to turn that into measurable, specific goals. So most people have these great ideas. I'd like to have more money. I'd like to be wealthy. I'd like to have more income. They have no idea what that really means. They've never said. I always tell people, sit down, figure out exactly the lifestyle you want to live. Figure out what it would cost. You want a yacht? Figure out what a yacht costs. What does it cost to have a slip? Figure out everything you want, and then let's make specific, measurable goals. How much, by when? And then you have to have the mindset, the self-esteem, the self-image, the belief that it's possible. You have to then, I always say, use visualization and affirmations to turbocharge that. And then you have to have the skill sets within your profession or within the area. We're talking about money today. So there are things you need to know about managing money. How do you earn it? How do you manage it? How do you invest it? How do you make sure it grows over time? All of that stuff. We live in a financially illiterate world. We did not study finance in school. We graduate, most people, even from college, never having learned about money, which is almost like oxygen to most people. Right. I always say, don't breathe and see how that works. Don't have money. It's really difficult to work in this world. And so then we have to have the skill set also of perseverance, of daily disciplines that are required to get you from where you are to where you want to go. And then also responding to feedback. What you're doing, is it working? Is your net worth going up? Are people buying your product? Is your life fulfilling or not? So, and then if you persevere, as I said, inevitably you'll get there. And most people don't. They give up way too soon. They don't study what they need to know. They don't have a system. And I was answer this way with this first question. Life is like a combination lock. Success is like a combination lock. If you know the numbers to a combination lock, it doesn't matter if you're young or old, if you're male or female, live in Paris, France, Paris, Texas, have a high IQ, a low IQ, age, doesn't matter, the lock will open. But if you're missing one number, John, and you know this because you teach systems like I do, if you're missing one number, I don't care how hard you work, that lock will never open. If you have the numbers in the wrong order, that lock will never open. So you have to do the right thing in the right way, in the right order, at the right time. And when you have that, which is what you teach and what I teach, then you're going to be successful. It's like I say it's inevitable.
I totally agree with you. I remember when I was wanting to solve the Rubik's Cube. I got the Rubik's Cube and I played around with it and it didn't work, and I put it down and played around with it and it didn't work and put it down. And I did this over and over and over again. And then one of my sons, Noah, said, "Hey, Dad, why don't you just go on YouTube, because there's 5-year-old kids who solved that in less than 30 seconds. So I looked at him like, well, duh. I went onto YouTube, followed the instruction of, I think, a 15-year-old kid, and literally in less than 3 minutes, I was able to solve the Rubik's Cube. And he was sharing that there's an algorithm, and if you don't know the algorithm, you can move and move and move and move trying to solve it, and all you're going to do is get frustrated. So I totally am there with you. When it comes to, a vision, okay, so let's say somebody has a vision. They say, great, there's some goals. I'd like to achieve this financial goal a year from now and this one 2 years from now. What happens from what you've been able to see, having, like I said, millions of students, when they have a disconnect with their self-image or limiting beliefs, or they're afraid of failure? 3 of the things that I have found hold people back. What do you sense happens when there are those disconnects?
Well, first of all, I find the same 3 disconnects. That's why I teach all of that. And what happens, I use the metaphor of the Bose noise reduction headphones. I've had those for years on the plane, and I put them on, and all of a sudden the babies aren't crying anymore, and the engine sound goes away. Well, how does that technology work? There's a wave that's coming in, a wave sound, and then the Bose creates the opposite wave sound, and when you get one wave going up and one wave going down, they collapse into nothingness, and you don't get that silence. The same thing is true when you have a limiting belief, or you have fear, or you have an image that says that's not who I am, or even a motivation that says if I do that, it's going to create something bad in my life, because a lot of times that shows up as well. Then what happens is, here's your intention and here's your belief, and they're canceling each other out so that nothing happens. And people often can work pretty hard, but they still don't get the result, because that's what's happening inside their mindset. It's what's happening inside of the energy they put out to the world.
I love it. And it's really interesting because when I was 19 years young, my first mentor, not only did he have me create a vision and goals and what habits I needed to acquire, but he also had me create a list of beliefs that I would need to have in order to achieve those goals. He had me write out a new self-image. He had me write out a new money story that I did not believe any of it. And when I started to read them every day, there was a part of my brain that was going, that's bullshit. That's not true. And he said to me, he says, that's normal until you start believing the things that you've written down. And then you start to feel differently. And then you start to behave differently. And that's exactly what happened for me. In essence, for me, it was the beginning of what I call is inner sizing every day and really building those neuro muscles, which I like to call. And so I know that you are 77 years young, you're in great shape, you're making a difference in the world, you've got 500 plus million books out there in print with Chicken Soup for the Soul, you don't need to work, you don't need money, and yet I know every day you are still training your brain. Why?
Well, it's the pay it forward concept, John. So many people supported me in my growth, and I want to create a legacy and pass this on to the next generation. And I want it to last. I want a legacy out there to make a difference in the world. I see too many people suffering because they don't know what to do. And it's not, suffering is optional today. It's no longer required.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to suffer. All the information is available in your courses and other courses like mine. So just work with the master. And, that's why I do it. And I know why you do it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, as I've often said, in the time that we live right now, there isn't an excuse for not knowing how to do something because it's available in books, in coaches, in programs, on YouTube. It's available. So the excuse that I don't know how should be taken off the table because all you've got to do is make a commitment to learning how because the blueprint already exists. So I love that. That's why I do it as well.
Well, and I always say, if you want to get there faster, work with the master, and you are one. So I just encourage people to work with you with this work.
Thank you, Jack. You have shared with me, and I know we've talked about this for 25 years, that visualization, which I learned visualization is simulation, and practice makes permanent. So if I visualize, I'm simulating. If I practice it, I'm creating these permanent neural networks. Where and how has visualization worked for you and all of your students?
Well, it started with me with W. Clement Stone, who was worth $600 million when I worked for him in my 20s. And he challenged me to make $100,000. I was making $8,000 as a teacher when I started to take seminars from him and work at his foundation. And what happens is, that was huge. He said, I want you to set a goal that's so big that if you achieve it, you'll know it's only because of what I taught you. So I said $100,000. That was 12 times more. And I started visualizing a $100,000 lifestyle. I took a $100 bill, I projected it onto paper, I put a bunch of extra zeros on it, put it on the ceiling, and then every day I'd wake up, I'd see 100,000, and I'd close my eyes and visualize that. And about 30 days into it, John, I started having $100,000 ideas. I started coming up with solutions for that. Because when you visualize, to my mind, you're telling your subconscious mind, it's like putting a destination into Waze or, Google Images. So, my GPS system, I call GPS goal producing system. Just not like a global positioning satellite. And it takes me where I want to go. My brain will figure it out. And so it did. I came up with all kinds of things. I did not make $100,000 that first year. I made $92,328. My wife said, wow, she didn't think it was going to work. She thought I was being woo-woo, strange, and crazy. And she said, you think it'll work for $1 million? And I said, yeah, I do. So we created the $1 million bill. And then a few years later, I got my first check for $1,328,000 from HCI, who was the publisher of the Chicken Soup book. And that first year, I think I made $6 million. And so it's worked for me over and over and over. And I do it for weight. I do it for relationships. I do it for how many people are going to come to our trainings. It just continues to happen.
I love it. Well, something that you're probably going to love is that there's actually a part of the brain called the left prefrontal cortex that acts as that GPS. And having that vision, that idea in clarity, actually instructs this part of your brain just like a GPS does to help you come up with the ideas, the tools, the resources, the people. And it sets up a priming for your brain of what to help you find, because that's what you're imprinting into that part of your brain. So totally agree with you. So affirmations, visualization, mindfulness, meditation, you're using and have used every single methodology that is evidence-based, just like we have in our programs. And are you using that as somebody who experiments? I know you're a pretty smart guy, having gone, and graduated with a BA at Harvard. So you're a smart cookie, and you're still doing all of this stuff to prime your brain, to train your brain to, in essence, what I call is exercise daily. Is the experimentation more to see if it works, or you already know it works and you're just wanting to maintain it and get better?
I know it works. You know, people often say, do you believe in this? Like saying, do you believe in God? No, I don't believe in God. I know God. You know, it's like that. There's a difference between belief and confident knowledge, knowingness. And so for me, now I'm learning new things all the time. I mean, I've learned some things in your program that you picked up. I'm learning nuances, little things that you can tweak and that we're finding constantly. So I'm reading research articles. I follow your work. I follow a bunch of other people's work. And to me, it's just constantly, you know, I just want to be the best version of Jack Canfield that I can possibly be. You know, I'm here for a limited amount of time. I do actually believe in reincarnation. I think I'm going to come back. But who knows? But the point is, I want to live this life as fully as possible. I want to eat it up and chew it all up and spit it out and just have a great experience. And so that's why I do it. And the thing again, for me, it's actually fun. You know, when I do it, I get high. I feel more energized. I feel more alive, if you will. And so, I'll hear some things from people that are new, and I'll go, okay, let me try that and see what happens. Like I just did a program with a friend of mine who teaches meditation, who had us go out once a week and do 3 acts of service. And it was a little bit of a stretch, buying socks for homeless people and things like that. And yet I did it, and I was so uplifting. And I felt better because of it. And I think I'll get more back because of it, because the law of, you know, what you give out, you get back kind of thing tenfold. So, I'm always trying new things.
Good. Let's shift for just a moment to setbacks, failures, not enough money, scarcity thinking, things aren't working well. I know you've had failures. I've had failures. Probably between us, we've had more failures than most people are willing to try. How do you frame failure, or how do you learn to turn those failures into something useful?
Well, I want to start. I just read this quote 2 days ago online. Yoda said, the difference between a master and other people is the master has failed more times than the beginners have even tried.
Right.
And so we learn from our failures. Failure is not an event, it's a learning experience. And so basically it doesn't make you a failure. You're not a failure. It's just something that happened. And if we learn from it, then that's part of growing. That's part of learning. And for me, I always say, a failure, I always ask the question, what's the opportunity that this is? What did I learn from this? How can I take this and move forward? And so, I've had 2 marriages that didn't end, well. I think one was 5 years, one was 20. But I've been married now for 20 years in a 24-year relationship with my wife Inga, who you know and like. And also, I failed. I had books that didn't work, titles we did, the book we wrote that didn't sell well, whatever. I learned from those about being more specific and things like that. I've had workshops that didn't fill. I did a workshop once where I did this total truth, big cathartic emotional thing on Sunday afternoon. Everyone left like they were still in open-hearted surgery without being sutured up again, So we learned, do that on Saturday, give people a day to come back together again. But that's how you learn. And so I'm not afraid of failure. I think, people get ready, fire, aim, and most people are ready, they never fire. And I say fire, and then notice where the bullet was off, and then aim. And then you can, obviously we can learn lots of things like we teach in our courses that make it easier. But we're always going to have stumbles. There's always going to be challenges. COVID was a big challenge for everybody. And new technology challenges us. New competition in the marketplace challenges us. People grow away from us. People cheat on us. They embezzle money from us. We get lawsuits. All kinds of things happen. But they're just the curriculum, I think, of being alive. And here's what I also believe, John, that challenges are good for us because they force us to grow and develop qualities like courage and perseverance and teamwork and other things we need to develop in order to go through that challenge, which we never would do. And I think the goal ultimately is mastery. If we can master our emotions, master our finances, master relationships, master our mind, etc., then you have really grown, because everything else can go away. Your house can burn down, your wife can leave you, your reputation can get sullied, your books can get banned, but who you've become can never be taken away from you.
I love it. And that's one of the reasons that personal development and personal growth has been such a huge part of my life. I remember really going back like maybe 25, 30 years, somebody shared with me, if somebody takes away all of your money or you lose it all, but you have the knowledge and the skills and the emotional management and the wisdom of how you got it, you can make it back. But if you win the lottery and all the money is taken away, you can only count on winning it again as your core strategy. I know that you have been not just a mentor to me and a dear friend and somebody that I admire, and you've done that for millions of people. You have been vested by investing your time, energy, and money to your own personal growth. How much do you think you've invested in your own personal growth in the last 50 years?
Oh, easily more than $1 million.
Yeah, me too.
You know, when I think about the courses and the travel expenses and the hotels I spent and the people I hired as consultants to work with me and coach me and so forth, you know, and I'll tell you, you know, I read a quote the other day from somebody that I really thought was valuable. He said, when I had no money and there was a course on how to become successful, I did everything I could to scrounge up that money. I couldn't afford it, I told myself, but I did it anyway because I'd read somewhere that successful people always started with hardly anything, but were willing to do whatever it took to get that first step up, to learn how to do it. So when I was working in Chicago as a high school teacher at $8,000 a year, what happened was I literally spent 72% of my income that year on coursework. Other than my rent and food, I think I took 38 weekend workshops. They were cheap back then, like $99 or something for a weekend. This was the 1970s. And literally, you know, 3/4 of my income spent on personal development. You can see behind me, I've read over 3,000 books. I've taken 600 seminars. I've watched more TED Talks, and I think I probably have the Guinness Book World Record for TED Talks that I've watched. But it's important to invest in yourself. You know, Warren Buffett said the best investment you can ever make is in yourself. So I've been constantly, to this day, I spend money on courses and take trainings.
Well, I know several weeks ago when we were planning for, you know, for this training, you had told me you just bought one of our courses. I said, Jack, I'd give it to you. You said, nope, I wanted to buy it to see how you do what you do. And I love that about you as well. I do the exact same thing. There's somebody watching right now that really would love to invest in our Winning the Game of Money brain training and coaching program. What would you say to him or her about either to make the decision or to wait?
Well, someone once said the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And so, you know, I can't tell you how many people I've worked with in my seminars, in my training programs who said, I almost clicked that button last year to take your training and trainers, and I didn't do it. And I waited a year. And this year I did it. Boy, did I waste a year. You know, and I used to run workshops for couples, and these women would drag their husbands, and they wouldn't do it for years. I'm not going to go do some stupid seminar. And then by the end of the seminar, 3 days, they'll go, why didn't you make me do this sooner? What's wrong with you? This was amazing. So I would say, you know, if you're here watching this, it's because you want more. You know, the only reason we ever do anything, we want more happiness, we want more fulfillment, we want more wealth, freedom, abundance, whatever it might be. That's why you're here. And this is an insane opportunity to work with one of the most highly developed programs. I have to say, John, the work you've done in developing these programs is a master class in design, let alone a master class in helping people get what they need to get. But the point is, if you're watching this and you don't enroll, go get your IQ tested. Really, you know, I think it was Bob Proctor used to say, you know, if you can put a mirror under your nose and there's a little bit of vapor that comes out, you're still alive, and it means you should keep growing. And I would say the same thing to everyone here watching this.
I love it. Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, Jack. And I want to thank you for being on the Brain-A-Thon. As always, your wisdom is profound, and I appreciate you, my friend. I love you, and thank you for being such a bright light in the world.
Well, my pleasure. It's an honor to be with you and all your people, John.
Thank you, Jack.
Hi, did you love that? How awesome is Jack? How are you feeling? I want to hear from you. Give 1 or 2 words in the chats right now. How was that session? How are you feeling? Share, play full out. As you know, playing full out in the chats is so important because it integrates all that you're learning and discovering at a cellular level. Didn't you love when he said, if you want to get there faster, work with a master? That was one of my favorite lines. I mean, remember, going at it alone is often the slowest. and the most painful path to success. Nobody wants to do that. So as Jack says, suffering is optional. And all the information and the insider secrets that you need for massive breakthroughs and success are available to you right here and right now. So if you want to work with John and his team of master experts, the link is here for you. Coming up next, you're going to see for yourself exactly how once you change your brain, you can quickly and easily enrich your income and your life. Robin Sweeney, her marriage fell apart at the age of 60. She was feeling like a total failure and that she wasn't deserving of anything special in her life. I mean, she was trying all these different programs before she actually borrowed money to join Winning the Game of Money. Well, let's fast forward to today because now she's making millions from her investments, and she invests her free time giving back to charities and to families. So let's show some big love and some energy in the chats, and let's welcome Robin Sweeney.
Hey there, Robin. Thank you for being on the Brain-A-Thon.
Thank you for inviting me.
Well, listen,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I was so touched by your story that I wanted you to come on here and just share a little bit of your story with the world. So what do you do now, by the way?
I'm a realtor, an investor, an entrepreneur, and developer. So I'm doing lots of real estate stuff.
So lots of real estate stuff. Now, you weren't always a realtor and developer and investor. If you take me back, to a time in your life, pre-Brain-A-Thon and pre what you do today, I know you went through a really, really challenging time that put you on this forefront of trying to figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life. Can you take me back to that time?
Yeah. Wound up in a pretty dysfunctional marriage where I just had to release the negative that was just like a major weight on me. And so I wound up divorced, no money, no anything, still had my 2 sons living at home, and terribly broke, terrified, not knowing what I was going to do, how I was going to do anything, how I would provide for them. And I knew I did not want them to be stuck in a poor, broke, lacking mentality, because that's where I grew up. And I was back there again, like I was 5 years old and no money. So I saw one of the programs for Brain-A-Thon or something and jumped on, and since then everything's changed.
I love it. Before we talk about the program, you got divorced right around your 60th birthday, is that right?
I sure did. Scary time.
Scary, scary time. So what was it like to be, a woman with 3 children, and all of a sudden you're getting divorced and you have zero money and no source of income?
It was terrifying, and I felt like a total failure, terrified how I was going to pay the bills, pay the utilities, what I was going to do. And there was a big part of me that just did not feel good enough to have anything. Not good enough to have a house, not good enough to be a mom. I just did not feel good enough or worthy of anything at that point. It was not a good place. I spent a lot of time crying and decided tears, fear was not a zip code. I wasn't going to reside there anymore. So
Did you feel like you were a failure? Did you feel like it was your fault?
Yeah. Yeah. Because he had convinced me that if I would have done XYZ correctly, if I would have done this better, if I would have done this more, if I would have listened, if I would have been more obedient or worked more or earned more, and things would have been better. It was me. So at that point, I was worthless. I wasn't good enough for anything. And he made it very clear I would never find or do anything without him. And I bought it. I believed it. And I've learned that that's his garbage. That's not me. That's not who I am or what I am. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It must have been a very scary time with 3 children to feel worthless, to not have the money, and to have such uncertainty. The stress must have been just crazy.
Yeah. There were a lot of days I didn't know what I was going to do. I cried a lot. I did resumes. I did job stuff. I tried to get clients in real estate, and everything in the way I was being, I think I was just repelling everybody because I was so desperate. I wasn't attracting anything. I wasn't getting jobs. I wasn't getting anything. And thank God my oldest son decided to step up and say, he's making it up. He's going to cover it. And you do what you have to do, Mom. Just, whatever it's going to take, I'm here. I love you. And thank God for my kids.
Thank God for kids is right. I've got two boys, and I know they would do the same for me. I decided many years ago I don't ever want to put them in that position because my father put my brother and sister and I and my mother in that position. So I remember saying to myself when I was a kid, I will never not have money because of how they fought about the lack of money all the time. And so you decided not to be a victim. And you decided you were going to become victorious. And I know you watched the Brain-A-Thon and you decided to invest in yourself, even though you didn't have the money. How did you get the money?
I borrowed it from my son. He put it on his credit card, paid for it, told me to go do what I have to do. It couldn't get any worse. It couldn't go wrong. And anything that was going to help me heal, he was all for it.
And how old was he?
23.
23. So he put the investment of the Win the Game of Money program on his credit card.
Yes.
You applied it.
Yes.
And you got into real estate. And then you started to make some money.
Yes. And it was out of that same determination and will you had that I was not ever going to have my kids be where I was growing up, broken, constant in lack and fear. We had utilities turned off I don't know how many times as a child. And it was always an excuse that it was the power company or somebody, or we'd move in the middle of the night. All of a sudden we'd wake up in a new house. Didn't know what was going on, So I didn't want them to ever have that. I didn't want them to be in fear. And it's pretty scary. And my son paid all the bills for probably 3 months.
And before the Winning the Game of Money program and inner sizing, of course, did you read any books on personal development or take any courses on personal development at all? Or was this like the first time you invested in yourself?
I've probably done 10 and nothing fit. Nothing stuck. I just didn't connect with anything. I don't know if I wasn't ready or not supported because of who I was married to, but I never got anywhere. It didn't matter how hard I worked. I just felt like I was on a little hamster trail, just running in circles, going nowhere. And then something clicked in my brain and it all changed.
So you invested in Winning the Game of Money. You started to inner size. You started to get the coaching in our group coaching format. And then what has happened to you since you started to train your brain and really flip on your brain success switch?
Just having my energy at a place to receive and to know things are going to be there when I'm ready to take them or grab them, or just recognizing every opportunity around me that was probably there before, but I never saw it. So things are all around me all the time to buy, to invest, to do whatever I choose to, and things just show up. That never happened before. I wasn't able to even jump on opportunities. Now I can buy a property if I need to or want to, or someone has a need, I can jump on it. That was never possible.
Wow. So you got back on your feet. You started selling real estate. You started investing in real estate. And do you mind sharing just some of the financial success you've been able to achieve since you got into real estate and selling and buying, and where that's taken you?
The last 3 years, I have purchased 7 single-family residents and am co-owner, half owner in a mobile home park that's like over $1 million in property, and we paid cash for the project.
So Robin, now that you've become a millionaire, now that you have cash and cash flow, and I would assume that you've paid off your debt, and what has it allowed you to do now in your life? What's your lifestyle like now?
We eat out a lot. We go to really good restaurants for fine food. I try and do a good vacation every quarter, which I'm on right now. I'm here at the beach. looking to buy additional property, and able to help people from behind the scenes without them even knowing I'm helping them. Quickie story, the hotel didn't have a room for a couple pregnant on their anniversary, and they were crying they couldn't get their room. So I, behind the scenes, paid them to put it in an upgraded room because they couldn't afford it. And just being able to pay an old lady's groceries or somebody because they forgot their wallet or didn't have enough is the coolest thing to help someone that doesn't have enough right now, because I've been there and I know what it feels like.
I assume you mean the hotel you're in right now, where you're chiming in for the Brain-A-Thon, right?
Correct.
And how does that make you feel, having, been, in the place where you were after your divorce, to have financial abundance now? It seems to me like you've moved from, scarcity and not enough and not knowing how, not just to success, but also to, significance where you can help others.
I just have an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the ability to be able to do that. Because before I would have been counting my change, and now I don't think about it, I just do it. The money's there. The money's always there, and if it gets close to short because I paid cash for a property, there's money behind it that just shows up. It flows to me and through me consistently without thought. The goal has always been without thought, as automatic as breathing. It is once you get your head right. It just comes. You don't have to work. You don't have to think. Not that you don't put an effort, but you don't have to constantly work. And I hear you in my head all the time in inner-sizing of what I need to do. And I just snap to it, and it helps me stay calm and focused. So pretty amazing. And just so grateful I can do what I do.
I love it. Where do you see the next, 2, 3, 4, 5 years for you? Like, how much do you think you'll be earning? What do you think your net worth's going to be? And then how will it impact your life and your ability to give to the causes that you love?
Well, we created a nonprofit, so we now help subsidize low-income people's monthly expenses. And I want no less than 10 million, personally, in 10 million in property. And I want my goal to be, my income to be a passive 50,000 a month, so that I can do more stuff like buy more houses and do more things. And my boys will get to inherit that and continue helping, because it's so rewarding, and yeah, I can't even explain it.
I love it. Well, you're doing a great job. If somebody is watching us right now thinking about, will this Win the Game of Money brain training and coaching program work for me, what would you say to her or to him right now?
If you're willing to put it in and be real, it absolutely will work. I was terrified to be real with my money story, my connection with money, because I was brought up there's not enough. But if you can get real with that and set it aside and say that is not true, there's more than enough in the universe, you can do anything. I did. 60 plus, I did. 63 now, just bought another property. So, yeah, we can do anything we set our mind to.
I love it. Well, Robin, thank you for being a bright light on this year's Brain-A-Thon. And thanks for sharing your story and for letting people know that, as you mentioned, if we set our minds to it, and as I've always said, if you train your brain and you flip on your brain success switch instead of the fear or uncertainty or limited mind switch, then you can achieve anything you want, and you are living proof of it. So thank you for being on the Brain-A-Thon. And I know that many people are watching you right now, and type in the chat what you just felt, everyone, based on what Robin just shared, and give her a little bit of love in the chat.
Oh, thank you. John, thank you for your caring and your love that you give all of us that you coach.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, wow, wow. Now, wasn't that amazing? Let me ask you a question. What was your number one biggest takeaway from Robin's story? Type it in the chat right now. And as you do that, here's the thing. When you allow those 4 success blockers, limiting beliefs, fears, self-image, or a lack of knowledge and skills to control you, it not only zaps your energy and takes away your motivation, it also locks up your mind. It wreaks havoc on your emotions and your life. In short, you give away all of your power. But what did Robin do? She used the winning the game of money to flip on her brain's success switch. And now she's crushing it with her real estate investments, generating millions of dollars and living her best life ever, right? All Robin needed was a little bit of inner sizing daily, along with some VIP coaching with me and our experts to bring her mindset, her skill set, and her action set in an environment into harmony. And like that, she broke free. I cannot wait to see the amazing results she's going to achieve in the next 100 days and the amazing results you are going to achieve also. It reminds me of how I felt before I made the commitment to change my life with my mentor. I allowed the fact that I failed math and English and I left high school in grade 11 fill me with a level of doubt that killed my chances of success. And I didn't know how to flip on the success switch in my brain at that time, right? Well, here's the science behind this. When yours and my brain senses doubt or uncertainty, we automatically go into what we call is fear mode, right? Our fear circuit gets activated, and there are 3 neurological reactions you can have. And the same thing happens when there's all this uncertainty in the world, as some of you may be experiencing right now. Do you know what those automatic reactions are? If you know 1 or 2 of them, or all 3, type them in the chat right now, and I'll take a look over here on the monitor. They are fight, flight, or freeze. And when your fear circuit is activated, your brain basically locks up. Your performance suffers. You procrastinate more, and guess what? You get less and less done, even though you're working so hard. It's like taking 2 steps forward and then 5 steps back every single day. Have you ever felt like that? Have you ever sabotaged your success like that? 2 steps forward, 5 steps back? Just type it in the chat if the answer is yes. Now, over time, this pattern becomes your habit, and this is what keeps you stuck for years. And if you don't break the pattern and create a new, more powerful pattern, you end up repeating the same ones and the same results over and over again. But instead of that, imagine if you could face any situation or challenge, no matter how daunting, and not go into fight, flight, or freeze mode. What would that be worth to you? Now, imagine being able to control the emotion of fear or self-doubt or uncertainty instead of it controlling you, sabotaging your behaviors, and paralyzing you. You can learn how to use fear as your fuel for success. Imagine wiping away years of feeling like you're not good enough or smart enough to achieve your goals. When you commit to yourself, say yes to yourself, and you get the right brain training and coaching to guide you, there is nothing that could stop you, right? That is the power I want to give you with inner sizing and the Winning the Game of Money program. And when you start to inner size and have me as your coach every single day in your ear, guiding you through the best science-based methods so you change your income and you change your life. With the power to make the right choices at the right time with less stress, you'll achieve more success faster and easier than ever before. So, are you ready to join us? Click on the link below and unlock that power right now. Here's something to consider. Would you like to add another $25,000 to $50,000 or $100,000 into your bank account? What about financial freedom? Could you help somebody else with the extra money you can make? Who else could you support? And to that end, what is the fastest way to get there? What is the fastest way to success, to go from where you are to where you want to be? Well, you've heard already. It's by following a proven system. With my coaching, you can avoid the long, arduous, winding road and take the shortcut to 10x the success. Going at it alone is the slowest and most painful path, and chances are you just keep repeating what you've been doing for years, and you can waste years and years of your life and still never get there. So, if you want to follow the exact same system and process over 100,000 of our members have used for long-term wealth and success, for short-term getting out of debt, click the link below to join Winning the Game of Money right now. Today, it's only $1,497. So, you're getting the 12 levels of brain training exercises, and this is our secret sauce. And this is going to flip on your brain success switch and make you unstoppable. If this was all you got for $1,497, it would be worth every penny of your investment. But on top of that, you're also going to be receiving access to the 100 Days to Financial Success Accelerator program, which I created for my private clients so you can capitalize on the greatest wealth transfer that's happening in human history. And on top of that, you're also getting 6 months of full access to the VIP coaching and laser-guided Q&A sessions with me and a handful of the most successful brain experts and success experts in the world, bar none. And some people charge 10 grand for this alone. Plus, you also have access to our membership platform with accountability partners to hold you accountable, to keep you on the fast track to success. And you're getting all of the expert bonuses today from each of the experts, which brings the total value of this brain training and coaching program to $15,497. And till midnight tonight, you can invest in yourself for just $1,497. $1,497 is the price of an average flat screen TV. What do you want? A new flat screen TV, or do you want financial freedom and peace of mind and self-confidence to do everything you want to achieve in your life? If you want to take control, click on the link below right now, lock in this price with all of these bonuses that I can only guarantee till midnight, and you're going to have me and my entire team of experts behind you. Start exercising, upgrade your skills, and we will show you the proven shortcuts to your success. Now listen, I know this hasn't been an easy 12 months for some of you, and I also know you want to commit today and start taking action, right? So, I'm offering you the lowest price for the most value I have ever offered on the Brain-A-Thon because I believe in you and your success. In 35 years, I've never been more confident in a program. You've heard from our members who are sitting where you are right now watching one of our past Brain-A-Thons. And for them, they too were nervous about making the decision. And some of them were even short of cash. And yes, the investment was challenging to get started. But here is the thing. They got resourceful, they committed, they said yes to themselves, and they took action to join us. And I'd say they're pretty happy with their investment and decision, right? All it takes is one yes. Or as Lisa said, yes, yes. One yes can change everything. So do not allow any of the success blockers hold you back any longer. The members that you've met today took action, and that is what separates the best from the rest. And here's what else they did. They clicked on the button, they changed their brain, they upgraded their skills, and now it's time for you to change your brain so you change your income. And here is what else I am going to do. Can my team put up 3 minutes back up on the clock? Because I've got an even more powerful take action bonus right now for you. And It's what you decide in the next few moments that will empower you to move forward and dramatically accelerate your life and your career. And I want you to say yes to yourself right now. So, first and foremost, type yes in the chat right now, and I will give you another $5,000 in bonus value for free. So here's my question. Do you want $5,000 to put towards your growth right now? Let me see, just type in yes. Now, I love seeing Sandra saying yes, Timothy saying yes. Who else is joining Timothy and Sandra right now? Type in yes, and here is your $5,000 action bonus. Let's start the clock, please, team. So, here we go. For anybody who signs up before the timer runs out, this is going to be a game changer. It is my $1 Million Success Library. Now, the $1 Million Success Library is loaded with special, curated, on-demand video training sessions, not just with me, but with some of the most successful brain and success experts in the world, including legendary financial wizard David Bach, master motivators like Brian Tracy, and world-renowned Harvard neuroscience Dr. Srini Pillay, Oxford-trained neuroscientist Dr. Sarah Mackay, and it's all organized in an easy-to-use online library that's set up just like Netflix. It's so easy. Just log in, find exactly what video training you're looking for, and boom, watch it and apply what you learn and achieve the results. And guess what? While this timer is going down, it's included as a bonus when you join today. Plus, as I mentioned before, you're going to get all of the expert bonuses as well today. And it's all yours, but you have to take action right now. Your investment is just $1,497. And my team is telling me we have had hundreds of people join us already today. And if for some reason that's not you just yet, that's okay, but it also begs the question, what's holding you back? I know it's not the price because this is the lowest investment I've ever offered for this much value. And for those of you who are wondering about the payment options, when you click on the link and go to the checkout screen, you will also see all of our payment options, and you can get started today for as little as $497 or even $0 down through PayPal. And then you can just pay the rest in easy installments. And on top of that, you have my irresistible 30-day money-back guarantee to remove any last shred of risk. I'm taking all the risk and removing any of the uncertainty or fear that you may have. So your success is guaranteed or you don't pay. How awesome is that? All it takes is one yes. Say yes to yourself and say yes to your success. Or like Lisa Nichols said, say yes, yes to your success. So are you in? Type in the chat, I'm in. Jump in on this offer right now before it goes away. The bottom line is this. You can't get new results with old actions. You need to make a change, and today is the best day to make the change. There was a point in my life that I didn't believe I deserved to be wealthy and successful until my mentor told me to step into my power and say yes. Lisa did the same thing. Everyone that you've seen so far is sharing the same message. And in the next 100 days, I can show you how to step into your power and achieve any financial goal you have with live coaching, live Q&As, and the most successful brain training program in the world. All you have to do, click on that button, and my team and I will take care of the rest. And I see that the timer's run out, so congratulations to everyone who joined. I will see you all live on Monday to celebrate you and put you on the fast track to success immediately. So you start getting the results you want right now, because I know you want a better life and I know you don't want to wait, right? All right, it's time to give away another $1,000 cash to a lucky winner. But first, let me congratulate some of our new members who've joined just in the last 30 minutes. And if you guys could please put the list up on the screen. I know I can't read all the names, but I want to give a warm welcome to Mike in Boston, to Terry in Ireland. Congratulations to Chris in Houston, Texas, Elia in Switzerland, Jason in Ohio, Noel in Mexico City, Jürgen in Frankfurt, Jürgen, and a special shout out to Allison in California. We got a lot of Californians today who also chose to take action and add an extra 6 months of coaching to her order, which is the bonus right now. So congratulations to all of you who've gone all in today, all of you that have said yes to yourself, and to all of you that are ready to flip on your brain's success switch starting today.
Without this program, I don't think I would be where I am today. I think I would have shut my first business and gone back into the work world and been miserable the whole time because I had another failure under my belt. But because I changed my beliefs and I was able to have that help of changing the conversation with money and not having the anxiety of opening my bank account every month, or having the anxiety of listening to all the collectors' calls and seeing who was gonna be on the other line of the phone if they rang. So it has been a life changer for me 100%, and I know that it's because of this that my life has become more successful in my family life. I've been more successful in my business life. I've been more successful about saving money, and by far been more successful about knowing myself and knowing how to have a better conversation with money, not only with loans and with credit cards, but knowing my limits and knowing that I don't have to have it all overnight. It doesn't have to be a instant success, that you will have to work for it and you will have to build for it. But if you have the dedication, the determination, and the willpower, it can happen.
Hi, we're so excited here in the studio. Who's excited? Let me see a big yes in the chats. Congratulations to everyone who said yes to winning the game of money. Just think of the power that you're going to unlock when you flip on your brain's success switch. Imagine what you're going to accomplish. Imagine who you'll become. Imagine who you're going to help, who you're going to empower. And all it takes is one yes. Remember our last question? Who knows the answer to that last question? You could go ahead and type it one more time into the chats. What's the answer to that last question? One word, it's inner size. That's right. Woo! Yeah. So who's ready for the next question? Are you ready for the next question? Give me a yes in the chats, because here we go. Here's the question. Inner size will help you flip on your brain's blank switch. Are you ready? Fill in the blank. Write in the chats, fill in the blank. Inner size will help you flip on your brain's blank switch. What is that switch called? Type it in the chats right now, because joining us is an internationally renowned leader in the science of psychology and human behavior. He's the recipient of the top Human Behavioral Science Award. Get ready to stand on the shoulders of giants and implement wisdom that he has gained from Nobel Prize winners, from the greatest minds in science and in business. Let's show some energy right now in the chats and give a Brain-A-Thon welcome to Dr. John DeMartini. Woo!
Hey, Dr. DeMartini, thank you so much for joining us on the Brain-A-Thon.
Well, thank you, John. Thanks for having me.
So the theme for today for you and I is Think and Grow Rich. And you and I both know Napoleon Hill wrote a great book many, many years ago, and a lot of people read it. And the theme of the book was we become what we think about most. And I also believe is we become what we do most of. From your many, many years, 50 years of research and teaching and really helping millions of people become financially free and have wealth in every area of your life, what have you found are the key distinctions between those who really fulfill more of their potential versus those that maybe are standing on the edge of it?
Well, that's a great question, because as you know, if you ask people how many want to be financially independent, they all put their hands up. When you ask them how many are, many of them put their hands down.
Right.
I'm a firm believer that each individual has a unique set of priorities that they live their life by. And whatever this set of priorities is, this hierarchy of values, it impacts how they perceive, how they decide, and how they act. Many people have the fantasy of having wealth building, but they don't have the actual value structures to make them consistently and persistently explore the action steps that it takes to do it. Many of them have more of a value on spending money on consumables that depreciate in value instead of buying assets that build them wealth. So the first principle, the first idea that I think is so crucial is to be an honest assessment and introspection on what you really value most. You really, really will have the desire and burning desire to do what it takes to build wealth. Do you really have the desire to concentrate your thoughts, your actions, your feelings, your vision on the objective at hand of building a fortune? Because as you know, what you think about, you bring about. What you visualize is what you crystallize. And what you say to yourself becomes your reality. So if it's really, really high on your value, you will do what it takes to do it. But many times people have a fantasy and they really have a value on spending money more than actually investing money and building wealth.
Love it. And for somebody who says, I think about becoming wealthy, I think about getting out of debt, I think about, a life that's better than the one I have, or if they're doing well and they want to get to the next level, it seems like there's almost some invisible barriers, that are holding them back. You and I have talked before about, the conscious desire for more, to have more, be more, give more, etc., but also possibly having, unconscious patterns and habits that oppose those desires and dreams. What have you found is going on when we have these opposing parts of our brain?
Well, in everybody, there's a hierarchy of values that's set up by priority. And if they have an expectation to do something that's not really most important to them, they'll have an internal conflict. And many times people compare themselves to others, put people on pedestals, subordinate to them, inject other people's values into life, cloud the clarity of their own highest value and mission, and therefore have this internal conflict, which has been called limiting beliefs, which are inculcations and injections of other people's belief systems who may not be wealthy into their life. And then they have this conflict between what they think they should and ought to and supposed to and got to and have to and must do compared to what they would love to do that's inspiring to them, that's intrinsically calling them into something that serves as a mission in life. So giving themselves permission to be themselves and not subordinate to the world around them liberates them from a lot of those limiting, quote, beliefs that they've injected from people that they've given power to. It's time to take command and give yourself permission to do something extraordinary on the planet, being yourself, being the true you. The magnificence of who you are is far greater than any fantasies you'll put on yourself. And all those injected values can be fantasies of being somebody second at being somebody else instead of being first at being you.
I love that, because that really speaks directly to the fact that many people feel I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy enough, I'm not smart enough, I can't do this because. And my belief personally is that we learned how to do that because nobody was born with a negative or disempowering self-image. And so if somebody may be struggling with, a vision or goals that is currently bigger than their self-image or identity as they see themselves right now, are there things that they could be doing to let go of that state and identity that may be a lot less than what they're capable of achieving and feeling?
Well, this is a very important question, because whenever you're setting goals that are highest on your value, you activate with blood glucose and oxygen the forebrain, where you are more objective and you're mitigating risks and you're strategically planning and you spontaneously want to act, and you calm down the amygdala. The amygdala is a subcortical area of the brain that wants to avoid pain and seek pleasure, and it tends to set goals that are fantasies instead of true objectives. And then what we do, we get elated because of the dopamine, and then we end up self-depreciating because of the fear. And we get vacillating and volatile in our emotions instead of steady at aim, with the chief aim, as Napoleon Hill said. It's so important to not set goals that are low on our values, but set them that are truly demonstrated. Your life demonstrates what you value. Look at what you spontaneously do on a daily basis, and that'll tell you what's really important to you. But setting goals that are fantasies, that are actually low on your value list and not what's really deeply meaningful to you, that you're really inspired, that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get, is self-defeating. And the reason why it's self-defeating is because it's a feedback to let us know we're not being authentic. We're not being really true to what is most important to us. Finding out what's most important, highest in priority, what's a burning desire to do it, is the key to transcend those volatilities and self-depreciations, which are a result of usually injecting other people's values or setting goals that aren't really deeply meaningful. They're whims and fantasies, like the beginning of a new year. You set up a kind of a wish list of what you're going to do, a New Year's resolution. Then 3 weeks later, it's gone. Set deeply meaningful goals that your life demonstrates you're committed to, and you will build momentum like piggy banks becoming biggie banks.
I love it. As you're talking about imagination, I've often said that, our imagination is unlimited in its scope and supply. So we can imagine, but when we really take goals that are deeply meaningful to us, as you recommend, and add that, why must I achieve it? Why is this so important for me? Now, as you mentioned, now we're activating that limbic part of our brain, the limbic system, and now we're going to have a lot more coherence in our brain versus having this fight between the emotional center in the brain, the amygdala, and that's going to cause us to have more coherence and flow and harmony. Would that be a good way to explain what you just said as well?
Exactly. When you're setting goals that are highest on your value, I've been teaching 49, almost 50 years. November will be 50 years almost. And what's interesting is nobody has to motivate me or remind me or extrinsically drive me or give me an incentive to do what I love doing. Nobody has to motivate you, John, to do what you love doing. You know that. Right. If you have to be motivated to do what you say is important, what you say is important isn't important. You're having a fantasy about who you are, and it's time to get true with yourself. What exactly are you committed to doing? Because when the why is big enough, the hows take care of themselves. And when you're doing something that's truly intrinsically driven from within, you don't let anything in the outside stop you. You see everything on the way, not in the way. And you start building momentum that's unstoppable. And there's a difference between imaging something in the present and imagination in the future. I'm a firm believer that when you're actually congruent, the area of the brain from the frontal cortex into the visual areas light up, and you actually see it as if it's now. You feel it's impossible for you not to fulfill it. You feel it's your destiny. There's no options of retreat and distraction. When you're setting a goal that's really deeply meaningful, that's awakening that part of the brain, you're automatically on fire, and you will take anything. It's like Elon Musk going to Mars, right? He's had explosions. He's had setbacks. He hasn't stopped. He slept 24 hours a day in his own plant. Whatever it takes, when you find that, you will end up leaving a mark in history and leave your legacy on the planet, because you will be unstoppable.
I love it. And I've said there's a couple of things that, my first mentor when I was 19 asked me what I wanted to achieve, and I had no idea, but he had me write down a whole bunch of goals, and I shared this earlier. And he asked me, are you interested or are you committed? And when I asked him, what's the difference? He said, if you're interested, you'll come up with stories, reasons, and excuses why you can't or won't. But if you're committed, you will upgrade your identity to match your destiny. You will upgrade your knowledge and your skills, and you will develop the habits required to achieve every one of those goals. Because every one of those goals that you want to achieve, he says to me, have already been achieved. So the how-to already exists. So I love what you've just shared. For the person who says, yeah, I've tried this before, I've heard this before, but I'm afraid of failing, or they don't even know that they have a fear of failure or a fear of disappointing themselves or a fear of being embarrassed, ashamed, ridiculed, judged, or rejected, which I know a lot of people feel. What do you say to that person who's watching us right now and going, that sounds great for her or for him, but I'm afraid of this?
Look, I know this is not going to sound kosher to some of you, but I'm telling you right now, your fear is your friend. It's giving you feedback to let you know that you haven't refined, polished, and actually made sure that the goal that you have is clear in your mind. You haven't strategically planned it. You haven't broken it down into small enough bites. You're sitting there and maybe going after something you think it should be from somebody else, And it's making sure you set a real goal in real time with real strategies that are deeply meaningful that you won't stop on. Because when you do that, you won't come up with fear. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is your friend. It's letting you make sure that you set real goals that are authentic, that are something inspiring intrinsically that doesn't require motivation from the outside. And fear gives you feedback to let you know that it's time to polish your plans. Because I'm a firm believer that if you go after something, if you go to Mars like Elon Musk, as I was saying a moment ago, if you don't have a plan of action, you don't have a strategy, you're going to probably have some explosions and lots of anxieties and fears. So set real goals in real times in small little increments. By the inch, it's a cinch. By the mile, it's a pile. Piggy banks become biggie banks and little dreams become big dreams incrementally when you build momentum towards an objective. Start with what you know and let what you know grow by taking the action steps you're certain about and watch what happens.
I love it. You reminded me, I've worked with athletes, CEOs, Navy SEALs, homemakers, and almost everyone has shared with me that they feel fear. And all the ones that succeed have shared with me in one way or another that they've used the fear as fuel versus using the fear as failure. And it's just a shift in their thinking, but also using that cortisol or epinephrine or norepinephrine, which is what is released into our bloodstream when that fear trigger activates. And they use it actually to hyper focus on how they can, because they've made a commitment of why they must. And so I love that. And, we share so many, similar viewpoints on that. When somebody wants to set a goal, you mentioned something before that I want to make sure we don't miss, and that is this. In the movie The Secret that you're in, I'm in, I think there's a lot of misconceptions about this law of attraction, and a lot of people forgot the last 6 letters of attraction are action. And you mentioned strategies, and you and I have talked about wealth and some of your wealth building principles, but they all involve behaviors. Doing the right things consistently over time creates more income, more wealth. Can you speak a little bit about the right strategies and how that's also an important part of thinking and feeling and controlling your emotions?
Well, imagine getting into an Uber and they ask you, okay, so where are you to get in the Uber? I don't know where I am. Where are you going? I don't know. Well, I can't get you there. You got to start with what you know. You got to start with what you know. You got to start with what you're intending, and you have to come up with a way of getting there. And that's what Uber's doing. If you want to get where you want to go, it takes, as you said, the action steps. I'm a firm believer. I don't know of anybody that's achieved anything that hasn't got off their butt and done something with their life. I mean, I've certainly put in the hours of doing what I'm doing to where I'm at. So I'm a firm believer in and ask yourself, what is the highest priority action step that I'm absolutely certain that I can take right now that will move me one step closer to my objective? And when you finish that and do small little baby step, what is the highest priority action I can do right now? If you're doing the highest priority action moment by moment in the direction of your aim, it's impossible not to get there. It's just a matter of the time. And time times intensity gives results. If you intensify the sequence of those and the frequency of those and the intensity of that action, you're going to get there even more quickly. So I'm a firm believer in start with what you know and let what you know grow. You may not even see all the plan, and the plan's a living document and it's constantly revolving, but you're going towards the objective. You have in your mind the outcome. You see it in your mind's eye, and you keep asking, what's the highest priority I can do today to make that happen? Or work your way back. What actions would it take to get to that next level, and work your way back? Chunk it down like a mind map into small bites. By the inch, it's a cinch. If you break it down into small enough bites, you'll automatically overcome procrastination, hesitation, and frustration. Because it's those, if we set a goal that's a fantasy too big than what we're used to doing, we're going to hesitate and fear. The second we break it into small little daily action steps, not have goal overrun. Mary Kay from Mary Kay Cosmetics 37 years ago told me, write down the fewest little action steps that you can do that day that's a daily action you have control over, not something you don't have control over, and work on that every single day towards that objective. And I did. And at that time, I had the dream of doing what I'm doing. And I know that I didn't give up on it. So if you're giving up on it, that's because it's not something really deeply meaningful to you. But you'll see things as on the way, not in the way, if you do something that's truly meaningful and chunk it down into baby steps.
I love it. One of the frameworks that I use with all of my students is to identify what are the 3 highest impact producing activities for each day. And if you're looking, for example, for greater wealth, what are the 3 highest income producing activities every day? And you can start to break it down to 3 things that are going to move you towards your goals and 3 things that actually help you achieve the goal. And we keep it simple to 3 things over the course of a year. That's 1,000 actions towards what it is that you want to achieve. Over 10 years, that's 10,000 positive actions. And that makes it a lot easier.
I just did that with a consult. I just did some consulting with a gentleman in Australia yesterday, and we did almost exactly that. It was exactly, I said, all right, so he's scattered, he's a little overwhelmed, he's got all this stuff going on, he's feeling, this overwhelm. I said, stop. What is the highest priority action that you're doing that gives you the actual results, that's actually closing deals, that's actually giving you the most productivity, most income, and serving and growing the clients the most? He goes, this. I said, then let's focus on that right now. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about the other stuff. Let's delegate the other stuff and let's prioritize what you're doing. You're not going to live an inspired life doing low priority things. You're going to do an inspired life by doing the highest priority things, delegating the lower priority things, finding people that would love to do those things, liberate yourself from those things, and get on with what you're called to do, that you have the greatest skill, that you're a master of. When you do, you automatically open up the floodgates of opportunity and power.
I love it. And I know the answer to this, but I want to hear it from you anyway. There's somebody watching right now that's going, but I don't know what I should be doing. I don't know my highest income producing activity, or I don't know how to create a budget. I don't know how to make more money. I don't know how to build wealth. What do you say to her or him that's watching us right now?
Okay, that's great. The thing that you can't wait to get up in the morning and do, that you're spontaneously love doing, believe it or not, there's always a way of serving people with it. But you have to find something that meets somebody's needs. I said at a church one time, and it kind of offended the people at the church admittedly at first. I said, if you're poor, it's because you're probably not caring about humanity. And the whole room went, what? I said, if you're caring about humanity, you're going to find out what their needs are. You're going to find out a way of directly or indirectly meeting those needs. You're going to find the one that inspires you the most that you can participate in. And then you're going to get into action filling those needs. If you're lost in the pursuit of serving some vast number of people's needs, the wealth is on its way, but you have to care enough about humanity to be able to fulfill their needs. And then you have to do something that's inspiring to you, that you can't wait to do it. So you're enthused doing it, because when you can't wait to get up in the morning and be of service to people, people can't wait to get your service. And now you've got the combination that's equitable between you and others to create a sustainable, fair exchange and transactions that build wealth.
And money, as we've discussed in the past, is just a means of exchange. It's when you bring enough money, value to the marketplace, it's the marketplace that pays you. So it doesn't matter if you have a job, if you want to bring more value to the marketplace, whether it's investing in real estate and exchanging money for real estate that somebody wants to sell, or you want to invest in stocks or bonds or gold or whatever it may be, there's an exchange happening, and you have to be part of that exchange in order to get this transference of money back and forth. And I know you and I have talked about that, so.
And it has to be sustainable, fair exchange. People sometimes exaggerate ourselves and puff ourselves up and talk down to people and carelessly project assumptions on what the market needs. And then we eventually get humbled, pride before the fall. Or we minimize ourselves and altruistically want to sacrifice to get the business. And then we end up going, well, I deserve more than that. And we're not here to be putting ourselves on pedestals or pits or putting other people on pedestal pits. We're here to put them in our hearts. Building wealth is about putting people in your heart and caring enough about them and caring enough about yourself to create sustainable, equitable, fair exchanges. That's really where the mastery is. Your spiritual pursuit and your material pursuit are one and the same. Your equanimity and authenticity is the key to be able to do something that creates material wealth. So there's absolutely no reason not to do that. It's about caring about human beings and caring about yourself enough to be able to create a transaction, as you said, that is measured by the economic return. And if you are having great returns, it's because you're serving great numbers of people.
Yeah, I totally agree. I learned many, many years ago, if you want to become wealthy, help as many people as you can, and you'll get more than your fair share back in the form of, whether it's love, in the form of self-esteem, self-worth in the form of money. So be a go-giver and a go-getter. I've got two final questions for you. One is around, in my experience, there are 4 things that are worthy of investing our time on. One is getting our mindset right. Another is getting the skill set right. Another is getting the action set right. And then creating an environment or being in the environment that fosters our growth and well-being. Do you subscribe to that mindset, skill set, action set, and environment as being one of the ways to increase your income, your wealth, and augment your life?
Absolutely. All those, and social set, the people you do. I'm living in an environment, a social environment where there's very powerful people doing extraordinary things. I found that by the people you hang out with, it has an impact on your destiny also. But I think it's all areas of life. If people are living to eat instead of eating to live, they're going to probably let the food run their life instead of actually fuel run their life. So all areas of your life, you're here to empower. If you don't empower yourself intellectually, you'll be told what to think. If you don't empower yourself in business, you'll be told what to do. If you don't empower yourself in finance, you'll be told what you're worth. If you don't empower yourself at home, you'll be doing the honeydews around the house and frustrate you. If you don't empower yourself socially, you're going to be sitting there being told misinformation, as you see in the media today. If you don't empower yourself physically, you'll be told what drugs to take and organs to remove. And if you don't empower yourself spiritually, you'll be possibly living in an antiquated geocentric world and living in a small confines instead of a universal dream. So I'm a believer that we're here to empower all of them. And the more we empower and the more we master those, the more fluent this game of life becomes. And the more inspired we are as a human being walking the path of mastery in life.
I love it. And so I think it's time that we do more to inspire us than expire us. And I think it's time everybody who's watching you and me right now say yes to themselves and yes to living the life of their dreams.
I'm a firm believer of that, John. I believe that you got to give yourself permission to do something extraordinary on planet Earth. The magnificence of who you really are, as I said earlier, is greater than all the fantasies you'll impose on yourself. Get grounded in who you really are. Set priorities on a daily basis. Give yourself permission to keep building momentum that's unstoppable. Leave your legacy in the world. And just know that you measure an individual by the most distant ends. How big is your vision? How big is your contribution? How big is your fulfillment in life? That's you. It's up to you. There's nobody else. Nobody's getting up in the morning and dedicating their life to your fulfillment. It's up to you. Dig inside, pull out of your heart that dream, and let's get moving.
Mr. Dr. John Demartini, thank you so much for being on this year's Brain-A-Thon. Loved being with you, loved your wisdom, and thank you so much for sharing from your heart and 50 years of teaching around the world. Millions of people have benefited from your wisdom and your teaching. So thank you for being on this year's Brain-A-Thon.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the great questions, and thank you. Love it.
Very fun. All right, everyone, why don't you type in the chat right now just some thoughts about Dr. John Demartini's messages and the advice he's given you today to be able to take control of your life, say yes to yourself, and become all that you're capable of becoming. When we'll be right back.
Wonderful. If you enjoyed Dr. John Demartini, type 1 or 2 words in the chats right now. How are you feeling? I mean, think about it. Would you agree that by applying what John and Jack just shared, that it's going to improve your confidence and enrich your life? Remember how John shared that in his 40 years of research, the most powerful way to achieve success is by innercising your mind? Well, guess what? Up next, you're going to hear a remarkable story of Carl Harvey. Carl was broke. He was depressed. I mean, he hit rock bottom. He was on the verge of suicide, and he was working this job that he couldn't stand. But he felt inside that there was this higher calling, but he just didn't know where to begin. He made the empowered decision to invest in himself and in his future by joining Winning the Game of Money. Today, he's his own boss, and he generates millions as a top copywriter and consultant. You're gonna love this man's energy and his enthusiasm. So let's give him a big Brain-A-Thon warm welcome to Carl Harvey.
Hey there, Mr. Harvey. I'm so excited to have you on the Brain-A-Thon because I know you got a link from a friend to see a past Brain-A-Thon, and you were sitting on the sofa, depressed, not knowing what you're going to do with your life, and now You are helping so many other entrepreneurs with your amazing copywriting skills and your consulting business for helping companies grow. How did you go from that young man on the sofa to where you are today?
Because of you, Mr. Assaraf. You changed my life, brother, in a million ways. Honestly, the boss that I created myself into today was because of you. I was suicidally depressed. I had no path, no way to go. I had no idea that I was creating that. And I was introduced to you and your work. And you really had the biggest transformational impact on my finances, but on my mindset, my belief, my confidence, my genuine desire to want to serve people. Yeah, I discovered you and you helped me so much. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be here.
You excite me when I hear that, because I know you shared a story with us, prior to this Brain-A-Thon, that you were working in sales, if my memory serves me correctly, for a company. You had a job.
Yeah, I hated that job. And at the time where I discovered you and your work, I was doing pretty good because I got kicked out of my house when I was young and I was determined and desperate to prove myself. So I was working really hard. I was struggling. I was cold calling and I was doing okay. But every night I'd go home and I would have this existential crisis and be crazy depressed. And when I discovered you and your work, you started teaching me about, a million things, how we can install beliefs, the power of the subconscious mind, how we can change our view of what's happening, and so much more. So the first thing that happened was I became the top salesman in this company that had, I think, 6 offices around the world, 3,000 staff. And I went from being, pretty good to the top of the top there. And then I realized that, I hate this job. It's not fulfilling. It's not real. And you gave me the courage and the confidence to really determine, no, I want to do something proper with my life. I need to have a purpose, and to have the courage to quit that and start a business during the great financial crisis where, everything was going tits up and they're saying you can't do this. And I decided, nah, I believe that I can create my own reality. And since then, I've built businesses worth millions that I love. I've helped hundreds of thousands of people, and I really do get to do what I love.
Can I ask you a question? When you were sitting on the sofa, what were you feeling? What were you thinking about? I know you said you were suicidally depressed, but I don't think you were going to commit suicide, but you were just very, very depressed. Were you flush with cash? Were you doing great financially?
No. Not to take it too dark, but I did end up in hospital once and had to have my stomach pumped. It was a serious thing. I went to see a psychiatrist, and within 3 minutes of sitting down, the guy said, we need to put you on Valium and this and that. They didn't even listen to me. And luckily my soul was like, no, I don't think that's the path for me. But no, I was broke, and in every sense of the word. But no, I had no disposable income. I was not bossing it in any way, and I had no such vision that was even possible. Within a year of winning the game of money, I was the top salesman in that company. I made a fortune, which I thought was a fortune at that time. But the best thing about it weren't the money. The money was great. I like nice cars, and I've discovered over the years that my family like nice things as well, and my friends, and it's nice to be able to look after people. But what you gave me was the desire to actually do something meaningful with my life and the belief that I could actually do that. So I left that and moved, and then, made many, many multiples doing things that I love, which I never would have believed was possible beforehand at all. Still have to pinch myself sometimes now.
I love it. So I know somebody gave you a link to the Brain-A-Thon. You watched the Brain-A-Thon. Take me back to that experience that you had, that you shared, that you had some epiphanies and you decided to say yes to yourself. Take me there first.
Yeah, great question. I loved the training you did, and I was very inspired and lit up. And when you made the offer for winning the game of money, my intuition was telling me, you've got to do it. They were saying, and I really wasn't familiar with my intuition then. It was like this overwhelming feeling that I've got to do it. All these fears kicked in. It's like, I don't know this, man. $1,000 over the internet. What's this? What if I don't do it? And I really was very scared. I had one credit card left that had $1,000 on it. And I remember sitting there and I'm debating whether or not I should do it. And you said something, I don't know if you remember saying this, but it sticks with me to this day. You said the difference between people who make it and who don't is, are you interested or are you committed?
Yeah.
People who are interested, they'll do what's convenient. People who are committed will do it no matter what. Yoda vibes. There is no try. So that's why I keep this on my desk. And something came over me, and honestly, thank God, because I said, I'm going to be committed. I'm going to listen to this every day for 90 days. I'm going to go through all the modules. I'm going to do the brain retraining. I'm going to do whatever this man says, because you're offering a refund anyway. So I was like, almost like I'm going to prove it. I'm going to do it all. Then I'm going to get me refund, because there's no way it will work. But I tell you that I bought it, and this is 3 a.m, because very inconveniently on London time, it was very late at night. I listened to module 1, and I swear to God, I knew my vibration shifted. I knew my life had changed in that instant. Just what you introduced me to in the first session, I knew it was the best money I ever spent. And it really, really, really was. And I've recommended thousands of people to your programs now as a result of this. But in that moment, something shifted. Because you helped me to see things in a way that I just had no idea that you could see yourself and money and the world like that. And that was just the start. And I mean, 90 days later, by the time I finished the program, I'd quit that job. And I'd started a business that I love, which is the biggest thing for me. Because I would never, ever have been happy working for someone else doing something I didn't care about. But I needed the belief and the certainty and the skills to be able to create that. And hallelujah, you hooked me up, man.
That's why I wanted to share your story, because a lot of people, may be watching, and we have, different age groups, different ethnicities, different people from all over the world who've got different upbringings, different set of beliefs and habits. And a lot of people watch and they think, well, this brain training and these, upgrading your knowledge and skills and the environment that we create for them, that works for other people, but I really either don't believe it'll work for me, or I don't believe that I will work for it. What do you say to somebody who...
I say that is exactly what was going through my head at the time I did it. But luckily there was saying in me that just, what is the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen? And since then, I realised a million things. Creating any sort of success, but especially financial success, there's different elements. You need the mindset. You need to see the world a certain way, see yourself a certain way. You need the skills. You need to be able to learn and apply certain skills in order to do that. And you need to take action. I wasn't taking any action. I was terrified. I was a perfectionist, which meant I was terrified of being judged or criticised. And you help with all of that. But the biggest thing is you become like who you hang around with. And mate, getting to hang around you and your community of people that were 1, 2, 10 steps ahead of me made it slightly more realistic. Like, maybe, and I'd done all of that. I'd let myself down before. I was, I'm telling you, I was sure that there was part of me, it's not going to work, but there was something within me that was like, what is the worst that can happen? And I thought through, I can't stay in a job like this. Not just for me, but for my future wife, my family, my mum. I want to look after them. There is no path here. And I just considered, because I was doing sales, they teach you to ask questions about the implications of non-action, which is if you don't make this decision, what could happen, positive or negative? And I went through it and I realised if I don't do this, if I don't learn something new and at least attempt it, I can see what's going to happen. I'm going to be on this path. I'm going to be like all these other miserable people, God bless them. I think it was Henry David Thoreau said they live lives of quiet desperation. And already I was like, I do not want to be like that. So I'm not going to lie, I had all the fears, all the doubts. It was the most money I'd ever invested in myself in anything. But something within me said, well, what is the worst that can happen? You can see the path you're on now. Why not just switch it up and see? And I'm telling you, module 1, I knew something had shifted. And within a week, my boys, who are like Essex gangsters, were coming to me going, what are you doing different? Like, your energy's different, you're making more money, you're confident, girls are treating you, teach me. So then I'm taking, I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm taking your course and then teaching it to them. They didn't pay it, you should invoice them. But they wanted to learn, and that's, it was a really good sign from the universe that the people I grew up with were so inspired by the change in me that they wanted to know what was happening. And yeah, I haven't looked back since.
I love it. I am standing here with an ear-to-ear smile. My cheeks are hurting because I love your story. You came from humble beginnings. You have become the man you are today because you shifted your mindset, you upgraded your skill set, you took action, you got yourself in an environment that fosters your growth. And not only have you become that, you've inspired and are inspiring others to live the best version of their lives. And so if there is somebody that is sitting watching you and I right now thinking, I want to do this, but I'm afraid, or I want to do this, but what would you say to her or him right now?
Lovingly, before I take it to, I feel you, like I understand that, but that is your past condition, it's the past stories. And if you're able to engage your left brain and logically play out where that will take you, it will be a very similar trajectory to now. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like every man, every woman has their own path in life, no judgment. But if there's something inside of you that yearns for more, whether that's money or having your own business or traveling, or silly Gucci jackets or having a big impact or doing the charity work or whatever it may be, I believe, and you helped me believe that, I was a stone cold atheist when I took your course. Like, honestly, and now you introduced me to the idea of a universal intelligence and the quantum field. I believe that thing that lights us up, that says, no, we should go down that path. Like, there's something godly about that. Like, just try it and listen to it. All I will say is, from the bottom of my heart, this is a world-class training. The technology, the inner sizes and the brain retraining is sensational. But above all, it's this man. Like, this man's energy, he cares so much. He looks after so many people in each and every way. And by being around him and his students and other people like you just starting out, like, you become like who you hang around with. And you need that. Like, when I started on this path, all the people I grew up with were like, what are you doing? It will never work. Don't start a business. It's a terrible idea. Out of fear, because they're scared. You need to be around people who look at you in the eye and are like, that's bullshit. Of course you can do this. It might take work. It might take a little longer than you think. Like Stuart Wilde used to teach that thought is so quick, but in the 3D reality, it takes a little while to catch up. So you need a little patience and persistence, but to stick on it. And with all the neuroscientists you work with and understanding, it takes 66 to 365 days to change a deep-rooted belief. Learning all of these things and changing and noticing day after day. I'm telling you, when you decide to do this, not only will it be the best decision you ever make, but from the minute you start, your energy will shift. Life will be more adventurous. You'll feel better about yourself. And ultimately, once you get bored of all the shiny things and that, which is lovely, but you will get bored, it becomes about service, looking after your family, causes you believe in, and more. So truly, hand on heart, feel my energy, do it, give it a go. Like, you have the whole world to gain and absolutely nothing to lose. And just being around him and his people and this program is sensational. It will shift the trajectory of your life tenfold, at least.
I'm just going to let the mic drop and say, Mr. Carl Harvey, thank you so much for sharing from your heart, sharing your experience, and having so much love and care for humanity and other people that you allowed me to share your story on the Brain-A-Thon. So thank you so much. I am so proud of you and so excited for your future.
It's a dream come true for me, mate, because the first one where I signed up for your calls and you brought on people who you'd already helped, I was like, one day I want to be, I want to prove to him, I want to be the success story. I want to prove you right. And mate, you looked after me so well in a million ways. And I got kicked out of my house, and the loving energy you showed me has helped me more than you ever know. And thank you. And I mean, you've helped thousands of my clients as well that I've recommended your courses to. But honestly, thank you. And for everyone watching, I really do, from the bottom of my soul, hope I can inspire you to try this, because it really will have the biggest positive impact on you, and you'll love every day going through it. Life becomes magical. Listen to this man, he's the biggest boss.
Thank you, Mr. Carl Harvey.
Thanks, mate.
All right, wasn't that amazing? Now, is it possible that by following this blueprint, you can get the same results? And type yes right now if you believe it's possible. And my team is putting up a whole bunch of yeses on my monitor right there. And just so you know, I've been in business since I was 19 years old. I've seen every type of chaotic market there is to see. And the way I see it, you have one of three futures awaiting you. And let me share with you future number one, and play along with me and see if you can go down this future. See if you want this or if you want another future, which also is a possibility. Number one, you watch today, you get motivated, you learn some stuff, but you don't take action. Other than to say, let me think about it, or I can't afford this, or it's not the right time. You allow your stories, excuses, or your fears to hold you back. And with that decision, there is going to be a future, right? And here's what that may look like. How will you feel 6 months from now or a year from now if things are exactly the same as they are right now? You're still earning the same amount of money, but still have the same goals and dreams, but nothing has changed in your life. Then you have future number two. You enjoy your time today, but you don't take action, and your wealth and success actually declines. It gets worse. Perhaps you have a setback or an emergency that you weren't prepared for. As you watch the people around you, the people on this call who do take action and level up their mindset, their skill set, and their action set, as they capitalize on the massive transfer of wealth we're experiencing right now. So in essence, you fall further behind. Things get actually worse for you, and you are left with the feeling of regret because you knew you had a chance to level up right now. Here's a third future, and I want you to imagine this future. But before you imagine this, I want you to look at the end result of the first and second future and consider this. Are you okay if nothing changes or things get worse and you continue to allow your success blockers to control you? Now let's look at a different future. Today you say, today is the day I bet on me. I say yes. Today is the day I invest in recalibrating my brain. I recalibrate my self-worth. I recalibrate my confidence. I release my limiting beliefs and the fears that are holding me back. And I replace them with empowering, life-changing beliefs. And I commit to achieving my goals no matter what. I commit today to living my life to the fullest and to have more, be more, give more, and become more so that I can do that for my partner, my children, and others. Winning the game of money is going to put you on the fastest track to achieving success possible. And yes, there will be challenges, but you will be so confident and so certain in your abilities to overcome them because you will be working with me and our team of experts each and every week. And you will be inner-sizing to flip on your brain's success switch, your focus, so it stays that way forever. Just like our members that you have met today. By the way, they're not getting paid to be here. They're doing this because they want you to succeed just like they have. They were on a Brain-A-Thon just like you are right now. So I ask you, which future do you want more of? The same future, a worse future, or a third future that I just painted for you and is totally possible where you're achieving goal after goal after goal? It takes one click to get started. It takes one yes. All you've got to do is say yes to yourself. Are you willing to do that for you and your family? Listen, don't risk leaving your future up to chance. Don't let any more excuses or stories get in your way of achieving the greatness that's within you. Take the proven path to massive wealth and success right now. Click on the link, lock in this price before it goes away, get all the bonuses, and I will see you at our first training on Monday. When you join today, I'll over-deliver for you. I will over-deliver on value and training. Now here's the question. Are you okay if somebody finally over-delivers for you? So, in order to show you that I'm going to over-deliver to you again, Team, let's put 3 minutes on the clock, and you know what we're going to do. I'm going to give you another amazing bonus when you sign up right now. And so you need to join before the timer hits 0. And you're going to get one of the most popular programs I have ever created. Why? Because it's my private Exceptional Life Blueprint program. And this is the actual blueprint that I use every year, every quarter, every month, every day to plan out my day and to be able to bring my mindset, my vibration, my focus into alignment. And I have been refining and perfecting this blueprint for over 25 years. And here's the best part. You can literally take what I have learned and all the lessons and copy and paste them into creating your dream amazing life. Plus, I'm going to give you a rare video training on how to use it to manifest success into your life, taking all of the guesswork out of it for you so you have the best plan ever to get the results you want faster and easier than ever before. And this is easily a $2,500 value. So now when you add up everything I'm giving you, all the programs and bonuses, you're getting a whopping $23,994 in total value for just $1,497. That boils down to only $4.10 a day. And again, it's less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks a day to get the tools, the resources, and the strategies for financial freedom. And more than that, for peace of mind for you and your family. Before this was a no-brainer. Now, this is an absolute steal for you. So, click on the button and join us, and you will be exercising and training your brain within the next few moments. And you already know this, I'm giving you my irresistible money-back guarantee. Invest today, risk-free, and try out the program for 30 days before you decide if you want to keep it. And you already know this. There's no one else out there teaching these brain training and wealth creating secrets backed by over 35 years of building businesses and having businesses that have done over billions of dollars in sales. You can't get this access to the faculty of experts that I have curated just for you and your success. You can only get access to this coaching and brain training and my proven blueprint for success when you sign up today. And if you're still stuck thinking maybe or I don't know, that's okay, but I want to consider. What other areas of your life are you in a stage of maybe or I don't know or this or that is holding me back? How many times has maybe or I don't know or I can't afford it caused you or your family or loved ones to miss out? Listen, at the end of the day, I really don't need your money. Your buying this program is not going to change my life. Our business is doing quite well, and we continue on with our mission of creating more success stories every single year with people that are just like you every single day. But buying this program and saying yes to yourself will change your life. It will show you how to train your brain and flip on your brain's success switch so you start having more focus, more confidence, and that will allow you to take action and start achieving the results you want so you live in a world of abundance. I have made it super easy for you to get started right now with over $23,994 in value for less than a cup of coffee a day. So, will you be joining us at our kickoff call for members only on Monday? Or will you go back to the same habits, the same thinking, and the same behaviors and routines you started with yesterday, today, last week? Even if you achieve half of what our other members achieve, it would be worth it for that price. As soon as you join, my team of experts and I will show you everything we've learned in the past 35 years on how to earn millions of dollars if that's what you choose, how to get out of debt, and how to succeed at the highest possible levels. What does it take? Just one click and one yes from you to change your brain and to change your income and your life. Click now, join us right now. And the timer has just run out, right? You can see that too. All right, now, wasn't that awesome? I want to congratulate all the people who just signed up and got a $5,000 Take Action bonus included. So, before we get to another big cash giveaway, let me give a special shout out to more NeuroGym members, all right? So, team on the screen, please. Thank you. All right. Alondra, welcome to NeuroGym and for joining Winning Game of Money. Welcome to Berna. Welcome to Aaron. Welcome to James. Congratulations, Ezekiel. I love that name. Welcome, Lynn. Jahim, another unique name. Ed and Harriet. And congratulations to Scott. Now, I'm not sure if it's the same Scott who asked me a question earlier, but hopefully hearing about how you can get instant access to the programs and the bonuses is helping you take action right now. Also, congratulations to Mark, and you've added 6 extra months of coaching as part of the bonus we're giving out right now at checkout. So way to go, everyone. I am so proud of you.
I found myself with my family in a pretty difficult, very depressing situation where we had pretty much gone from the peak of success to really scraping the bottom. We'd just hit unemployment for about the 11th month, and we'd used up all of our savings, everything, and I said, I think there's just something wrong with my brain at this point. I need to start over again, and I don't know how to do that. I don't have 2 beans to rub together. Some of the language that John was using about these exciting tips in neuroscience and research that had been discovered really got me, for the first time in a very long time, hopeful that I could reverse the situation that I was in, not just for me, but for my family. I diligently did the first 12 weeks, and it was nothing short of miraculous. I had gone from literally, like I say, no beans to rub together, to making a decision, which had been one of the hardest things to do at that point because I was so down and out in my confidence, about the next move I was going to make for a small business I had. And we ended up making about 8,000 euro. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt this stuff works, and I think you will find it to be incredibly, incredibly beneficial to not just your pocketbook, but also your attitude towards life and change and ability to cope with change and bounce back and be resilient. So very good luck to all of you if you're about to purchase. I highly recommend it. Thanks, John Assaraf, for everything, and over and out. I've got to go back and get my inner sizing done for today. See you later.
Wow, that was super powerful. And did you get the answer to our last question? What was the answer to our last question? Go to put in the chats one more time right now. What is it? It's success. Inner size will help you flip on your brain's success switch. Another term is the neuroplasticity switch for us science geeks out there. So do you want another question to support you in integrating everything you're learning and discovering even deeper at a cellular level? Here we go. It was a question that John's mentor asked him that totally changed his life. He asked him, are you interested or are you blank? So you're going to fill in the blank right now in the chats. Go ahead and fill in the blank. What is the answer? Are you interested? What did John's mentor ask him? Are you interested or are you blank? This was a question that totally transformed John's life. And go ahead and put in the chats right now, because next up, we have an amazing story. And I want to ask you, have you ever felt alone? Like you're lost or scared, alone in this world? Or afraid to lose everything you've ever worked for? Because the next person that's coming up was down to $37 in her bank account. I mean, this woman was living on her daughter's couch after being evicted. But she took empowered action and started inner sizing every week. And now her life has transformed. She has her smile back. She has her confidence back, her self-esteem back. And let's just say she doesn't need to worry about money anymore. So let's give a huge welcome to Danielle Korenchuk.
Yes. Hey there, Danielle. Thank you so much for being on the Brain-A-Thon.
Hi, John. Thanks so much for having me.
Now, you shared with me a really, really unique story in as much as you've watched numerous Brain-A-Thon over the years, I think 4 or 5 of them, and it wasn't until the last one that you decided to jump in, say yes to yourself, invest in, the Winning Game of Money program. Can you maybe take me to where your life was maybe 3-4 years ago and how spectacular it was? And then I know you had a bit of a setback where all of your assets were wiped out. But tell me a little bit about that.
Well, 3 or 4 years ago, I had what would be considered an amazing life. I had the houses, the cars, the relationships, everything was perfect. And was just kind of skating along, just appreciating everything I had. And like you said, big hiccup, and lost everything. Ended up with $37 in my pocket.
How much?
And $37.
That's all you had left?
That's all I had left.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So,
mother of 3.
Life changed.
Yeah, mother of 3, 6 grandkids, $37 in your bank account.
Right.
How did that make you feel going from having cars and houses and a wonderful life to $37?
It was devastating. And at the end of the day, I felt like shit. I felt like, why? And so I gave up for a little while.
When you say you gave up for a little while, what do you mean specifically? Were you depressed? Were you unmotivated? Like what was going on?
I was unmotivated, but I wasn't me. I ended up living on my daughter's sofa for over a year.
So you had to move out of your house.
Didn't have a car.
You had to move
out of your house?
I
didn't have
house?
a house. I was evicted. I was evicted from my house.
That must have been, I guess, embarrassing to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you went
friends
to
asking, "Oh, what happened?"
And so you went to live on your daughter's sofa and in your car for how long?
I lived on my daughter's sofa for about a year and did not have a car. We shared cars. And so when I say I had given up, I was working night jobs. I was trying to do whatever I could do to get anything at that point to be able to contribute to her household. They didn't need an extra person to move in. And it just wasn't great. I was very resentful and I was mean, to myself. And I blame myself for a lot.
It must have felt really, difficult, weird, having to ask your daughter to help you out when us as parents, right? I've got 2 sons, I have this idea that I'm supposed to take care of my children, not them take care of me. Maybe later on in life, but not now. Did you have any sense of that?
100%. It was a complete role reversal. And there were times that I felt like she was the parent, like, Mom, you've got to get up and do this. Or Mom, when are you going to stop being like this? And so definitely a role reversal and an identity. I think I fell into an identity crisis, essentially. I didn't know who I was anymore.
When your daughter said, you've got to stop being like this, what was the this that she was referring to?
I didn't care. I was resentful. I was just like, whatever. I put so many years into that life and now it's gone and I didn't see hope.
So you were hopeless. And
Very
so hopeless caused you to be unmotivated and willing less to do anything to get ahead.
For a while.
Yeah, and that must have probably felt very, very low point in your life based on what you've shared, right?
Yeah, I felt very alone.
Yeah.
And I felt burdensome, that I was a burden.
And you know what, as I'm getting older, my wife and I talk about, I do not want to be a burden on my children. Fortunately, I've taken care of that because I made a decision when I was younger that because my parents always fought about not having enough money, I said, I will never not have money. Take me to the day that you were watching the Brain-A-Thon again, and you saw, our experts and you saw our, clients who were sharing their story. I think you mentioned to me you had a little bit of money in the bank. How much did you have left in the bank?
The day I saw that Brain-A-Thon, I had accumulated $1,011.
$1,011, and you made a decision to say yes to yourself and invest in you. How did you muster up the courage? Like, what gave you the courage to step into this program and to train your brain and get the coaching? Like, what was that you felt right there?
So much of the Brain-A-Thon speaks to me. And the speakers that you select for the Brain-A-Thons and the messages, they relate. And I could see where my mistakes were. I'm watching it going, I used to do that. I don't do that. Why aren't I doing that? And started to pay more attention. And what started out as a fun way to maybe uplift myself and spend a Saturday turned into something that I was like, you know what? Oh my God, I needed that wake up call. The universe said you need to watch it today. And I did. And I'm so glad that I did, because when the opportunity to invest came around, there was not a question of there's only going to be $12 left in the bank if you buy this, Danielle. It said, you're going to buy this, Danielle. You're going to do this because you know it's going to be a good fit.
So you invested in yourself. You started to inner size. You start to upgrade your knowledge and skills. What happened since you took that leap of faith and invested in yourself and stepped into your greatness?
So much cool stuff. The beginnings of the inner sizes changed me in a way that I had not anticipated. There's lines in them that say something like, I am responsible for my own financial identity. And for 21 years, I had a joint identity. So I had never just been by myself, figuring out where my money went. And that light bulb just took me for a ride. And then as you continue to learn, it's like, you can earn as much money as you want to. This is up to you. Make your decisions. And as I built that identity in, then I became me again in so many ways. All the cobwebs fell away, all the resentment, all the fear, because I got to take me back. And the inner sizes, when I listen to them, I'm on actually my second iteration right now in winning the game of money. And it spoke to me completely differently the second time around, because I was a changed person and able to hear it with new ears. And so that's been fantastic.
I love it. Can I ask you a question? It sounds to me like at one point you were broken, and it sounds like you've got your mojo back, and you got your self-esteem and your self-worth back, and you have some belief in yourself again. Is that accurate?
Oh, it's so accurate. I feel like I got my muchness. You know what I mean? Like, I got to be me again. The smile came back, the positivity, the alignment. For so long, I was out of whack with who I was, and I just needed to get that shift back in. And I needed the push from the inner sizes. I needed the push from the tribe and the group that we have, the live one-on-ones that you do with us when you have the calls. Those, even when you can't, even just to listen to them later, there's always something you can learn or be motivated by. And so I went in with an intent that I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to play slow or small. And I just dove in.
And so now you're back on track. You're now you've stepped into your potential. You're not standing on the edge of it. You're back to being motivated, which means you have motives for your actions, right? And you had shared with me, and I didn't know this before, and you shared with me just before we went live here, is now you work for Facebook in marketing. So you've got a great job. You also do coaching. And you said something to me that I really, really love. By the way, I'm proud of you for achieving that in such a short period of time. But you said something to me that I really, really like. I want to talk about for just a moment. You said now you have financial flexibility. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, people think of financial freedom as I can just come and go and there's always enough. For me, I have financial flexibility. So I know that maybe the $1 million isn't in the bank yet, but I could grab my dog and a cup of coffee and sit on my patio and not work for the next year and be okay. So I'm very flexible, and my biggest joy in that.
Yeah, and you've done this in a short period of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had a lot of support. I had a lot of good people in the groups around me. There's a lot to learn in the programs. God knows, with all the videos, I don't think I've even been through half of the extra bonuses yet.
Great.
There's always so much to find. Yeah, there's just so much.
So Danielle, I know that recently something happened with, I believe it's your grandson, and because you have created some financial flexibility and empowered yourself to have money in the bank again, you were able to take care of this thing that came up. What was this that came up?
Yeah. Oh, John, it was scary. A Sunday morning, my daughter called me at 9 a.m. and said, "You need to get here now. We're in the emergency room." And my 7-year-old grandson was on the verge of going into a coma. He was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And she lives 9 hours away. And so a year and a half ago, I would have been like, I don't know what to tell you. But that Sunday morning, I was able to say, you know what, no worries. Just walked away from work, clients for the next 2 weeks, had enough money in the bank to get there, had a car that could make the drive. It didn't even think twice about it. So I fell back into my adult role again. I could be mom, and I got to take care of my kids when they had taken care of me. And so for me, that flexibility, that was such a powerful moment for me to be out, to be me again.
That must have felt so empowering, and you must have actually been so proud of yourself.
Yes. Yeah. I got to spend 2 weeks making sure that everything was there and everything, and I didn't have to worry about what was happening at home.
I love it.
I just got to walk away. It was amazing.
I love it. It's interesting because a lot of times I share with people that our circumstances do affect positively or negatively those around us, and our choices affect, those around us. So if we make decisions that help us expand and create, financial prosperity and abundance, then we can help so many others. But if we don't have it, we're so limited and we're held hostage because of those circumstances. And my hallucination is the empowerment you felt was around getting your mindset right, upgrading your skill set so you earn enough money, and you put yourself in the environment of our community, all right, and our coaching for the last while, and that allowed you to do that. And so my question for you is this: there's somebody watching right now that's wondering, should I invest in the winning game of money, brain training, and coaching program, the inner sizes? Was the coaching really good? Is the community really good? What would you say to her or him that's sitting there saying, it sounds great, but I'm not sure yet?
I was there, everybody's not sure for a second. And then you get to know you and hear you a little bit. I feel like there's something that's offered for everyone in this. The way the exercises and the lessons are structured, I can't imagine that there isn't anybody that won't resonate with some of it somewhere on some level. I had no idea that my issue was identity until I started listening to those incisors. I thought, I'm just going to figure out a better way to budget. It's not about that at all. It's about reframing your mind and being you again. And you just offer an amazing amount of tools and personal support and group support. And I'll never turn back.
Oh, I love it. And if you were to rank the quality of the experts that we bring in addition to me coaching, how would you rank them?
Oh, stellar. Any of the courses, the classes that we've done, whether it's the workshops, the ones that come over later, those are all amazing. Save all the recordings for those. And the overall programs that are inside the NeuroGym, I've actually gone through to where now I'm investing in other ones as well. And I'm really proud to say that not even just at standard levels, but in VIP levels, not once but twice, joining into this family of NeuroGym as opposed to thinking this is a program and it's going to be one and done.
Love it. I love it. I love it. Well, I'm standing here beaming with joy and happiness because I can sense how your life has turned around. I can sense how your family, your children are benefiting. I can sense your grandchildren. But even more than that, I sense how proud you are of having yourself back for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the best. That's earlier, we had Lisa Nichols was on. She was sharing, that once she was able to turn the light on in herself, she could turn the light on for other people. And so that's what I'm feeling that you're able to do for your family. So thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. Can't wait to see you in the community and to hear more of your financial flexibility and success and your stories of success. So thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you, John. Thank you for everything. Just from the bottom of my heart. Everything from the one-on-ones in the rooms to simple messages on the chat board. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. All right, now I've got a couple of individuals here in the studio that are just so excited about what happened with Danielle. So Danielle, thank you so much for being such a beacon of hope for so many people, not just here, but around the world. And everyone, do you agree that the past does not equal your future unless you decide to live there, right? My mission is to help our members, you, become financially free and to help you achieve your financial goals and dreams, just like I've helped Danielle and just like this program has helped Danielle. How? By aligning your mindset, your skill set, and your action set, your behaviors with an environment that fosters your growth. And I know you can live not an ordinary life, an extraordinary life. I know you do not have to settle. I know you can not only dream big, but you can do it. And we have the process for you to follow. It's like paint by number. And you've seen a whole bunch of our experts and our members talk about the Winning the Game of Money program, right? They've talked about how it has flipped on their brain success switch and it's allowed them to live that extraordinary life, the same extraordinary life you deserve. And here is the thing. When you learn the secrets to unlock your brain's hidden power, you can achieve success at any age, regardless of your background or your experience level, regardless of what you've tried in the past. Every brain works the same. If you're 18 or 80 or anywhere in between, you can use these science-based methods to create life-changing breakthroughs. Listen, the potential of the human brain is limitless. That means your potential is limitless. Your ability to learn and grow and thrive is limitless. If you are committed, you can achieve anything. If you're interested, you will continue to let your stories and excuses and reasons stand in your way. Today is truth time for you. In plain English, you cannot get new, powerful results with old patterns and the same old actions. You need to make a change for things to change. If you are committed, say yes to yourself and say yes to making a change today that will lead to the success you've always dreamed of. Just click on the link below right now and invest in yourself. Invest in your financial future. Invest in your mental, emotional, and financial well-being. Invest on making the most meaningful impact on the ones you love. You're going to have me at your side and my team of experts that I have handpicked to be at your back. And as you know, you have my irresistible 30-day money-back guarantee. What more could you ask for? You're getting over $23,994 in value for just $1,497. But here's the catch. You can only get guaranteed access at this price with all these bonuses until midnight tonight. Just think about this. You'd spend 20 or 30 grand on a car or more, right? But you're hesitating investing $1,497 on yourself to be able to achieve financial freedom and have peace of mind? You're already spending thousands of dollars on your car payments, clothes, TVs, streaming services, cell phones, and restaurants, and all that stuff, right? So, thousands of dollars a month are already going out of your account. It's just not changing your life. It just keeps it sustained, I get that. But these things are never going to change your life. Look at the people and the stories that you've heard today. This program can finally help you break free, where you can have more confidence, greater self-worth, and more focus on achieving your goals and dreams that you have. When your money story changes in here, you earn more money and money starts to flow in and going to investments. That's when your life changes. My advice to you is this. Commit right now and make it a must to invest in yourself. Not I should, not I want to, not it would be nice to, but I must, and I'm going to do this because it will change my life and those that I love. You will never regret investing in yourself and upgrading your mindset and your skill set. So make that commitment to yourself, say yes to yourself, and invest in yourself right now and your future. All right? So right now, my team's putting up a whole bunch of these messages. I love what I'm seeing in the chat. Now is the time to let go of your old stories, your old excuses, and let go of any old reason that is holding you hostage and keeping you stuck. Pick up some scissors and cut yourself off from them once and for all. Now is your time to rise up and step into your fullest power. No more holding yourself back, no more wishing, no more hoping that something will change. This is the most comprehensive brain training and coaching program in the world to help you succeed no matter what. And it's yours today with 6 months of live coaching, 12 levels of exercises, and all of the insane bonuses worth over $20,000 in value for just $1,497. But time is running out on this offer. Get started today for $0 down with PayPal. We have a ton of different ways for you to get started. Nothing stands in between you and success today. You deserve this. You deserve to feel like your life is on fire and on track to the success you desire. Click on the link below. Get started right now. My team and I will be with you every step of the way, coaching you and training you and answering your questions. Take Warren Buffett's advice, take Jack Canfield's advice, and the advice you've heard from all of our members. The best investment you can make is investing in yourself by clicking on that link now. I guarantee you will get wins in every important area of your life. All right, before we get to our next expert, do this one thing for me. Hold up your hand if you've been struggling with any of these success blockers: limiting beliefs, fears, self-image, or a lack of knowledge and skills. Now, have you been holding on to these success blockers for a few weeks? What about a few months? What about a few years? If your hand is still up, how much longer are you going to accept that this is your reality? Excuses, stories, limiting beliefs, and fears. You have heard our experts talk about people who waited 6 months to a year to do something or more about it, and they lost an entire year or more of their life. I do not want you to lose any more of your time or your life. Winning the game of money has been scientifically designed to help you release all of these success blockers and to help you finally, and more importantly, automatically create the powerful new beliefs and habits you need to achieve your goals faster and easier than you could have ever imagined possible. All through the power of Exercise, the VIP coaching we have, the laser-guided Q&As, and our amazing support department who are on call each day if you get stuck. Now, my team is sharing with me a whole bunch of you who have just joined, and I want to congratulate Emma, congratulations Peter, congratulate Yadira, and congratulate every one of you who are committed to your success and have invested wisely today. Get the link below, click on it, and get started, and I will be right back.
Hi, I'm Mary Morrissey, author of 2 best-selling books, one of which, Building a Field of Dreams, became a PBS special. I'm here to share what I love about John Assaraf, about his programs and his work in the world. I've known John for many years, and I can tell you that he is, without a doubt, one of the leading behavioral mindset experts in the world, if not the leading mindset expert in the world. He's highly skilled in helping people release the mental and emotional obstacles that prevent us from achieving our very best results in life and in business. Now, he has an amazing program which will absolutely help you break free from any self-doubt, any fear, any procrastination, or lack of confidence that could actually be holding you back from achieving what you would love in life, greater financial success, greater freedom in your life. I have referred many of my clients to John's programs over the years, and I keep doing it because his programs work. My clients get results. He delivers what he promises, and my clients love the results they have in working with John Assaraf's programs. So if you're considering enrolling in John Assaraf's program, I want you to know I highly recommend that right now, don't even think about it, right now, click the link, get yourself going. You're going to be so glad you did.
Hi, are you loving the transformational stories that you're hearing today? Type yes in the chats and let me know that you're loving these stories. And did you get the answer to our last question? What was the answer to our last question? Go ahead and put it in the chats again one more time. What is it? Are you ready? Committed. John's mentor asked him the question that transformed his life. Are you interested or are you committed? Because when you're committed, you take action. So congratulations to everyone who joined the program today for being committed. You know, one of the things that I teach in my courses is that in life, we either get results or we give reasons, and there's no in between. I mean, think about it as an equation. Like on one side of the equation, you have cause, being at cause for your results, and the other side, you have being in effect. And when someone is in effect, this is where they give reasons, they give excuses. Here's red flags. I wish I would have brought my red flags over here because I would be taking them out right now, waving these red flags, that when someone is on the effect side of the equation, that's where they're stuck. That's where they're blaming, minimizing, or denying, or justifying, or try to look good, or trying to not look bad. So the foundation to creating consistent, outstanding results in business in every area of life is to move out of the effect side of the equation to the cause side of the equation. Because when you're at cause, you're causing the results in your life. And in order to do that, it's imperative to be committed, which is exactly what John's talking about right here, which was the conversation his mentor gave him that transformed his life. So let me ask you another question, because the quality of our lives will mirror the quality of the questions we ask. So this question is a true or false question. According to the latest science, your potential is limitless. Is that true or is that false? Scientifically, is your potential limitless? Write down the answer in your chats right now. Is it true or is it false? Which is it? Because coming up, we have legendary Marissa Peer, then award-winning neuroscientist, Northeastern University's distinguished professor, Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett. Right now, though, Marissa's going to come on and she's going to show you how you can release excuses. How awesome is that? Release negative programming that has kept you stuck in the past. She's an award-winning rapid transformational hypnosis trainer and best-selling author. And she's worked with some of the biggest names in the UK. Rock stars, CEOs, Olympic athletes. She's even worked with royalty and Oscar-winning actors. She's been named the top therapist in Britain with speaking honors from the Royal Society of Medicine. I'm excited for you to meet the one and only Marissa Peer.
Hey there, Marissa. Thank you so much for being on the Brain-A-Thon.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm thrilled to be here.
Now listen, you are considered by many people all over the world as one of the top hypnotherapists in the world, with thousands of students and countless celebrities, royalty, clients from every walk of life. And what I want to really understand at the top level is, what have you found consistently holds people back from achieving their financial success that they dream about, that they want, and from really living the lifestyle of their dreams?
A couple of things. One is we have money blocks. We have this belief that if I get past a certain level, people won't like me, I won't know who my friends are, I'll live a fake life, I'll put myself at risk if I'm a millionaire. So a lot of people have these blocks about money because we see that when someone in a community does very well, a lot of their friends kind of say, oh, well, you're not the same anymore. So that's important. You know, You probably know that 70% of lottery winners are completely bankrupt within 3 years of winning millions and millions and millions of dollars because they don't adapt well to the change. So the first thing is we have a belief that money will change you and that rich people have sold their soul, they're not spiritual, they're not good people, they're all ruthless, which of course isn't true. There are many wealthy people doing amazing things with their money. The second belief is I'm not worthy of it, I don't deserve it. And that's really the biggest thing, that I don't deserve it, I'm not worth it. And there are so many people who get money and get rid of it because they have this kind of belief that I don't deserve it. I see that a lot with rock stars. People like Amy Winehouse. Again, I took my pen, I scribbled out a song, I somehow got 80 million for that, and I never felt I could value that money because it came to me so easily, so I got rid of it. It's what I call the self-destructiveness of talent. You'll see many people who make money easily who also get rid of it very easily. So this thing, I'm not worth it, I don't deserve it, I didn't work hard enough. If you were driving an Uber to save up for a television, you'd always appreciate it because, yeah, I drove that Uber for 2 months to get that TV or that phone, and I really value it. But if you made that money in 3 minutes or less, you just don't know how to value it. And the third thing, which is what therapists find very vexing, is that our brain is hardwired to go back to what it knows. It's the most strange thing about the human mind, that we like what's familiar and we do not like what is unfamiliar. Our mind wants to run back to what we know. Of course, that's what kept us alive. We didn't eat strange food. We didn't break out of the fort, go and hang out with the Indians, because it's like, I'm only safe where I am with what I know. And this profound need to keep going back to what is familiar and running away from what is unfamiliar makes people unable to step out of their comfort zone. They can't imagine being amazingly worthy. They can't imagine having a phenomenal company. They can't imagine being the boss because they're sort of stuck where they are. So I would say those three things are the biggest. There are other things too, but if you had to categorize it, would probably be one of those three things that causes money blocks that I see all the time.
Love it. So what I heard is limiting beliefs, self-image disconnects between, the life that your income can give you or does give you, but you're not comfortable with the new identity that it requires, and then safety and staying in your comfort zone. Where does fear come into play? Like fear of being rejected or ashamed or ridiculed or judged, or fear of disappointing yourself if you go after your biggest version of your life and you don't succeed at first. Does that play a part in this?
Yeah, that really comes into the I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough for this. One of our greatest fears on the planet is the fear of being rejected. When we're born, we have two driving needs. I must find connection and avoid rejection, because whether you're a baby human or a little baby monkey, innately, if I connect to the people raising me, I will make it. And if I don't, I won't. So it wasn't that long ago that we would die from the fear of rejection. It took a whole tribe. We couldn't live in an apartment and get Amazon to deliver our groceries and be alone. We needed a group. And if you ever watch something like Game of Thrones, it's very clear. Safety was a numbers game. The bigger the tribe you belong to, the safer you are. The smaller, the more at risk you are. So we have this terrible fear of rejection. We have this belief, if you reject me, I will die. And so the fear of taking a risk. What if I open a business and no one comes? What if I write a book and everybody hates it? What if I get this job and people don't like me anymore? So the fear of rejection is profound. In fact, the greatest fear in the Western world, apart from fear of death, is the fear of speaking in public. But that's actually not true. The fear of speaking in public is the fear that you might reject me if I speak in public. So our fear of rejection is primal. It's wired into us because it used to kill us, and it doesn't anymore, but we still think it will. And so many people hold back from the career of their dreams. They have an idea and they never take it. They write a book and they never even give it to a publisher. They say, I could have done that. I should have done that. But the fear of rejection is so profoundly wired into us that we go to great lengths to avoid being rejected. Procrastination, self-sabotage, things like drinking, and deliberately messing up all come back to this number one fear, the fear that you could reject me. And if you did, it might kill me, even though we know it's not true.
Yeah, and our need to belong is so great. That's why, I mean, we lived in tribes for so many years, and we have good friends, and we have family, hopefully. And so being accepted is one of the primal needs that we have. And I agree with you, and I know we are biologically wired for that, from millions of years of evolution. So with that said, knowing that this is the primal part of every one of us, there are people who somehow break free. They somehow develop the self-worth, self-image, self-esteem, and self-confidence to say, I know that's possible, but I'm going to do it anyway, right? And they are the people that are willing to step out there. What's the difference in your experience between those who are stuck and in this rut of repetitiveness, achieving the same results over and over again, and the people, the women, the men at any age group, at any age, that break free and start fulfilling their potential instead of feeling like I have potential?
I think a lot of that is down to self-development. They may read a book, do a course, meet someone who says something that makes sense, who tells them, look, the only risk in life is not to take the risk. That's the risk. If you write a book and say, I don't like it, well, you can maybe change it, right? But if you never send it, that's the biggest risk. The biggest risk of all is not taking the risk. And then you understand the next truth, which is you can't be rejected. Nobody can reject you or me unless we give them consent. And if we say, you can't reject me, I'm going to go on stage and speak, I'm going to write a book, I'm going to write a product. You might hate it, but I'm still going to do it. We have a show in England called Dragon's Den, which in America is Shark Tank. And this guy came on with this thing called Tangle Tears, and they went, oh, that's ridiculous. They laughed at him. They really were very cruel to him. They laughed him out of the Dragon's Den, out of the Shark Tank. And he said, no, this is an amazing product, and Tangle Tears is everywhere now. When Meryl Streep went up to play the part of the love interest in King Kong that was given to Jessica Lange, the director said, Meryl, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're not pretty enough. You'll never make it. Go away and pick a different job. And she said, that's one opinion in the sea of opinions. I think I'll go away and get a better opinion. Danny DeVito was told, you can't act. You're not even 5'10". So was Whoopi Goldberg. But people who make it have this interesting ability to say, you can try to reject me, you can say harsh things, but I will not let them in. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to take the risk. So if you can combine taking a risk and realizing that even if something fails, you haven't been rejected. The people who really take enormous risks and really do incredibly great things don't have that. Richard Branson called his company Virgin because when he started out, he was so naive. He was selling cassette tapes. People would buy them, copy them, and send them out. I need a refund. I don't like this one. And he didn't understand why all the songs he was selling, the music, cassette tapes, were being returned. And he was so naive, he called it Virgin. But he's an amazing businessman, so he would have been rejected. It really is that ability to bounce back. It's what I call the bounce back factor. You didn't win at this Olympics, but you're coming back next year. Your business failed, but you're coming back. There are many people who've gone bankrupt. One of them, of course, is Donald Trump. And whether you're a fan of his or not, he does have that bounce back factor. He's probably not an ideal person as an example, but there are many people like him, Martha Stewart, people who've lost everything, including their dignity and their sense of, I don't care. I'm coming back anyway. And if you can develop that bounce back factor, you can't diminish me unless I allow you to. Yeah, I had a terrible experience, but I learned from it. We had a very famous politician in the UK who went to jail. When he came out, I said, I had a great time. I made some amazing, and I've written a book about prison reform, and I'm going to use what happened. And he never felt that he went to jail for perjury, for lying in court. And he said, yeah, I made a mistake. But he kind of turned it around and used it to his advantage. So that ability to not feel the shame, or to say, well, I did make a terrible mistake and I do feel shame, but I'm using it for something good. It's that, that Teflon, nothing bad is going to stick to you, because you get to choose whether that happens or indeed not.
I love it. And as you're sharing these, Hollywood celebs or entrepreneurs that either have bounced back or have failed and have made a comeback, I can't help but think that one of your many specialties is hypnotherapy and really accessing, the subconscious mind, where a lot of these patterns reside and have become, more hardwired maybe than we'd like. Is it possible to access this subconscious, through guided hypnotherapy? You can either do it on your own, of course, but is it possible to use guided hypnotherapy to change some of the patterns and to create more self-confidence or more certainty in oneself, or to let go of a disempowering habit or self-image?
Well, the subconscious mind is always switched on. It is never, ever switched off. It's always on. And it's always on record. It never runs out of batteries. And the subconscious is rather like a Ferrari. And the conscious is rather like someone who's going to drive that Ferrari but hasn't got a clue how to drive it. So if you had Ferrari driving lessons, you would be amazing at handling Ferrari. Without them, you probably would crawl along in fear because it was so powerful. So you can access your subconscious mind and make it your best friend. You just have to understand how it works. And here's a few heads ups. The subconscious mind learns by repetition. Nobody says, I've gone to the gym, I did 500 sit-ups, well, I haven't got a six-pack. They go, I've got to go back, and I know I'll get that six-pack by repetition. The mind is the same. If you begin to repeat things, I'm worthy of success, I'm deserving of success. What I want wants me. What I am moving towards is moving towards me. When you start to repeat that, because the mind learns by repetition, it lets it in. The second thing about the subconscious mind, and it's really important, is it really doesn't care what you tell it is good or bad, right or wrong, true or false, useful or indeed harmful. It will let it in regardless. If you say, a memory like a sieve, I always fall apart at meetings, I'm just terrible at remembering anything, I blush when anyone speaks to me, your mind makes that real, because every word you speak is a blueprint that your mind and body work to make real. And secondly, we act in a way that matches how we consistently describe ourselves. I'm an idiot, I'm a loser, I'm amazing with people, I've got a phenomenal memory, I'm really good with figures, I'm such a people person. Whatever you say, you actually make it real. So, but the other thing about the subconscious mind, which is very simple but so important, is it's not really good at future pacing. It works in the present tense. And many people have the right idea. I'm going to give myself a little statement. Next year I'll be a millionaire. Well, your mind doesn't know what next year is. It's why when someone is depressed or being bullied, you go, next year your life's going to be different. It doesn't even touch them, because the mind, the emotional mind, only works in now. So you have to say, I'm becoming phenomenally wealthy now. I'm becoming super successful right now. Because when you think, well, that's not true, it doesn't matter. You have to state what you want in the present tense if you want to influence your subconscious mind. You have to use really exciting words. So you couldn't, for instance, sit down and go, right, I'm going to think about not being poor anymore. That doesn't even, that's what I call a WTF statement. I don't want to be poor anymore. The mind doesn't know what that is. I am generating phenomenal wealth, and I'm doing amazing things with it. I'm helping other people. I've got so many reasons to generate massive wealth and to share it and to benefit people. Because when you make a picture that the mind can see, I'm not poor, I'm not making silly investments, money doesn't slip through my fingers. You can only focus on the word that makes a picture. It's like saying, I'm not thinking about a cake. You have to think about a cake to say, I'm not thinking about a cake. So you need to really start to frame it. I am phenomenally successful. Everything I do works out. money comes to me. It's like energy. I have so much. I attract it, and I make friends with it. I'm really comfortable. I'm comfortable asking for more. I know I'm worth it. I've got a great product. People love my product. They love to buy it. I'm giving people something amazing. No one says, wow, Apple phone sits and go, I love my Apple phone. I've never been bored once in my life since I got that phone. I've always got something to do. And the other thing to understand is we'll pay for anything if it makes us feel good about ourselves. So you can access the subconscious mind very easily. It should work for you. You shouldn't work for it. But you have to understand it. You've got to talk to it in a powerful way using really exciting words. You can't go, I'm all right, me, because that's a fluff word. You have to go, I'm freaking amazing. I'm gifted. I'm talented. I'm on fire. I'm powerful. I'm driven. I love success. And when you can really excite your imagination with descriptive words that are relevant, powerful, personal, up-to-date, and in the present tense, you'll go to what you want. And it will also start to go to you. But do remember the blueprint. Everything you say, if I look at shellfish, I vomit. I can't be around people. If you say it, you're likely to make it real. And, we make our words. And our words shape us. Your words shape your reality. If you don't like your reality, take a look at your language and change it, because it's easy. You change your words, then you change your thoughts, then you change your feeling, then you change your action, then you change your language. It all starts with how you dialogue with you. So when you understand the subconscious, it's extraordinary. The mind is such an incredible tool. It will give you so much. But remember, your mind is a Ferrari, and you're a Ferrari driver. You learn some of the rules of your mind and how the subconscious works, and you'll take that Ferrari to great heights.
I love it. I've often said that our mind can be the tool of greatest mass construction or mass destruction, and
Absolutely.
we get to choose. And I mean, that's why I created these inner sizes, really is all around, repetitive self-talk, visualizations, affirmations, meditations, mindfulness, etc., to be able to really access the subconscious mind, to reprogram it, remove the success blockers like the limiting beliefs, the fears, the self-image disconnects, and create these new patterns that are going to be empowering, positive, and constructive to build your new life. When somebody removes the blockages and starts to really have the self-image and the self-talk and the behaviors, of course, what have you seen is possible for them to achieve in business or in life? And we have about 2 minutes for you and I to share this, and then to talk about your special gift today for people that are going to be part of NeuroGym and are winning the game of Money, Brain Training, and Coaching program.
Well, I've seen people really go to great heights, create a product, take it to market. I'm working with someone at the moment who's probably one of the most successful makeup artists. Sorry, let me say that again. I'm working with someone at the moment who has become one of the most successful brands of makeup in the world. And she came from nothing. And it's all to do with the belief, I've got something to offer the world. I've seen people write a book that isn't necessarily a great book, but their marketing is so amazing that they take it further, because belief without talent will get you further than talent without belief. But if you have both, if you have belief and talent, you will be unstoppable. And many people say, I could have done that. I had that idea. So I think to make it, you've got to know what you want. What does it look like? The idea, what is it? You can't say I'm going to be a millionaire. Well, what are you going to do? Create, grow. But secondly, you must believe you're worth it. That's so important. And the third thing is you must decide to work hard. People say, oh no, I'm just manifesting. I'm just going to manifest. No, you have to have all three things. Know what you want. Be very clear about what does it look like. I'm making this great product. I'm starting a company. Absolutely believe you're worth it. That's the biggest thing, because 85% of success comes down to having this I'm worth it success mindset. But you really must be prepared to work hard. You've got to get up early, go to bed late. But the great news is that, like you, John, when you love what you do and do what you love, you actually never feel like you've worked hard a day in your life.
I couldn't agree more. And it's interesting because I developed our entire program and curriculum around leveling up your mindset, your beliefs, your habits, your self-worth, self-image, self-esteem, upgrading your skill set so you know what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and then taking the right actions, and then creating an environment of accountability to keep moving you forward and making progress. And so I knew you would be an amazing guest on the Brain-A-Thon. You and I are so aligned. And I also want to let everybody know that in addition to typing in the chat, a thank you to Marissa. Please follow her work. And for anybody who gets involved with us today with our Winning the Game of Money, Brain Training, and Coaching program, Marissa is also giving us a phenomenal program of hers called I Am Enough, Secrets to a Successful Life. So there'll be more information on that when we provide you with a link as well a little bit later. So Marissa, thank you for being on the Brain-A-Thon. Can't wait to see you in person. And I appreciate what you're doing in the world so much and for the huge, big difference you've made to the lives of so many people today on the Brain-A-Thon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh my, that was so good. Did you love that as much as I did? Please type a message to Marissa right now in the chat and let her know how much you enjoyed listening to her. Now, here is one thing Marissa mentioned that I want to highlight just in case you missed it. She said, don't wait for success to come to you. You have to go to it. Listen, the most brilliant plan without execution is what? It's a failure. No one can climb the ladder of success for you. I can share all the brain unlocking secrets and all the wealth secrets I've learned in my career and show you how they've been proven to work for over 100,000 people. But until you take action to remove your success blockers and to rewrite your new money story and to move towards and forward to your goals and dreams, you risk falling short of achieving your potential, and you risk staying stuck for days, for weeks, and even many, many more years. Think of it like this. Imagine you own a sports car, and this car can go 150 miles per hour, but what if in the factory they put a restrictor plate or a governor on it that only allows it to go 45 miles per hour? So no matter how hard you press the pedal, the restrictor plate keeps you stuck at 45 miles per hour. Well, your conditioning and limiting beliefs are keeping you stuck at 45 miles per hour. Your disempowering fears and self-image is keeping you stuck at levels way, way lower than you are capable of. Why? Your childhood or your past experiences, the identity and the expectations you've been conditioned to accept. In essence, your potential was capped many, many years ago and wired into your subconscious mind. Take off the restrictor plate and boom, you can now go as fast as you want and go farther than ever before in record time, right? When you join this program, Inner Size is going to remove that restrictor plate faster and easier than you've ever imagined. Imagine you've been going 45 miles per hour for so long, and then all of a sudden, boom, you can go 60, 70, 80, or even faster if you choose. Imagine what that will do to your self-confidence and your self-worth and your speed of success. Also, imagine how much faster you can finally achieve your goals and dreams. It's the secret sauce to all of our members' success, no matter if they are 18 or 80 years young. Now, as you start inner-sizing and upgrading your skills with our training, the live coaching sessions with me and our experts will help you get to the next level of success. We will be there to help you make smart decisions and to solve any of the challenges that come as you start to earn more money and having more opportunities. Think of it this way. It's like having a triple success plan, the best mindset training, the exact skills training you need, and full guidance and support to make sure you take action and not just start, but complete what you start in the most supportive environment possible. Our commitment is to give you everything you need to become unstoppable. So, if you want to become unstoppable in the most important areas of your life, wealth, health, relationships, and success, click below right now to join the program, and we will get started together on Monday. When you sign up right now, and this is so important, you'll remove all of the trial and error and years of trying to figure it out on your own. All the hard work's been done for you. And we'll help you remove the fear and uncertainty and the stress wondering if you're on the right path to achieving your goals. The path to winning the game of money has been traveled by me and 100,000 of our members, and this path has led directly to success and life-changing long-term wealth. So, come follow this step-by-step plan we've created for you. You're getting a whopping $23,994 in total value for just $1,497. Again, that is only $4.10 a day. For $4, you can get a box of paper clips, you can get a bag of Skittles, you can get some organic lip balm, a bag of ice for that matter. Or you can now get the coaching and training for financial freedom forever. Jump on this offer right now before it expires, and I guarantee you it will be the best investment you make in yourself, in your life. You may remember this. Benjamin Franklin said something that has always stayed with me. He said, by failing to plan, you plan to fail. So ask yourself, do I have a specific detailed step-by-step plan to succeed massively in the next 3 months, 6 months, or in the next year? Do I have the exact steps mapped out to earn $1 million in the next 12 months, to buy a new house, to pay off all my debt faster and easier, to retire early with the lifestyle that you want? Because if not, what are you waiting for? Seriously, what are you waiting for? How much longer are you willing to live in a world of uncertainty, maybe even mediocrity, or settling for less than you're capable of achieving? How much longer are you going to allow that restrictor plate, that governor in your brain to hold you back? Here's the thing. You don't even need to come up with a plan, which is the hardest part of achieving success. You can literally steal my blueprint for success, which I've used to earn tens of millions of dollars, master my own mindset, build my businesses, and live my dream life here in San Diego, just by clicking the link on this page. What kind of impact do you think it'll have on your success and on your finances to be working with me and my team of experts for the next 6 months? This decision is right at the tip of your fingers right now, but the next step is up to you. If you wait too long, I promise you, you will miss out on all of these bonuses. If you leave here empty-handed today, ask yourself this: is my decision to not taking action moving me towards achieving my goals or moving me away from achieving my goals? It's a decision for abundance or a decision for scarcity or more of the same. And either way, time is running out to join before midnight and lock in all these bonuses and the program worth over $20,000. And you have met people here today who were just like you watching the Brain-A-Thon from home, who have used this exact blueprint to change their brains, change their lives, and skyrocket their wealth and success, right? So all you have to do is click below and join now and start experiencing these awesome results for yourself. And I'll see you on the celebration and the start of this program on Monday. All right, before we go any further, I have to give a quick shout out to some of our amazing new members. And as you know, I can't read all of them right now, so if you guys can please put some names up there. All right, let's congratulate Mary as a new NeuroGym member who's going to retrain her brain and win the game of money. Sarochi, Kiara, Albert, Lena, Danny, Simon, Bo, Chan, Noah, Emma, and Axel, like Axel Rose. Absolutely amazing. I want to congratulate. Those are just a few of the people who've said yes to their future today. And we will keep welcoming others. And we welcome each and every one of you that signed up into the NeuroGym family. And our goal is to put you on the fast track to greater income, higher wealth, and success in the next 100 days. Here is what's coming up. It's now time for our next big giveaway.
All right, thanks, John. I want to give a huge shout out and congrats to everyone who said yes to themselves and their future today. We welcome you into the NeuroGym family. You're now on the fast track to success in the next 100 days. So, did you answer that last question correctly? I'd love to know, what was the answer? Was it true or false? Do you remember? According to science, the latest science, your potential is limitless. Is that true or false? Which one was it? Let me see it one more time in the chats. The answer is true. Yes, it is true. Your potential is infinite. There is infinite potential within you. And how wonderful it is to know that.
Hi, my name is Emily. I live in Leeds in the UK and I have completed Winning the Game of Money. I joined in October last year and I completed it in January, at the beginning of January this year. During the programme was really difficult as well at times. There were times when I just felt so overwhelmed and just like I didn't want to do it, like there wasn't enough time in the day. It was so hard. But there's always a video. John's always got a video to solve everything. No matter what you're going through, he can tell you how to get over it, and I just think that's absolutely amazing. I really, really love that, and it's really kept me going. And even the times when I've just felt, oh, I'm not good enough, I can't do this, I'm just like, there's something that I'm missing. And then I'd go and whack back and watch another video, and he'd be like, yeah, you can do it, this is why, and I'm like, yes, I can do it too. So I teach baby massage, baby yoga classes, we do birthday parties, we do lots of things for 0 to 5-year-olds basically. In December, I managed to finally hit my target of my income. I set myself an income target. December I managed to finally hit it, which I just thought was amazing. I was like, yeah, I felt so rich. It was fantastic. January didn't quite manage to hit it. But then in February, I doubled it. I couldn't believe it. Money was just coming in all the time. And it was just fantastic. So what helped me to get there was just watching all John's videos, understanding about taking actions, learning the things that I need to learn. I wasn't sure what I needed to learn. Thank you so much for this program, for giving me the confidence, for giving me the know-how, the understanding to keep going. And it's all just brilliant. And I think I've taken too long, but I don't know what to say. So I'll see you later. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back. Look who I have with me.
Well, hey, this has been great. Has this not been amazing? Has Nurka not been an unbelievable MC? I've been reading the chat and you guys are having so much fun. I love it.
I'm having a blast. Who's having some fun? Let's hear a big yes in the chats. John, you have packed so much value into this event. I'm like totally amazed.
Well, the whole idea is to have one whole day of amazing training, light bulb moments, ahas for everybody so that they can say yes to themselves and take action and do it, just do it.
What's been your favorite part so far?
2 favorite parts. The people that were on the Brain-A-Thon in the past that are now achieving amazing results and have broken free and are achieving the financial success they want and the life success that they want, but also to see the breakthroughs and the ahas that people, everybody that's watching, has been sharing in the chat. That has been awesome for me.
Totally. I love the success stories, like super powerful and inspiring. Who's like fired up about the success stories? Let's hear a big yes in the chats. And I know that you also put something together that is super amazing. You put together an amazing offer and it's a limited time.
Yeah. We've been sharing this with everybody. The offer that we've put together for you for the entire Win the Game of Money brain training and coaching program, the offer is guaranteed until midnight tonight. The bonuses are guaranteed until midnight tonight. We reward action takers that way. And so limited time. Take action.
You heard him, everybody. So now is the time to take action before the prices go up tomorrow. And right now we're going to get ready to go into our final expert, who is among the top 1% of the most cited scientists in the world for her revolutionary research in psychology and neuroscience. I'm so excited about these experts that you've brought here today.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett is a distinguished professor of psychology at Northeastern University, and she also holds appointments at Harvard Medical and Massachusetts General Hospital, where she is the Chief Science Officer for the Center of Brain and Behavior. And what I can share with you is she is going to show you the brain science to building your dream life at any age.
That's super exciting. I can't wait to hear her. So as John and Lisa get ready and get all set up, let's go ahead and take a look at a quick recap of some of the highlights from today.
So in order to change your financial zip code, you need to change your mental zip code. In order to change your physical zip code, you need to change your mental zip code, your relationship zip code, your business success zip code. Every single change in your life stems and starts with your brain.
It started very quickly when I started doing the inner sizes and I started to change the inner world. It's just completely changed my life, totally transformed it.
You had shared with me, prior to talking, for this brand, that you had become a millionaire within 12 months?
It was actually within 10 months.
Oh, good. Thank you for correcting me.
I read a quote the other day from somebody that I really thought was valuable. He said, when I had no money and there was a course on how to become successful, I did everything I could to scrounge up that money. I couldn't afford it, I told myself, but I did it anyway because I'd read somewhere that successful people always started with hardly anything, but were willing to do whatever it took to get that first step up, to learn how to do it.
You really have the desire to concentrate your thoughts, your actions, your feelings, your vision on the objective at hand of building a fortune. Because as you know, what you think about, you bring about. What you visualize is what you crystallize. And what you say to yourself becomes your reality. So if it's really, really high on your value, you will do what it takes to do it.
But in that moment, something shifted. Because you helped me to see things in a way that I just had no idea that you could see yourself and money and the world like that. And that was just the start. And 90 days later, by the time I finished the program, I'd quit that job. And I'd started a business that I love, which is the biggest thing for me.
Remember, your mind is a Ferrari and you're a Ferrari driver. You learn some of the rules of your mind and how the subconscious works, and you'll take that Ferrari to great heights.
I love it. Hello, Dr. Barrett. Thank you for agreeing to be on the Brain-A-Thon.
It's my pleasure to join you.
And so you and I have discussed, being the architect of your own life, the person able to create our own reality and build our dream life. And in one of our earlier discussions, you had shared something with me that I thought was very, very fascinating, and that is that in the brain is generally everybody's brain works similarly. Is that an accurate statement, or the way you said it really perked my attention?
So I think at a very general level, the general structure of all human brains, my brain, your brain, our listeners' brains, at a general level, all brains, human brains, neurotypical brains have the same structure. What differs from person to person is the micro-wiring, the way that the neurons are specifically connected to each other, varies at a microscopic detail and a microscopic level, and the way that the neurons talk to each other to perform a task, like to allow me to say words to you, or for you to say words to me, or for us to understand each other, or for our listeners to understand us. The way that our brains work at a very micro level of detail differs, but the general structure is pretty much the same.
Good.
Yeah.
And I would assume that's because the the neural pathways that we developed from the time we were born, whether they're the beliefs we have, the fears we have, the meaning we've learned to give things, those neural structures are different for each person, but the general structure is the same. Is that an accurate assumption?
Yes, exactly. So that the 3-pound blob of meat between my ears and your ears and every neurotypical brain that's human on the planet, has the same number of lobes. It has the same number of structures. The structures are generally connected to each other in the same way. All of that is pretty standard operating procedure. But as you said, John, an infant brain is not a miniature adult brain.
Right.
It's a brain waiting for wiring instructions from the world. And from your brain's perspective, your world is your body in the world. So, for example, your brain is wired to see specifically using your eyes that are a certain distance apart in your skull. And that distance is different from mine. And, the shape of your ear is different from the shape of my ear. And, the way that the speed and range of your heartbeats might be different than mine. And so your brain is wired by those signals. It's also wired by social signals that we send and receive as we interact with each other. So every word you speak to an infant, every cuddle that you give, every song that you sing, every time you make eye contact or fail to make eye contact, all of these things have incrementally an effect on the wiring of that child's brain. And that's how, my brain has different memories, can reassemble different experiences than your brain, but we also live in the same culture. And so we have some similarities too.
Got it. So would it be safe to say that we learn, for example, how much we could earn or what's possible for whether it's our job or our career? We learn what to be afraid of, maybe from our parents, our teachers, our caregivers, what we watch on TV. And in this learning, we develop these neural patterns early on in life. And then is it accurate to say that then we tend to reinforce the patterns that we have learned from, our environment, society, maybe the meaning that we gave things? Is that a safe thing to say?
Yes, absolutely. And I guess what I would say is that your brain doesn't reinforce patterns, it reassembles those patterns. And every time it reassembles a pattern, that pattern gets stronger and easier to assemble the next time, which is what you called reinforcement. In neuroscience, that has a really specific meaning. So I wouldn't use that word, but that's right. We don't really have neural structures that relate to thoughts and feelings and actions. We have patterns. The brain is a pattern generator. And when the brain learns to make a pattern, it can make that pattern more easily every time it makes the pattern. It gets easier and easier and easier and eventually becomes what we call a habit.
Got it.
Yeah.
And so we develop these patterns, we create these habits, then the habits to conserve energy and to make it easier for us, it's just easy to repeat the thoughts, the emotions, and the behaviors, and maybe even the expectations. And I know that in my discussions with you in the past, prior to the Brain-A-Thon, yours and my brain, everybody's brain is predicting, the future based on the memory of the past. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So in this situation right now, let's say we stopped time and we stopped time and we looked inside your brain, John. And what we would see is that your brain is representing your belief about what's happening in your own body and in the world. And then your brain will generate a next set of patterns to predict what's going to happen next based on your past experience. And that prediction, those set of predictions actually prepare your actions, prepare the changes in your body that are about to happen, and they also prepare your experience, what you expect to see, what you expect to hear. And these patterns come from your prior experience, things that you yourself have personally experienced, but also things that you've read about, things that you've heard about from friends, things that you've seen on TV or on the internet, and so on and so forth. So you are bathed, your brain is bathed in statistical patterns of signals, and your brain learns those signals, and it learns to regenerate those signals in the form of memory. We can call it memory, or we can call it prediction, or we can call it knowledge. I mean, scientists use lots of different words for, that's how you know something is important, right? That scientists have lots of words for it. And we make and brains make predictions, and they actually, these predictions are not like abstract things. They are, your brain is changing the firing of its own neurons to prepare you to move, to prepare your heart rate to change, or your, glucose metabolism to change, anything, any kind of physical change. And it's also changing the firing of your neurons so that you're prepared to see things, to hear certain things, to smell certain things, to feel certain things. And every experience you have and every action you take is some combination of these predictions, what's inside your head from the past, and the sense data, the signals that are coming to you from your immediate surroundings in your body and in the world.
Love it. So there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask, and one of them is around, so we're predicting probabilities of what may happen. Our bodies are regulating whatever it needs to follow through with that prediction. And,
yes.
And I would imagine that's probably why it's so easy for us to do more of the same, expect more of the same, because that becomes our comfort zone. Is that accurate?
Well, it's interesting that you would say it as our comfort zone. It is accurate, but there's a little bit more to it that I think is really interesting. So why do brains predict? Like, why would you do that? What's the value of that? And the answer is because it reduces ambiguity and uncertainty, which is really metabolically expensive. So if you were to hear a loud bang, what is the loud bang? What caused it, and what do you need to do about it? Well, your brain doesn't know. All you hear is the bang, which is the outcome of some change in the world, but your brain doesn't know what the cause is. It only knows the outcome. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. So how does it reduce that uncertainty? It guesses preemptively. It's predicting the bang. And that guess actually isn't just a prediction about hearing the bang, it's also a prediction about the cause. So if your brain is predicting that you'll hear a bang, which is the slamming of a door or the backfiring of a car, your brain will prepare different motor movements than, say, if it's predicting a bang which is caused by a gunshot. And so really what your brain is doing is predicting in the service of efficiently regulating energy and metabolism in your body and in the brain itself. And it turns out that actually is more comfortable. So it's not, the comfort isn't what's driving the system. What's driving the system is the metabolic efficiency, but you will experience it as effortless and often more comfortable. Because when we expend large amounts of energy, think learning something new that's really hard, or think exercising, it's not always comfortable, right?
Got it.
Sometimes it's really unpleasant, actually.
Yep.
And we tolerate that unpleasantness in the service of making an investment in the future, in our future selves. But things which are easy and automatic and where we feel like we don't have a lot of effort, they actually can sometimes feel like they're happening to us, actually like we're just reacting to stuff that we see and hear in the world instead of actually predicting it. Because the brain's really, what it cares about, if you can say that it cares about anything, is metabolic efficiency.
Got it. So I want to take us from there to another discussion that you and I had around architecting your future, and that our brain can time travel. And then if we can maybe shift into some of the requirements to make changes and to really start focusing our energy and attention, not so much on the life we have, but maybe how do we shift to the life we really would love to have? How do we earn more? How do we become more and have more? So maybe we can shift into that. So let's talk about the architecting of your dream life. Where would that begin?
Sure. So I guess what I want to say here is that oftentimes you hear people give aspirational speeches about how to become a better you or how to live your dream life or whatever. What I'm about to say is firmly rooted in neuroscience, And at times it may sound aspirational, but that's because you have a magically amazing brain that can do all kinds of really wonderful things, some of which, are, like I said, pretty miraculous. So the first thing to realize, I think, is that that you're always using the past to predict the immediate future, which becomes your present. You're always doing this all the time. And your brain has the capacity not just to time travel to the next moment in time. You can remember the past sometimes remembering the past means your brain is reassembling an assembly of neurons to give you the experience of that you had in the past. Maybe it's not exactly the same experience. Maybe it's close. Maybe it's not exactly the same neurons. That doesn't really matter. What matters is that your brain can time travel by literally having you relive experiences from the past. And in fact, you can imagine pasts that occurred even before you were born. A lot of us hear stories from when we were little kids, and we hear it so often that it sounds like there are memories. It feels to us like there are memories. Right. And that's because we are reassembling experiences that we had of listening to somebody else. And we also have brains not only that can travel into the past, but that can also travel into the future. So we can imagine our own futures, sometimes decades following where we are. We can imagine futures that are really different from the futures that we have, that we imagine that we have. So we can imagine, science fiction and, like all kinds of crazy futures. I recently heard the historian Tim Snyder say that freedom is not the absence of a government that tells you what to do. It's the ability to imagine a future that's different from the one that you have, and then act towards making that future a reality. I thought that was a really beautiful. Yeah. And the really cool thing is that there are things that you can do now that will help your brain imagine the future differently, and that will set you on a path for a different future. And this is something that falls directly out of the neuroscience of prediction.
So we can imagine the future that we desire. We can feel what that would be like, and then we can, in the moment, focus on what can we do to move towards that. Is that a shortened version of what you just shared?
It is. I will say that there are some futures. So it's very easy for our brains to imagine, to do this. Our brains do mental time travel so easily that it's hard sometimes to keep your mind in the present.
Right.
That's how easily, we shift around. It's much easier for us to imagine the sights and sounds and smells and tastes of the future than it is to imagine physical pain in the future or any kind of physical discomfort. So for example, if I ask you, John, right now, or our listeners, our viewers to imagine in your mind's eye a Macintosh apple that's red with a little yellow and white. It's like the kind of apple you would eat, and you hold it in your hand. Can you imagine, a ghost of an apple in your mind's eye?
I can. I just was going through that exercise as you were doing it.
And this is actually your brain doing this miraculous thing. It's changing the firing of your own neurons so that you can hear something that isn't there, that you can see something that isn't there, that you can taste something that isn't there, and so on. And most people can do this. Most neurotypical brains can do this because this is what prediction signals look like in your brain. Prediction signals aren't these abstract things. They're your brain preparing you to act, preparing you to see, preparing you to hear, preparing you to taste, preparing you to feel and smell before the information comes from the world and from your body. And the really interesting thing is that you're completely unaware that this is happening under the hood.
And so could I, for example, start to imagine my life the way I want it? Can I imagine that and then start to take the actions required to achieve that?
Yeah, so actually, the way that predictions work is that first your brain is predicting the actions that you will take. And then your brain is predicting the experience that will result from those actions. So we experience the world consciously as, we see stuff, we hear stuff, we react to it, and then we act. But actually what's happening under the hood is that based on what's happening right now, your brain is predicting what needs to happen inside your body next, what motor movements like actions you need to take, and then your brain, figuratively speaking, asks itself, well, the last time that I made these movements, what did I hear next? What did I see next? What did I smell next? What did I feel next? And it starts to change the firing of your own neurons to prepare your experience so that when the sense data come, if they match your predictions, they just confirm your predictions and poof, you act. So to you, it feels like a reaction, but actually there's been, some preparation in advance. And if the sense data don't match, like let's say you picked up a Granny Smith apple instead of a Macintosh apple, sometimes your brain will correct itself, but sometimes it won't. And your experience will largely be driven by what's inside your head instead of what's outside you in the world.
Love it. I have one follow-up question to that, and that is when an Olympic athlete visualizes, the movements that she wants to go through, to whether it's to jump over a bar or to run over hurdles, or an astronaut, is visualizing, their cockpit, or a Navy SEAL is visualizing complex movement underwater. Is the art or the act of visualizing and reassembling those neurons, making it easier and easier, faster and faster for those neurons to fire and to start that process? Is that why we visualize for practice?
Well, I think a lot of people will tell you why we visualize and why, but I don't think you can answer that as a scientist. That's not an answerable question.
Okay.
And if I were to answer it, it would be an answer that you probably would be meaningful to you, that we predict not because it's fun or interesting or pleasant. We predict because it's metabolically efficient way to run a nervous system. That's just a boring answer to most people, but there it is. That's the answer.
Got it.
But what I would say is visualizing is important, but it's not in and of itself effective, meaning you actually have to do it.
Got it.
You actually have to move. So, for example, if I'm learning to dive or I'm practicing, for a medal, let's say, I can visualize and I can try to feel in my body to some extent, right? I can try to feel in my head. I'm trying to feel what my various muscles will feel like. But then I actually have to go do it.
Right.
And then and when I go do it, that's going to actually allow me if I'm paying attention to all my different muscles and so on, that's going to allow me to predict better, to imagine better in the future. So simply visualizing and imagining is a good start, but it's not the whole story.
I agree.
Not the whole story.
Yeah, it's visualize and act that gives you
And
the
act.
actual learning and the reinforcement of the pattern. I totally get it. That's why I tell people you can sit there and hope and pray and wish and meditate that things get better, but until you take action, things usually don't get better. They stay the same.
Yeah, I would also add that whenever the two most expensive things your brain can do is move your body and learn something new. So when you are changing patterns, right, you're deliberately cultivating new patterns for yourself, it's not always fun. It's not always pleasant. Because we're doing something that's metabolically taxing. And sometimes in the moment, there's a bit of, yucky feeling.
It's uncomfortable.
But feeling bad isn't always an indication that something bad is happening, right? You get to a point when you're exercising that it feels pretty unpleasant, but actually it's really good for you in the long run. So what unpleasantness often means is that we are spending more metabolic resources than we immediately have in the moment. And as long as we replenish, it will be a great investment.
Oh, I love it. Well, Dr. Feldman Barrett, I really appreciate you being on the Brain-A-Thon. I know that people are going to be in the chat right now leaving a comment for you, and we will make sure that people know how to get a hold of you and to pick up your books. And so thank you so much for being on the Brain-A-Thon. I love the way you explain stuff, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you're playing at the top of the game of neuroscience and neuropsychology, and I want to make sure people know that they can change. And yes, you have to put some effort in, but the payoff is that you get to live the life of your dreams, hopefully, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so very much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
How powerful was that? Let Dr. Feldman Barrett know how much you enjoyed her segment. Just put 1 or 2 words in the chats right now. And I want to highlight one thing that she said, which is so powerful. You are not at the mercy of your emotions. I mean, one of the things I teach in my courses is that you can transcend your emotions, which actually means that you're in control of your emotions. And this is so vital. It's essential. It's imperative. Because there's people out there that are allowing emotions to cloud their mind, to cloud their reason, to cloud their vision. They're allowing fears and limiting beliefs to cloud what they're truly capable of. Or you can train your mind to flip on the switch, the success switch, so you master emotions and that they actually lead you and work for you to creating a successful and fulfilling life. And Innercise is a proven way to master your emotions, to take control of your life and your future. And it's backed by proven brain science and over 100,000 community members. So our last guest is proof of that. See, it takes courage to go live and to share your story. So if you've been struggling managing your emotions or struggling with the courage to take action, you're gonna love this story. It's for you. It's gonna give you a boost to step into your purpose with power. So please give some big love in the chats right now to Gia Lilly.
Hey there, Gia. Thank you so much for coming on the Brain-A-Thon and sharing your wonderful story that I know so many people are going to resonate with.
Thank you so much for having me, John. I am a little nervous.
That's okay. I'm a little nervous too. Actually, I'm not nervous. So, Gia, I know that, I know you went to university. I know you studied some psychology and social studies. And then I know you had some health issues that really prevented you from really going out there and being able to take care of yourself. And I know at one point you were getting some assistance from the government. Is that accurate?
Yes, unfortunately, John, that is painfully accurate. Yeah. I'm still dealing with all of that, even like the aftermath of that even now, to be honest with you. It took me a long time really to bounce back after those health challenges. And if I can be really honest with you, it was tough because I don't do well sort of sitting back and doing nothing. You know, I've always been a go-getter. I've always been a high achiever. So for me to come out of university 1 year early, like I decided to withdraw from studies because of this health challenge, it was really tough going for me. And then to have to sit back and not do anything because I physically wasn't able to, that was really, really hard.
Was it like you were watching your life pass you by and you were, like almost watching a movie as a bystander?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, thinking about it now, it's like I had all these goals and dreams and, I wanted to graduate. I wanted to help people because I was like in the social services sector. I just wanted people to have amazing lives. And here I was in a place where I felt that I couldn't help anybody, let alone myself. And that was so hard going. It just felt like I'd spent all of this time, all of this money, all of this energy to withdraw and not to have anything show for it. I knew I had so much capability, so much promise. I could do so much, and yet I was incapacitated.
I only know one time in my life where I felt like that, and that was after a bad car accident, and I had back surgery, and I was laid up for 3 months, and I felt so awful, and I was young too, like you are. And how did it impact your family seeing you going through this?
Honestly, John, I kept a lot of it to myself because I lived away from home when I went to private. First of all, I went to private school. So really, I grew up away from my family. So I was able to hide how I was really feeling. And then I went on to university, and again, because I wasn't really around the family, they didn't see a lot of it. I didn't tell them. I just felt so ashamed about the fact that I hadn't actually fulfilled on any of these goals and dreams. I'd sacrificed time away from my family to work hard to get this degree that I never got. And it was tough. How could I possibly have faced them? They didn't know.
And I know you also had mentioned that you got yourself into debt, obviously, with school loans and other expenses that you needed just to survive. How did that make you feel not having enough?
Unworthy is really the word that comes to mind. I'm sorry, unworthy.
You're making my my tear ducts swell as well. I know what that feeling is like, of feeling not good enough, not worthy enough, and mine came from not being really smart when I was in school and failing and being told that I was most likely to fail in life. And I felt I had a lot of potential because I was good in sports. And but in school, I felt so freaking dumb. And that haunted me for many, many years until my first mentor came into my life and shared with me, showed me that I had some wrong ideas about myself. And so I want to ask you, if I can, and thank you for being so vulnerable and so forthright. I know that you got healthier. I know that you had made some decisions, and I also know that you saw like an ad of ours on Facebook inviting you to the Brain-A-Thon. It was an ad of ours, and you saw that. What happened, and what made you decide to click on that button, at least sign up for the Brain-A-Thon?
Oh, wow. Well, honestly, John, it wasn't the first time I'd seen your face, because I saw you in the movie The Secret.
Ah.
So yeah, exactly. So I recognized the name, and I tend to recognize unusual names, and so you really did stand out for me. And when I saw your face, I thought, I wonder what this is about, and I wondered if it was more sort of law attraction oriented. I knew I had to fix my thinking anyway, but more than anything else, I knew I needed practical support, and I've always been fascinated with health and healing. Of course, with my own health journey, it just made sense. And so I took a look at what the Brain-A-Thon was about. And when it talked about changing your money mindset, your money story, all of these things, I knew I had a shed load of stuff to clear. So I clicked on that button, I found out more, and I registered straight away because I wanted to hear more. Most definitely. I didn't want to stay stuck in that position where my income was capped. And, especially like with health challenges, I wanted to make sure that I was designing a life which worked for me. I wanted to live an amazing life by design, not by default anymore. And so I signed up for the Brain-A-Thon.
So you signed up for the Brain-A-Thon. You watched me and other experts. You decided to invest in yourself, and you said yes to yourself, and you invested in the Win the Game of Money brain training and coaching program. Yes. And what did you discover about that? And by the way, before you answer, did you have the money to invest at the time?
Just about is the answer to that. I did have like a little savings set aside. And so I invested in it. And the thing was, I wasn't going to use my savings, but I knew that I just couldn't stay in that position I was in so much debt, John. As we were saying earlier on, I had school debt. But what I didn't mention was that during university, I was in a very vulnerable period of my life. And just as I got sick, I also met someone at the sort of penultimate year of university, and I didn't realize that I'd headed straight into an emotionally, mentally, and a financially abusive relationship. So I accrued a lot of his debts under my name, and so now I just wanted to clear all that. I was tired of carrying his financial baggage, and so I just needed to do something. I thought, well, what could possibly go wrong? The worst case scenario would be that I make better decisions about money. Is that the worst case scenario? Well, if that was it, then so what? I made that investment. I did it. I got into the program because I just wanted things to change.
So I love it. So you wanted things to change. You were sick and tired of the way things were, and maybe some of the errors in judgment that you made, the learning lessons of life, as we call them. You invested in yourself, and in the program, you started to inner size. And I know your story, and I see you in our community and how much you have grown and changed and how much you give to everybody else and how much they love to see your success. What has happened since?
Oh my goodness. What has happened? Well, honestly, I have a much better relationship with money. I say better as in healthier. Even the way that I see my spending habits, I'm not spending, I'm investing. That's just one example. It's like I used to hold on to my money thinking that, nothing more would come in. But now that I've been inner sizing and I've gone through the program, I see money very differently. I make very different choices. I'm enjoying the money that I have. And I've also I've been open to more opportunities to making more money, more passive income. And so that's allowed me the freedom to be able to do the things that I want to do, and also in my own timeline. I mean, one of the things I've just recently done, actually, I've just been away for a couple of weeks so that I could have builders in to actually refurbish my home. I've had new flooring and things put in, so I have now had the income to be able to do that. I've been living in the same apartment for the last 12 years. And I just got so sick of looking at the same walls. And now it's like my entire home has had a makeover because I've had the income to be able to do that.
I love it. And I also know that something happened to all the debt that you had. What happened to your debt?
I don't know if anyone's going to believe this, John, but I had 5 different pots of debt, if you like, and most of them were my exes. And so I was actually able to pay off 4 of those 5 debts in a space of less than 6 months.
That is so you've paid off most of your debt. You've got more income coming in. I also know that you decided several years ago to be a high performance coach to help women, to help men, really live their fullest, best life. How do you feel, like just in the last year, since the last, Brain-A-Thon or so that you were on, how do you feel your life has shifted, and then where are you going?
Oh my goodness. So much has happened, John, in those 12 months. I couldn't even possibly begin to tell you, but all I know is this. Things have turned around so much for the better. I've had amazing clients on a one-to-one basis. And I'm actually more discerning about who I work with as well. I mean, I'm sure as a result of past decisions, that's made me more discerning about who I work with. And that's sort of in terms of collaborators, colleagues, as well as clients. So now I do things very differently. I'm so happy. I've seen my clients make huge leaps and bounds in their lives, regardless of whether it's their relationships or whether it's in business, and the confidence, and even sort of raising the self-awareness and self-esteem and self-worth, those kinds of issues that I had. I'm seeing that my clients have also made leaps and bounds in their personal, professional lives as far as how they see themselves too. It's just been so rewarding. I'm so glad that I took the leap into high performance coaching and really stepping up for my clients so that they could experience those kinds of shifts for themselves.
I love it. So you invested in yourself and in our program. You got the results you want. You're still, involved in NeuroGym, and you're still inner-sizing, and now you're able to pass it on to people. How does that make you feel as a woman?
It makes me feel amazing. It's like I've had a second chance at life the way that I wanted to be and experience it. I had all those broken dreams behind me. I had all those stops and starts. Not anymore. This is a different level now, John. If I have stops and starts now, I know it's because it's my fear-based brain kicking in, and it's because I'm shifting in levels and I'm doing more and stepping up and being braver and having those things that I've always wanted to have. I've given myself the permission to experience more love, more business, more money, all of those things, better health, obviously. It's such a huge difference.
Oh, I love it. You're making me smile ear to ear because A, I'm so proud of you for saying yes to yourself and giving yourself permission. B, I'm so proud of you for following through and taking inspired action. C, for now being able to make a difference in other people's lives. And so that is like the greatest gift. If somebody is watching right now who loves what they're seeing, loves what they hear, and is wondering, will this work for me? I mean, you've seen the members in our NeuroGym community that's part of this program and the coaching and support that we give. What would you say to him or to her if they're thinking about, should I invest in myself? Should I give myself the best chance possible?
I would say absolutely do it. Don't even think about it. It's the best decision ever. The community is so supportive. It's amazing to have so many like-minded, kindred spirits in the group. And, There's no shame, blame, judgment, guilt, any of that. You know, we're there to support one another. And I know it's one of your most powerful phrases, and I've always remembered it, is that we lift each other as we climb. And it's so true. There's a huge support network. You don't have to do any of this on your own. Come and join us.
I love it. Gia, well, again, thank you for being on the Brain-A-Thon. Thank you for stepping up and stepping into your fullest potential. And I'm so proud of you for saying yes to yourself and giving yourself permission to be healthy, to be happy, to be wealthier, and to make an impact in the world.
Thank you so much, John. I'm so appreciative of you and NeuroGym. I appreciate you.
Everyone, can you please give a huge congrats in the chat to Gia for stepping into her power and achieving her dreams? Type a little message for her right now. And what made an impact on you listening to her story? What feelings showed up for you? Is she doing something that you're not doing right now? I want you to answer that in the chat. Really open up your heart and type in the chat, what is she doing that you may not be? And as you do that, I also would love you to turn the lens around for just a moment and look at yourself and your current results and where you are in your life right now. Think about the income that you are currently earning. Is it what you want to be earning? Because what I want you to do, and this is where it all begins, is to imagine what is the income you desire, you want to earn. And you start with what is it going to take for you to be financially free and living the lifestyle that you and your family are thrilled about. Because if you can imagine that, then there's a gap between where you are and the amount of money it's going to take for you to live that lifestyle, right? So how far apart is that gap? Is it a $20,000 gap? Is it a $50,000 gap? Is it a $100,000 gap or $500,000 gap? Or is it more than $1 million apart from where you need to be? Now, today you've heard from multiple experts and several of our clients about the massive benefits of training your brain, literally flipping on your brain's success switch for greater wealth and success with Innercise. And right now, in this very moment, together, we can actually bridge the gap from where you are to where you want to be with the money and lifestyle you desire. But in order for me to help you do that, we need to make sure that we are on the same page, right? Can you agree with me right now that today we make it the day you choose to release any of the stories, any of the circumstances, or the excuses that have held you back in the past? Go ahead and agree with me right now. And also agree with me right now that today we make it the day you choose to release any guilt or shame you may be feeling for the mistakes you've made in the past. And if you say yes right now, awesome, and here's why. The latest brain-based research shows that when you actively choose to first acknowledge and calmly be aware of your negative stories, your limiting beliefs, your excuses, your fears, or the guilt that you cast on yourself or others, the easier it is to release the mental and emotional blockages that are subconsciously holding you back. And I know you want to get rid of those, right? You have to be willing to change in order to change. And when you know the right steps to take, it's so easy. When you don't, oh my, it's so hard. And this is what leads to you struggling and staying stuck, which I know you don't want anymore. Listen, at 19, I started selling real estate with zero experience, zero salary, working on commission only. And by innercising my brain for 15 to 30 minutes a day, I made $30,000 in my first year, which was $5,000 more than my dad made as a cab driver. In my second year, I kept up my daily exercising and my income skyrocketed to $151,000 at 20 years young. And this allowed me to really start living and giving more. I started to travel the world. I bought my first home. I helped my parents, and I started giving a portion of my income to the charities, which touched my heart. Listen, together we can create something truly phenomenal and valuable for you and your life. And we are going to bring the science of wealth into your life starting this week. We're going to bring the science of unlocking your potential into your life. This week, we are going to bring over 35 years of scientific research and experience into your life this week. All you need to do, tap on the link on this page and let's get started building your dream life together. This week, the opportunity for wealth, the success, the confidence, the self-esteem, the focus, the freedom that you desire is right here in front of you. Are you going to seize that opportunity or let it slip between your fingers? You already know the insane value you're getting with winning the game of money, brain training and coaching program, and all the bonuses that I've included for you. And all of those add up to over $23,994 in value. And what I'd like to do is have my team put up a full recap, if you can, of everything we're including on the screen right now. And just take a look at this, because everything that's included for you has been carefully put together to help make it easy for you. And I know some people charge $10,000 to $20,000 for this kind of coaching, training, and support. But you can get started today for just $1,497 or as low as $0 down with the PayPal payment plan for a full 6 months with 0 interest as well. And let me share some with you. At this point in my career, my mission is to give back and reveal all of the secrets that I've picked up over the last 40 years so that you can compress my years of experience and success into months, weeks, or even days of application so you can achieve your goals faster. I know how hard it can be when you want more out of life and you may not even know where or how to start. So my team and I make this as easy and simple as possible for you to flip on your brain's success switch and to help you get the results you want faster and easier than ever before. This is what we call our #1 rule. As I mentioned to you before, for every step you take, I take 10 steps for you. But the first step needs to be yours. You need to take action here today. And if you fail to reach your goals, or if you fail to reach your fullest potential, you can't say, I didn't give you advanced warning. One of my favorite sayings is this: make decisions today that will ensure you live life without regrets tomorrow. My belief is that you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be healthy. You deserve to have wealth with the money and the time to be able to live life on your own terms. But these things are not guaranteed. You know that. These are the results of the choices and decisions we make. My hope, my prayer for you is that you say yes to yourself and to your fullest power and potential by joining Winning the Game of Money. Why? Because I know that based on over the 100,000 members that we've had, the chances are very high that you will succeed. And our program has been tested and proven to work countless times and to help you do it faster and easier than you could on your own. I believe that the universe is omnipotent, and I believe I showed up in your life for a reason today, and so do you, right? It wasn't just for you to gather more information or for you to just be aware that there's a solution out there for you. It's an invitation for you to step up to change your life, to achieve your potential, not stand on the edge of it anymore. The question is this: are you going to answer the call and take action. The link is here for you. My team of experts and I will be there to guide you every step of the way. We will not let you fail. So congratulations to everyone who joined today. And I'll see you on our live celebration call on Monday. And you'll quickly see how this program is like a college education worth $30,000 or $40,000 a year in brain training, coaching, and support. This is your last chance to lock in the price with all of the bonuses that we've put together for you. Click on the link, join us right now before time runs out. And you can see all the details of the programs and the bonuses, as well as the payment plan options on that page. A few clicks and you're in, and we'll take care of the rest. You could be inner-sizing today. All right, now, before we wrap things up, my team has collected a bunch of your questions, which I'd love to answer for you. And so team, can you please put the questions up on the screen over here so that I can answer them one by one? Here we go. The first question, all right, this came in from Scott, and Scott says, if I join today, do I get instant access to the program? The answer, Scott, is yes. You can be inner-sizing and upgrading your skills today. So go ahead and sign up. The next question is from Elaine. And Elaine asks, I've tried a bunch of other programs. Will winning the game of money really work for me? And how long will it take? All right, first and foremost, do you remember Robin? And she said that she started 10 other programs and nothing worked for her. This program is so different because there's 3 parts to it. The inner-sizing to retrain your brain, the upgrading of your knowledge and skills so that you know what to do as you get more motivated and more inspired to take action, and the coaching, training, and support with me and the experts. So this program will work, and how long it will take depends on how much you put into action. So everything is there for you. Are you going to show up and do what is needed and be committed? If you just said yes to that, sign up. You will get great results. Awesome. Robert is the next one. He says, I joined the program. Way to go, Robert. Congratulations. So Robert says, how much time should I set aside each week for it? Robert, many of our members, they invest between 20 to 30 minutes a day. Some would like to invest a little bit more, and they do that in the evenings or on the weekend. So you can set 20 to 30 minutes aside each day to upgrade your mindset, upgrade your skill sets, and to take action. And you'll be able to get going and stay on the track to achieving your goals. All right, next up, we have a message from Janice. And Janice says, I want the program, but I don't have the money to invest right now. Okay. Janice, I want you to understand something. The problem isn't that you don't have the money. Not having the money is an effect, okay, of your mindset, your skill set, your habits that are causing you right now not to have money. And I would guess this is not the first time you haven't had the money to do something that you want to do, right? So here's a little bit of tough love. If you don't retrain your brain with inner-sizing, if you don't upgrade your skills so you know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, if you don't get the support you need right now, you won't have money in 30 days, in 60 days, in 90 days, in 6 months. Not having the money is never the problem. The reason people don't have money, that's the problem we are going to fix for all of you that don't have the money right now. What would it feel like and be like to never have that problem again? We are going to solve the issue at the deepest level of your brain to literally rewire your brain for greater financial success. And it will make sure that as you follow the steps, do the program, you'll have more and more money to do more and more of what you want. So Janice, take advantage of the payment plan option, or get the program right now and take the 0 payments for 6 months with PayPal right now. And let's make sure that you never have the issue, the problem of not having money again. And if you have to borrow the money, I would recommend you borrow the money and pay for it from the money you're going to make. All right, now here's a question from Bethany, and she asks, what are inner sizes and what makes them unique? Great questions, Bethany. Now, do you know how exercise strengthens your muscles? Well, inner sizes strengthens your brain, your neuromuscles. And what makes them unique is we've taken the most powerful evidence-based methods that have been proven by science to work, and we've put them in specific combinations that allow you to create the neural patterns that you will then reinforce through the repetition of each of the levels that we have in the program. And what makes that even more unique is nobody else in the world is doing it the way we have created it. And that is why our 100,000 members are achieving the results they are achieving. Now here's another one. This one's from Virginia. And hey, Virginia, Virginia wants to know, what if for any reason I don't like winning the game of money? Well, I don't know anybody who doesn't like winning the game of money, but if for any reason you don't like the program, try it out for the next 30 days. I'm taking all the risk. I know it will work, but if you don't like it, just ask for a refund, period. No questions asked, and we will give you a refund within 30 days. Next up, we have a question from Zayden. I love that name. Zayden asks, what have you discovered are the biggest reasons why people don't achieve the financial results they want? What causes people to not fulfill their highest potential? So Zayden, the 4 things that I talked about earlier were these. Number 1, if you don't have the knowledge or skill to achieve your goal, chances are you're going to activate your fear center and not take action. If you have limiting beliefs, like you're too young or too old, or you're from a different part of the world than one that has a lot of opportunity, that'll cause you to not take action. If you have any fears, like fear of failure, fear of being disappointed, fear of being embarrassed, ashamed, ridiculed, or judged when you take action, guess what happens? You lose motivation and you don't take action. And then we have self-image. And when we have vision and goals that are bigger than our current self-image or identity, we may take 2 steps forward only to sabotage and take 3 steps back. So the 4 things that we always want to look at is knowledge and skills, limiting beliefs, fears, and self-image. And when you start with this program, we will help you let go of all of those success blockers so you actually achieve your potential instead of, as I've said before, standing on the edge of it. All right, so at this point of our program, I want to speak to you if you haven't taken action yet. And I want you to think of a couple of things. Number 1, why? Now, there's something called the law of secondary benefit or gain. And here's what that means. Sometimes we don't say yes to ourselves because we are afraid of repeating our old patterns. In essence, we don't want to invest and disappoint ourselves again. And so we don't take action because of fear that we are going to be where we are right now in 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. But I have taken away all of your risk. Why? Because A, I know I can help you flip on your brain success switch. I know that I can help you retrain your brain to earn more money. I know we have the blueprint for you to be able to follow step by step to earn, manage, invest, protect, and do everything you need in order to achieve the wealth lifestyle that you desire. But if you are acting out of fear of what might happen in the future, instead of committing to what you want to have happen, you are allowing your past and your present circumstances to control your thinking. And what I want you to do is go above that. Go above your old paradigm, your old beliefs, your old habits, and commit right now. Say yes to yourself right now to give yourself one final opportunity to be able to fulfill your potential and to live the life that you're dreaming of. You cannot allow fear to control you. You have to be bigger than the fear. You cannot allow, feeling that you might be disappointed in the future to control your now. Because by controlling your decisions now, you are ultimately choosing the future you want. And if you are going to keep making decisions out of fear of what might happen that is negative, you'll never be able to make decisions out of courage for what can happen for the positive. So I invite you one last time, join the program, be with me on Monday for the kickoff, and give yourself the best chance ever to win the game of money once and for all. Live the lifestyle of your dreams once and for all. Be able to augment your self-image, self-worth, self-esteem, so you are proud of yourself and your life, and you impact those around you. Now, we are seeing more and more orders for winning the game of money. Can we please put up the next 5 or 10 people that I'm going to say hello to and welcome them on the screen right now? So, right now, I am proud of all of you for going all in today. So Keith, welcome to NeuroGym and Win a Game of Money. Aaron, Tracy, Louisa, Naveed, Patricia, Israel. I was born in Israel. I love seeing all of you play out. And here's a few more. Eric, Jamaica, Roseanne, Kyle, Samuel, David, Bart, Holly, Rajesh, Paul, Natasha, and Winston. I imagine that's like Winston Churchill. So let me ask you a question. You're still here. Are you going to take what you've learned today and just go, wow, that's great? Or are you going to take what you've learned, take action, and step into the fullest power and potential you have? Take control of your future. I've provided you with the tools for the best mindset possible, skill set possible, action set possible, in an environment where you are going to be learning with me and my team of experts for the next 6 months. Listen, you know the fastest and easiest way to get you from where you are to where you want to be is to go through the Inner Size program in the Win a Game of Money program and to follow the blueprint. And the link is right here when you are ready to level up. And I know that if you're still here, you are already ready. So, to all of you who joined, I can't wait to meet you and see your face as I guide you to your biggest breakthroughs ever. And yes, it's starting this Monday. Now, who wants to win $5,000? If you want to win $5,000, which we promised you at the beginning of today, type in the chat, John, I want to win $5,000. Let me see that chat light up right now. All you've got to do is pay attention to the question that Nirka is going to be asking, and we are going to be choosing one person, and we will get a hold of you through the chat privately for the winner of the $5,000 cash prize giveaway. So let me bring you back to Nirka and the final question of the day. It's not going to be an easy one, and somebody's going to win $5,000.
Thanks, John. You're so awesome and you're helping a ton of people. I'm so grateful to be here with you. Now it's time to take everything that you've learned today to the next level and step into your purpose with power so you create a life of joy, prosperity, and success. Are you ready? We have one final question for you. Are you ready for this question? Give me a big yes in the chats. Let me know you're ready for our final question of the day. Here's the final question. What are the 4 success blockers that can prevent you from achieving greater wealth and success, from achieving your goals and dreams? Go ahead and type these 4 success blockers into the chats right now, the blockers that you're committed to break free and break through. I am so deeply inspired to have been with you here today for this powerful conversation. I'm honoring each and every one of you, beautiful souls from around the world that have all come here together with a shared vision, a shared mission of breaking free of anything that does not serve you, changing your brain, changing your income, and living the life that you're destined to live, the life that you desire and the life that you deserve. So before I turn it over to John for a few final words, I just want to share what a joy and what an honor it's been to be here together with you. And I'm going to leave you with this final thought. Know that when you change, the world around you changes. You have that much power. And now I'm going to turn it over to my dear friend John, CEO and founder of NeuroGym, who has some special final words for you.
All right, what an amazing day. And I want to say congratulations to you for being here today and taking the first steps to changing your brain so you change your income and your life. And if you joined the Winning the Game of Money brain training and coaching program, I will see you at our first live training on Monday. Remember this, these programs and bonuses are only guaranteed at this special price for another few hours. So if you haven't taken action yet, click on the link below to lock in this price before it expires. And we are going to immediately start building your dream future together this week. In addition, you're also going to get an email from me later tonight with more details. I'm tired. I'm going to have dinner with my wife, Maria. So how about a high five? Leave a comment in the chat. Take care. And I'll see many of you on Monday for the first congratulations session and training session together. Bye, everyone. Woo! Bye. Woo!